Welcome, everyone. This is Eurus from the J.S Podcast as well as the Solvable Mysteries Podcast. And for some of the Solvable Mysteries Podcast audience, you are probably wondering this is pretty odd. This is somewhat unusual for the Solvable Mysteries Podcast YouTube channel, right? Well, a quick backstory for everyone. Recently, I've launched another podcast called the J.S Podcast. You could find the link to it in the description. Um, I have been conducting my own investigation into the Delphi Murders case for the last month, for most of January, right? So, the initial investigation that I've done consisted of 4 episodes. And for everyone wondering why did I decide to do my own investigation, because we did do like a 3-part series on the Solvable Mysteries podcast regarding the Delphi murders. Well, that's because we got a lot of things incorrect on the Solvable Mysteries podcast regarding the Delphi case, and I just wouldn't feel right if I just left it be as it is. So, for everyone who already watched the Delphi episodes on the Solvable Mysteries podcast, I highly suggest checking the entirety of this episode, like this one big episode. I know it's gonna be very long for you guys, but trust me, I only talk about the case and I only talk about the details. And believe me, there are some crazy details that we've left out. Some of the basic details we got completely incorrectly, which, I just couldn't sleep knowing that we have that complete misinformation 3-part thing out on the Solvable Mysteries podcast. So this is sort of my way of clearing the air for everyone who hit dislike on those episodes. I completely understand why you did so. I'm actually quite surprised that we still had an overall very positive dislike to like ratio, which is crazy because trust me, everything is incorrect in there. So please don't watch that and watch this, because this is how things went down, at least according to my newest findings. On Monday, February 13th, 2017, at around 1:30 p.m., two best friends, Liberty German and Abigail Williams, went for a hike on the Monon High Bridge Trail in Delphi, Indiana. Shortly after 2 p.m., a man approached the girls. He then ordered them down the hill to their eventual death. Their bodies were found by searchers the following day on Tuesday, February 14th, at around noon, on a stretch of private property just 50 feet from Deer Creek and within a half a mile from the bridge. The identity of the suspect, now known as Bridge Guy, remains unknown. Police have revealed very little information outside of a short snippet from a video recorded by Liberty German of Bridge Guy approaching the girls, walking the Monon High Bridge, and a voice clip taken from the same video where the suspect is heard saying, "Guys, down the hill." This suspect or suspects must be apprehended. One of the best ways to solve this case is to raise awareness through public discussion. There is hope the suspect's identity will be revealed and law enforcement will have their day in bringing justice to the families. If you know this suspect, please contact law enforcement immediately by the telephone number or email address provided in the description of this episode. Never rationalize a tip as not being related. Someone out there knows this man, and that person could be you. Welcome back, everyone, to another episode of the J.S Podcast. And this is episode 4, I believe. And, for this week's episode, and I'm assuming for consecutive, subsequent episodes down the line for the foreseeable future, I will be focusing on the Delphi Murders case. The first time I heard about the Delphi Murders case was, I believe, shortly after it happened. I can't in particular remember the exact time, but I'm thinking it definitely was back in 2017, on the same year that the murders had happened. And at that point, I remember reading the news post about it, and I just thought that it was a very eerie case because at that point we had that still image of the main suspect, Bridge Guy. But at that particular point, I just sort of thought it was a really interesting and eerie case. The story was definitely something out of a horror movie, but I decided to leave it right there. Back in 2017, I wasn't really doing podcasts, and I definitely wasn't as interested in, cold cases as I am right now. Actually, back in 2017, when I first found out about this case, I remember thinking to myself this exact thought, that the bridge guy was probably a suspect, but I didn't know that much about the case, and I thought maybe it was the bridge guy, maybe it wasn't the bridge guy, maybe it's just some random person captured on the camera. Pretty much, I didn't even knew the girls' names back then. I think it was just a post that I read somewhere, that described the whole story without really getting into the actual victims too much. And I think I just left the case for a good few years, and recently I've been very interested in this case, and it's very fascinating that we still don't have a solve in this case, even though we can see the suspected killer walk for around a second, and we can also hear him say a total of 4 words, guys down the hill. But actually, given all of this information, and we also have multiple victim sightings as well, we still have no idea who killed Liberty German and Abigail Williams on February 13th in 2017. In my opinion, if this case never gets solved, I think it will never be completely forgotten, and it will always generate, some sort of interest online, and will always have buzz around it, especially when new information is released. And there's a lot of information that could be released here that we don't have. That's because law enforcement that are investigating this case, they do not want to release every single piece of information, which is understandable. I will not get into the rationale of that, but I will say that I do think the police should release more information at this point than they have so far. During my investigation of the Delphi murders, I would definitely be willing to schedule a call, or at least go back and forth by messages or via email with someone willing to share information regarding this case, or with anyone who has researched this case in depth and could provide me with their, viewpoints that could potentially give me some really good insights into the case. I would also like to mention that on the Solvable Mysteries podcast, a different podcast that I'm a host on, I've already been a part of a 3-episode series on the Delphi murders, but I feel like the general concept of, the Solvable Mysteries podcast is to have a more casual conversation, while I really want to do a bigger and more formal investigation into the Delphi murders. As I started to look into this case more and more, I actually realized that the information provided on Solvable Mysteries podcast is of a casual manner, and it really doesn't serve any purpose besides entertainment. I would want to do a thorough investigation this time, because I really do feel really sorry and bad for the families and everyone close to the girls, and I really do hope that justice will be served to whomever is responsible for, the girls' murders. My intentions by doing, these series of episodes on the Delphi murders is to provide the listener with my own findings and viewpoints on this case, and so I intend to solely focus on the Delphi murders for the foreseeable future, and will be doing multiple episodes on this case. By talking about this particular mystery on this podcast, I can quench my own interest in this cold case and also raise a little bit of additional awareness for the murders of the 2 girls. These reasons make it more than worth it to do this podcast, in my opinion. So, this brings us to episode number 1 of the Delphi Murders case series. And, the first episode of the Delphi Murders on this podcast will be focused on providing a detailed introduction into the case itself. And, that will include the people involved in this case, the timeline of events up until the girls are reported missing to police, and my general viewpoints in regards to the things I'm going to be talking about. I believe that, by doing this, I can build a strong foundation on this case, and I believe it's necessary to have that strong foundation here if we are to explore the various other details of this case in depth over, the series of episodes to follow. There's a lot of information to unpack here, so in future episodes I will address certain aspects of the timeline and the people discussed on this episode. And lastly, before we jump to the nitty-gritty side of things, I would like to mention that I do realize that many people have already covered this case, and most of the listeners of this episode may already be aware of the details I'm about to discuss. Bear with me, guys. This is just the first episode regarding this case, and I want to cover this case to the best of my ability, starting from the very beginning. Before I jump to the timeline, I want to discuss the people involved in this case, and especially the two victims, Liberty German and Abigail Williams, who died on February 13th in 2017. Starting out with Liberty German, she was a 14-year-old girl at the time of her death. She was born on December 27th, 2002. At the time of her death, she was 5'4" in terms of her height. For everyone who is not from America, that's 162.5 centimeters, so around in normal height for her age group. She also weighed 200 pounds, which is around 90 kilograms, which is somewhat higher than the average weight for that age group. However, Liberty had a passion for softball, and she actually loved playing the first base position. She was an athlete, so a big part of her weight actually consisted of muscle, I would assume. One thing before we jump into further details about Liberty German, Abigail Williams, being her best friend, she naturally took interest in Liberty's interest in softball, and actually Liberty convinced Abigail to join the school's team for its upcoming season that year. So that's one thing to mention. I've read that Liberty would bake cookies for the family and leave behind sticky notes that offered words of love and encouragement to those she cherished deeply in her life. She also loved painting, doing crafts, and going on vacations. I think many of us could relate to that last part for sure. Apparently, Liberty's parents had addiction issues, and it was decided that Liberty, with her sister Kelsey, would stay with their grandparents, which were Mike Patty and Becky Patty. By the way, Kelsey German, Liberty German's sister, was her older sister. That's also one thing I want to mention here. And in regards to the addiction problems that, Liberty's parents were facing, I don't have all of the information and all of the details on this. I don't think it plays a part in this case in terms of, helping us figure out who the bridge guy is and, who is responsible at the end of the day. So I won't be discussing that in detail. To all of my knowledge, Derek German, Liberty's and Kelsey's biological father, was actually making great strides, and from everything that I've researched, he was doing really good things. He was helping out with his mother's, the girl's grandmother's business. More on that later. So I don't really have anything to add there. I just don't want to leave it people thinking that addiction was a big problem for the family. To all of my knowledge, everything was going swell just before, the girls were murdered. So I just wanted to mention this fact as well, that the family members, even though they had addiction problems back in the day, seemed like they were doing really good, up to the point where when the girls actually died. Now, jumping back just a little bit back to Derek himself, Derek German, Liberty's father and Kelsey's biological father, he was actually living in the same house as the two girls, which was the house of Becky Patty and Mike Patty. The family situation of both girls actually is quite difficult to understand, and you definitely need to do a lot of research just to get a grasp on the family dynamics. Now, Kelsey and Liberty have the same set of parents, obviously because they are biological sisters, and those parents are Derek German and Carrie German Timmons. Now, according to my findings, Derek has a third daughter with someone else, and this daughter's name is Glenna Myers. And Carrie, the girl's biological mother, who is not living with them at this point, has two other daughters as well with someone else, and these daughters are Hayden Timmons and Alexis Timmons. Now, Becky Patty, the grandmother of the girls, the biological grandmother of the girls, according to my findings, is Derek's mom, which I'm pretty sure that's the case, and that would actually make Mike Patty Derek's stepfather. Hence the difference in their last names, because Derek German has his last name is German and Mike Patty is Patty. So I'm assuming that Mike Patty is Derek's stepfather, or at least he may not have been raised by Mike Patty, but down the line I'm assuming that Betty Patty sort of split it up with her husband, and she remarried Mike Patty. So I know it gets confusing, but actually, Abigail Williams' family dynamics are even more confusing. Before we get into Abigail Williams' family dynamics, I would like to also mention the fact that Mike and Betty Patty, Liberty's grandparents, seem to be the main spokespersons in regards to the murder of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. And Becky Patty has said to the media that Libby already had her career path pretty much laid out. She wanted to work with the FBI. She wanted to solve crimes. She wanted to help people. She also added that if anybody wants to honor her, please help solve her crime. Now we're jumping to Abigail Williams. So she was 13 years of age at the time of her death. She was born on June 23rd on 2003. She was 5 foot 4 inches tall. So for our international audience, that's 162 centimeters, the same height that Liberty German was at, the time of her death. She weighed 100 pounds, which is 45 kilograms, and when we do the quick math here, you can tell that Abigail Williams was actually half the weight of Liberty German. And Abigail Williams is said to be the more timid, the more shy one of the pair. However, she also enjoyed the sports. She was a math whiz and wanted to be a scientist. According to my findings, Abigail also loved volleyball and had been on the school team for the last 3 years. Abigail often knitted hats for babies at a local hospital. Now, only one source stated, and it really just makes this case a whole more like sad when you think about that such a lovely little girl met her doom the way she had. And we also have some information that she actually enjoyed reading. She loved animals, especially her own cat named Bongo. Abigail's mother is Anna Williams. To my knowledge, she is a single mom who shared a very, very special relationship with her daughter Abigail. Anna Williams has stated to the media that Abby and Libby were only in the 8th grade, but had already talked about pursuing careers in forensic science. So, that's something to think about. Back when I was in 8th grade, I surely didn't know what I was going to do, but apparently the both girls already, had a pretty strong sense to what they actually enjoyed and, what they saw their future like. I will say that it's pretty interesting that Abigail's father is not mentioned anywhere actually. I'm sure investigators know about him, and he most likely does not play a big role in this case, so there is probably no need for him to ever be mentioned. He could have been passed away actually before the Delphi murders even happened. He could have died even before, Abigail died, and or maybe some of my listeners may have a better idea of who Abigail's father was. I think there's some information about a special someone who was close to Abigail's mother, Anna Williams. I didn't really look into it that much for this week's episode. Maybe I'll return to this case, but apparently to my knowledge the biological father of Abigail Williams doesn't really play a big part in this case. Now guys, remember when I said that Liberty German's family dynamics were somewhat confusing? Well, after reading Abigail's obituary, I was left even more confused of Abigail's family dynamics, as the obituary actually lists 3 maternal grandparents, which would be Deanne and Eric Erskine of Delphi and Cliff Williams of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Now, I would assume that Cliff Williams and Deanne Erskine are the biological grandparents of, Abigail Williams, and are the biological parents of Anna Williams, Abigail's mother, and so that would make them the maternal grandparents. Now, while Eric Erskine is mentioned in the obituary as a maternal grandfather, I don't really understand that, because according to my just basic reasoning, I don't think it's possible for a child to have 3 maternal grandparents, because what is a maternal grandparent? A maternal grandparent is a grandparent from the mother's side. I don't really know how that works. Maybe they were really liberal when they mentioned Eric Erskine in the obituary, because it's a really close-knit family, I would assume, and everyone's a grandparent at that point, right? So yeah, at first I thought that Liberty's family tree was a bit confusing, but now it seems so clear actually compared to Abigail's family tree. But I think that's besides the point here. I also want to mention a man named David Erskine, who is Abigail's step-uncle. Now, this man is a controversial person in this case, and we'll for sure expect to talk about him in the subsequent episodes. Therefore, I won't focus on him just yet. He's definitely an interesting character that will come up in this series for sure. Before jumping to the actual timeline of events, I want to talk a little bit about the relationship between the victims, Abigail Williams and Liberty German. Abigail and Liberty were 2 best friends in the 8th grade at Delphi Community Middle School in Delphi, Indiana, which was a small Midwestern town, you could say. It only had around 3,000 residents. It's known for its blue-collared workers, avid hunters and fishers, as well as the annual Delphi Bacon Festival. That's pretty interesting for sure. Both of the girls gravitated towards each other from a very young age because of similar interests and were practically inseparable ever since. Now, like the community around them, they thoroughly enjoyed spending their days experiencing nature by hiking, fishing, camping, and riding ATVs actually, which just sounds like a really, cool activity for the girls to do now. Though the teenagers were keen on spending their days outside, they also found enthusiasm in other curricular activities. Both girls dabbled in music, playing the alto saxophone in the school band, They also relished in creativity by showing an interest in arts, crafts, and painting as well. Before jumping to the timeline, I just want to quickly mention a few facts about Delphi, Indiana. It's actually located only 20 minutes northeast of Lafayette, and it's part of the Lafayette, Indiana Metropolitan Statistical Area. And throughout the series of episodes on this case, we will find out that a lot of people actually worked in Lafayette and are connected to Lafayette, but their estates are actually in Delphi, because Lafayette is a significantly larger city than Delphi. Let's remember that Delphi has only around 3,000 people living in it, and according to my information, Lafayette has around 70,000 people living in it. And now we finally arrive at, the basis for episode number 1 on this case, the first part of the Delphi Murders investigation, which is the timeline leading to the girls being reported missing. And on part 2 of the Delphi Murders investigation, I will pick up where I left off, right at the time when police gets involved. So let's begin on Sunday, February 12th on 2017, one day before the murders. Liberty German and Abigail Williams decide to have a sleepover at Liberty's house, knowing that they did not have school the following day. So this was at Liberty German's grandparents' house at Mike and Becky Patty's home. Now, the reason why there was no school on Monday, well, it was because due to snow days being built in the school schedule, but the winter being too mild that year for the snow days to get used. Pretty much in every year's schedule in Delphi, they would have a few snow days just in case the wet, like, oh, it's the first day of snow or something like that, and you get like a day off from school. So these days were not used up this year because the weather was actually pretty warm that winter. And now this is an important factor in this case. Actually, I did some research, and actually on the day when the girls were missing, so not on this day but the following day, on February 13th, actually the temperature, during the period when the girls went missing was roughly as high as 44 degrees Fahrenheit to as low as 41 degrees Fahrenheit, which would make, in terms of Celsius, that would be as high as 7 plus Celsius to as low as 5 plus Celsius. So for February, Middle America, that's actually pretty warm weather. And I wouldn't be saying this if I would not have checked the previous year's temperature on the same exact day. So actually on 2016, the temperature in Delphi on February 13th, on the same day, but just, 1 year back, was actually the highest it got in the same day period, from noon to 6 p.m. was actually 18 Fahrenheit, which would be -8 Celsius. So just to put it in perspective for you guys, on 2017, the temperature was 44 degrees. 1 year ago, the temperature was 18 degrees. In Celsius, that would be from 7 plus to -8. So I would say that's a very significant change in weather. And, I think that just sort of emphasizes that actually, it was definitely a very warm winter day. Jumping back to, February 12th, the girls do a typical sleepover. They have typical sleepover activities. And, Liberty's older sister, Kelsey, actually joined them. Kelsey has said that they all had a movie night and ate pizza. Now, Abigail and Liberty stayed up late and they painted a sign that says chocolate and, took videos of each other just being goofy, being silly. I guess typical teenager sleepover activities, nothing out of the ordinary for sure. This leads us to the following day, the day when the girls actually were killed. So that would be Monday, February 13th, 2017. So I will start off the timeline of this day at 10 a.m. in the morning. The girls slept in because they had been up late last night. At around 10 a.m., Liberty's father, Derek, made the girls pancakes for breakfast. Derek left shortly to go take photos for his mother's and, Liberty's grandmother's, Becky's Patty's business. Becky is a real estate agent in Delphi. To my knowledge, she's the owner of MBP Appraisals. So, Derek went to take some pictures, I'm assuming, of some sort of real estate objects that Becky Patty, as a real estate agent, was connected to. Derek went to take those pictures in a town called Frankfurt, which is located 24 miles away from Delphi in the northern direction. And when I did a quick Google Maps estimation, Google Maps said that it takes around 30 minutes to get there by car. So to do a round trip, it would take around 1 hour. This will play into this case a little bit. So let's just keep that in mind, that a round trip where Derek was heading at 10 a.m. in the morning, I would assume, or slightly after 10 a.m. in the morning, would take around 1 hour to drive there and to come back. During the morning hours of February 13th, 2017, Liberty's grandmother, Becky, made a deal with the girls. She said if the girls helped her out with the filing work for her business, her appraisal business, she would give them some spending money, and maybe later on in the day, she would take them out shopping to go spend that money, they just earned. Now, the girls happily obliged, and, they helped Becky with the filing during the early morning hours. I assume this chore took not that long because shortly the girls made a request. Now, before that, we have to mention that a suspicious vehicle was actually parked at around 12 p.m., just around noon, at the abandoned CPS building on the east side of County Road 300 North, next to the Houthier Heartland Highway. Now, you may think, what the hell am I talking about? Well, it's actually the same vehicle that some people believe, and, to my knowledge, the police strongly believe that Bridge Guy, it was Bridge Guy's vehicle, and that was his escape vehicle. Well, that vehicle, close to the entrance of the bridge trail, was actually placed there in between the hours of 12 p.m. and 5 p.m. So, police back in 2019, on April 22nd, 3 days after the new direction, the quote-unquote, we're gonna be taking a new direction in this case that the police has sort of announced, 3 days after that press conference, an additional plea was made for help by the law enforcement in identifying the driver of a vehicle left abandoned, in that same place that I just described, between the hours of 12 p.m. and 5 p.m. on the day of the murders. So I just want to mention the fact that, we are talking about how the girls are having their morning activities. They help out with, the grandmother's filing work. They're having fun. Derek had made them breakfast a while, before that filing work. Now in the timeline, we know that that vehicle is already parked at 12 p.m. We're going to be jumping to 1 p.m., so 1 hour into the timeline. We know that police has told us that, from 12 p.m. that vehicle is parked there in that location. Now at 1 p.m., the girls are still at the house, and this is what they're doing. They actually ask Liberty's grandmother, Becky, if, they could actually go to the Monon High Bridge Trail, and Becky says yes, but only if they were able to arrange a ride to the place and a ride back home. So, the trail is considered to be a hangout for local teenagers in, the girls' age group. The girls were familiar with the Monon Bridge, with the whole trail, and actually Liberty would often visit the trail with her older sister Kelsey. They would take pictures there. So at first, the girls go and ask, Kelsey to drive them to the trail. Now, Kelsey agrees after some convincing, because Kelsey stated on her own live stream that, she needed to be convinced to take the girls to the bridge trail, but she told them that she could not drive them back to the house because she had plans to go to a friend's house, which there's a little bit of misconception of who is this friend. I'm assuming it was her boyfriend. My later research led me to believe that it was actually her boyfriend. And after that, she had to go to work. So, she was going to be busy for the remainder of the day. So she could only drive them there, but she could not drive them back. So actually, Liberty then called and asked her dad, Derek German, who was apparently at this point already in Frankfurt taking pictures for, Becky's appraisal business. Liberty asked Derek if he could give them a ride back from the trail since, Kelsey was unavailable. Derek agrees to do so, but he said he would come pick them up as soon as he was done taking photos, in Frankfurt. Derek estimated that he would be done with this photography work in Frankfurt in about 2 hours. As I've said, Frankfurt is 24 miles away from Delphi. It would take around 1 hour to do a round trip. I would say another hour to take those pictures, if you're taking quality pictures. So around 2 hours, which, in the timeline, it definitely makes sense. One thing to mention here is that there was actually no set time for the girls to return to their meeting point. The plan was that Derek would call or text them on his drive when he was close, to arriving to the area, and they would return to the trailhead to be picked up. So the approximate time of when they might expect Derek to come back to pick them up would be around 3 to 3:30 p.m. Now we're gonna jump back a little bit to the suspect's timeline, or allegedly bridge guy's timeline, I would say. So at around 1:26 p.m., a 16-year-old female witness is with a group of friends at the Freedom Bridge, and that's around a half a mile away from where the girls were dropped off, the beginning of the trail. Now, this particular witness said that around 1:30 p.m., she noticed a man and said hello to him. Now, this man gave her a very creepy look, and it scared her like a lot. So this guy is supposed to be bridge guy, according to my information. Actually, the second released sketch, which was, I believe, the first complied sketch. I will be getting into the sketches on future episodes on this case, but to my knowledge, the second released sketch of the man who is cleanly shaved and not the guy in the taxi cab, I think that sketch was actually is the result of this 16-year-old female witness sighting. And police are, to my knowledge, they believe that she saw bridge guy, and it would correlate with the car that was parked at that CPS building location from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. because actually that building, if you would park your car at that building, the fastest way to get to the Monon High Bridge, where bridge guy eventually met up with the girls and ordered them down the hill, well, the fastest way is actually going through the Freedom Bridge. And if you look at the map, you can definitely realize what I'm talking about here. So I would say it's definitely not out of the question that the bridge guy may have potentially parked his car at that point in around that CPS building area location, and then walked past at around 1:30 p.m., walked past Freedom Bridge, and he was sighted by this 16-year-old girl. She also had recollections that this man's height was around 5'6" tall. Later on in the day, she hears about the missing girls, and that's when she actually gives this tip to law enforcement. She also added his appearance. So blue jeans, blue coat, a hoodie, and a short build hat was what this female witness described the man looking to the law enforcement. One important detail to mention here: she did not mention a GoPro, because if you look at Bridge Guy's image of him, or the second of him walking on video, he does seem a little bit like he has a GoPro attached to his hat, a little bit, just a little bit. But this witness did not report a GoPro. Well, you could say that if he had a GoPro on him, it's a fringe theory, I know, but if he had a GoPro on him, he could have, put it on later on when he spotted his, prey, his victims, Abigail and Liberty. That's when he put on. I don't think it would make sense for him to wear the GoPro. I'm not even sure where I'm going with this GoPro, but it's just in my notes, and there you go, guys. Now, at around literally the same time, at 1:30 p.m., Kelsey, Liberty's sister, picks up the girls and, takes them, drives them to the bridge trail. Now, phone records indicate that Kelsey's boyfriend actually called her at 1:38 p.m. Kelsey specifically remembers that she had already been on the phone call with him when she dropped off the girls. Now, this would mean that the drop-off could not have happened earlier than 1:38 p.m. And this makes sense because, Kelsey remembers that at the same time as she was dropping the girls off at the bridge trail, she was already talking on the phone with her boyfriend. Now, the boyfriend calls her at 1:38 p.m. So that would mean, that she couldn't have dropped the girls any earlier than 1:38 p.m. because she was already talking with the boyfriend at that point, because she specifically remembers she started the phone call with the boyfriend before she dropped off the girls. And that phone call started at 1:38 p.m. I know it's confusing. It took me like at least three attempts until I figured it out. But definitely, guys, it makes sense, Let's remember that Kelsey was then on her way to the boyfriend's house. And then she had to work later on the day, so that's why she couldn't drive back to pick up the girls. One thing to mention regarding Kelsey at this point as well is that Kelsey watched the girls walk until they got onto the trail, and she actually did not notice anything unusual at all at the parking area before she drove off, towards the boyfriend's house. At this point, Abigail and Liberty start walking down the trail. The girls walked the trail from their drop-off point toward the opposite end of the bridge. It is approximately 0.4 miles, and if we would convert it to kilometers, it would be 0.66 kilometers. So, it should, in my opinion, that walk, from their drop-off point to the bridge is just around 15 minutes. This will be important, guys, because the suspect seen at the Freedom Bridge should be around the same area where the girls were when they were dropped off. Now, this suspect would have to walk 1.15 kilometers or 0.7 miles if we went straight towards the Man on High Bridge. It should take him around 20 to 30 minutes. So if, he started walking at 1:30 p.m., just around the same time when the 16-year-old female witness, saw him at Freedom Bridge, because, from from the Freedom Bridge to the Monenhigh Bridge, it's around a 20 to 30 minute walk. So actually, he should reach the bridge at around 2 p.m. because if we would, add 30 minutes to 1:30 p.m., that would give us 2 p.m. Now let's jump to the girls' timeline. Now the girls start at the second entrance, where they were dropped off, because I assume the first entrance is where, potentially bridge guy is coming from. So they start off at around 1:45 p.m. Now they need to walk 15 minutes to reach the Monenhigh Bridge. So they should also, end up there at around 2 p.m. as well. This is very important because this timeline definitely correlates, and we could gauge that both the suspect, the person who the 16-year-old witness saw on the Freedom Bridge, and the girls, they're actually ending up at the same place at the same time at around 2:05 p.m. So 5 minutes after the girls should have reached Monenhigh Bridge, Liberty German uploads to Snapchat a picture of Monon Bridge, and this was the first Snapchat she posted. Now 2 minutes later, at 2:07 p.m. that afternoon, Liberty posted another Snapchat photo of Abigail walking on the opposite end of the bridge, indicating that the girls have crossed the bridge already. Now, the photo could have been taken before 2:07 p.m., just as the first Snapchat picture of the bridge itself that was taken 2 minutes before at 2:05 p.m. Let's remember that these pictures were only posted at these timestamps. They could have been taken before they were posted. So that's just something interesting to think about. My personal opinion is that teenagers usually take a picture and they immediately post it on Snapchat, or at least within a few minutes. So they probably took the picture and they immediately posted it. That's what I'm assuming, But I will say, after looking multiple videos, on the Monenhigh Bridge, I will definitely say that you probably need to take at least like 5 minutes to pass it, or maybe like at least 3 minutes if you're used to walking that bridge. So I would actually argue that maybe Liberty posted, maybe Liberty took the picture of the bridge itself before 2:05 p.m., let's say 2 p.m., just around the time when they arrived, and they crossed the bridge. Then Liberty sort of took a picture of Abigail, finishing the bridge also, and then she decides to post a few pictures to Snapchat. Then she sort of posts, one picture, and then 2 minutes later, I'll post this picture of Abigail as well, So I think that could have been the case, that the first Snapchat could have been taken before 2:05 p.m. It could have been taken like 5 minutes earlier. At this point, it doesn't really seem to be widely discussed online. However, I do believe that getting the correct timestamps is very important for the investigation. If we are to find out who is bridge guy, who killed the girls, I think we need to know absolutely everything. And maybe I just haven't seen the forums or anything like that, but I don't know, guys. I just didn't see the discussion about the correct timestamps here. I think it's actually very important. Both of these Snapchats were posted directly to Liberty's story on Snapchat, meaning that those pictures were viewable by any of Liberty's added friends on Snapchat. I wonder if we could get the friend list, because currently I don't have that information. I believe that's, some very important information. And actually, I'm surely thinking that, law enforcement has looked into it already, at least in my opinion. Now, this is where things get really dark and creepy. At an unknown time after the two Snapchats were uploaded by Liberty, Liberty starts taking a video on her cell phone. Now, according to how I interpret the situation, the video was filmed somewhere in between 2:15 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. It could have been, completely filmed right there in that time frame. Now, police stated that the girls mostly talked about stuff girls talk about on the video recording, but later the girls mentioned a man. They noticed behind them on the bridge a man walking towards them. So I will say that I just want to step back to the Solvable Mysteries podcast number 76 here, just for a few seconds. We have proposed on that podcast that the suspect may have walked from the other side of the trail past the girls, then turned around, and that's how you would explain how he got so quickly to the girls. Well, this new information that I have uncovered over this week, that the police actually stated that the girls at first were talking about some random girl stuff, then they sort of noticed a man walking towards them along the bridge. I'm fairly certain that it disproves this theory proposed on Solvable Mysteries podcast 76. Just shows that the series on that podcast is definitely just for entertainment and nothing else, I guess. And also on the recording we have the infamous 1 second time period when Liberty was filming and she managed to capture Bridge Guy, the man who we can see for 1 second doing that really wonky walk towards the girls. Now, according to my findings, in the video, the man is around 65 feet away from the girls, which would be around 20 meters away from the girls. So I just want to mention that, he's not close at all at that point, and from the video, it seems that he's not within grabbing distance. He's definitely within running away from a creepy man distance at that point. Sheriff Lozenby, a person who, if you looked into who was, leading the investigation or talking to the press, you definitely know about good old Sheriff Lozenby. Now, he said that it appeared that the girls initially took pictures for fun, but later became uncomfortable and started recording, the video as a precaution. Now, that's just a crazy thought for me personally. Just imagine those two girls being in that position, knowing that a strange man is approaching them, and just thinking about that situation, you could get chills down your spine, you know what I mean? In the released video, it is believed that, Liberty's perspective is from the southeastern side of the bridge, looking backwards towards the northwestern side of the bridge. I think that's pretty accurate. I mean, I think this would pretty much mean that the girls have crossed the bridge. And the police believes that they have crossed the bridge and they're filming the man approaching them, from the bridge beginning. So I think that's pretty much common knowledge right now at this point. But I guess it's interesting that we don't know for 100% sure about that fact, but I definitely believe, that happened that way, especially given the fact that soon after that, the man is heard saying, the offender, the bridge guy, is heard saying, guys down the hill. And, right at the bridge ending, there's this really steep hill. And it's really, and, it literally correlates where the bodies were found. So, I thought it was just an interesting fact that, police were still talking about it as if, we weren't 100% sure which perspective the video was taken from, you know what I mean? It has been theorized that, the offender bridge guy had pulled a weapon, such as a knife or a handgun, and found a way to make the girls comply with his orders. And, as I've said, at some point during the video, the offender says to the girls, down the hill. By the way, the analysis of the actual video, I'm currently planning it to do that on episode number 2 of this case. So stay tuned, guys, for that. The actual path that the girls and the offender took after, leaving the bridge is actually unknown. I would argue that they went down the steep hill to the right that leads to the Deer Creek, as it was over that same Deer Creek that the girls' bodies were located, over the creek around 50 feet into the shoreline. So I think it's pretty much where they went, because the guy said guys down the hill, and there's literally a hill, that leads to where the girls died. So yeah. Another interesting fact to mention here is that in between the end of the bridge and the area where the bodies were located, there is actually this shallow section of the creek. This shallow section varies between ankle to knee deep. You can clearly see the shallow section looking at Google Earth. Now, I looked a lot into like Google Earth for the general area, and in my opinion, the shoreline on the other side of the creek where the bodies were found is the best and most secure place for the perpetrator to kill his victims, as it is very secluded and it's pretty easy to get to be honest. The only person you would have to worry about is the property owner, Ron Logan. We obviously don't know whether the killer knew of this man, and or that the place where the bodies were found belonged to Ron, whether he knew that the area was actually private area. Because looking at it, if I was walking in that general area, I wouldn't really even notice that this was like private grounds. It's not like there's no indication that this is private grounds. And I just think it's very important for me to mention right now that I do believe that the place where the girls were found killed is actually, in my opinion, the best place in the whole Delphi area, to commit murders, if you're, potentially looking to do that. Because the place where the girls were found, it's pretty easy to get to, given the circumstantial situations. Because if you're preying upon someone, looking for someone who had already crossed the bridge, because after the Monenhigh Bridge, the bridge trail ends. More on the area and the bridge itself on the second part, or maybe the third part of this series. Now, when the bridge, on the end of the bridge, right, you only can easily tell your potential victims go down the hill. Now, after going down that hill, there is that shallow section of the Deer Creek. After you pass it, you enter the property of Ron Logan. Now, Ron Logan's estate is like, I would say like a half a mile. I don't have the correct numbers at the moment. I will definitely have them in the further episodes when I discuss suspects, but Ron Logan's estate is like quite a bit further away, so you don't really have to worry about him too much. It's not like it's in his backyards. There's a whole like wooded area. It's a big wooded area, and it's out of sight. You move 50 feet into the shoreline on the other side of the Deer Creek after you pass that shallow section. That's it. You're in the clear pretty much at that point to do whatever you want, because even if the girls scream, I don't think, at that point, I think they're far away from anyone to really hear them. Or at least, someone needs to be like at the end of the bridge as well for them to hear them, because I don't think Ron Logan could hear them from his estate. So that's just interesting to mention that I do believe out of the whole Delphi area is the most, ideal place for a murderer to kill his victims. And I will say this right now, I think that this killing, like this potential area, was definitely pre-planned. Like everything just seems to me that the person who wanted to kill them sort of definitely decided to kill them there. Now, just in advance, I want to mention that there is this big theory that a trucker killed the girls. Now, potentially a trucker would be some random person, just taking a hike during his trucking vacation or whatever, like trucking like routine, doing trucking work. It's a bit of a hole in that theory. If this was a trucker, he would have had to get really lucky to just stumble across these two girls and then lead them into the most perfect place to kill them, because a trucker would probably not know the area that well. So it sort of seems to me that this was potentially someone who was from the area, or at least knew the area very well. And I think the law enforcement would agree with this sentiment as well at this point. Some even theorize that, Ron Logan himself could have something to do with the murders, the property owner, but, he's definitely an interesting character. He had his own problems regarding alcoholism. I'll definitely be getting into him when I do end up talking about the suspect, so I'll just leave it for now. I don't think he was involved, in my personal opinion, as of right now. At this point, Liberty's grandmother, Becky, has said that, call records showed that Derek, Liberty's father, called Liberty at 3:11 p.m., intending to tell them that he was getting close and they should start heading back to get picked up by him. And we also have a point of reference here because Derek actually remembers that he was just starting to drive over the Wilson Bridge, which is around 1.5 miles away from the entrance to the trail, when he made his 3:11 p.m. call. Now, this call was not answered. No one answered Derek's call. Derek called Liberty, but she didn't pick up. Now, I would argue that the killer couldn't have killed the girls long before 2:30 p.m. because let's remember, Liberty is taking those pictures, or at least publishing those pictures to Snapchat at around 2:07 p.m. I'm thinking the fastest time that the bridge guy could potentially kill the girls would be around 2:30 p.m. and probably that's a stretch as well, because you still have to get through, Deer Creek, through the shallow area that I would assume is a little bit hard to get through, because I've seen helicopter footage from the following day's search of the girls, and the rescuers, they're like really they look like they're having a hard time traversing Deer Creek, and that's only if the killer kills the girls, just like by, I don't know, slashing their throats, doing a really quick kill or something like that, because we don't know how the girls' bodies were found. For all we know, the girls could have been potentially tortured. There are some really crazy theories out there, crazy speculations that, just to say it right now, I looked into them and they seem somewhat credible, like fairly credible, but that's for following episodes in the future. But we don't know how the killer even killed the girl. So where am I getting at with all of this information is, well, if Derek made the first call at 3:11 p.m., and, if we think that the fastest possible time that the killer could have killed the girls at 2:30 p.m., it's still not completely out of the question that the killer hadn't yet killed the girls before 3:11 p.m. What would that mean? That would mean if Liberty's phone had sound on, especially like a ringtone on when the phone is, receiving a phone call, if the phone is ringing, Bridge Guy could have potentially seen her phone, and Derek would probably be named on Liberty's phone as Dad. He could have potentially seen at 3:11 p.m. the phone ringing and the incoming call was from Dad, and that could have made him, just sort of pack it up and rush out. And the girls don't even need to be alive at this point, the phone could just be sort of on the ground, because I'm sort of leaning towards the theory that, I'm not even sure if it's a theory, but that Bridge Guy was aware about the phones. He was just not aware that he was recorded on Liberty's phone, if that makes sense. Jumping back to the timeline at 3:14 p.m., so 3 minutes after the phone call was made to Liberty's phone by Derek, Derek actually pulls into the parking area where I'm assuming he was set to meet the girls. Derek also knew that it was very unusual for Liberty to ignore his phone calls, especially when she was expecting him to call her. Therefore, he parked his vehicle and began to walk the trail in search of the girls. At 3:15 p.m., Derek reaches the point where the trails intersect. Now there are two trails actually on in this general location. So there's this one big main trail, spanning across Freedom Bridge, Monon High Bridge, the one that the girls took. It's called the Trail 501. And there's this other trail, 505, that is leading to the shoreline of Deer Creek, but the shoreline is before you reach Monon High Bridge. It's pretty much in between Freedom Bridge and Monon High Bridge. I mean, if you ever looked at, Delphi map, you would definitely know what I'm talking about. So at this intersection where the two trails meet, Derek actually stops a man in a flannel shirt who is approaching the intersection coming from the trail of 501, the main trail where the girls were actually walking. So he was walking from the direction where the girls went in the first place. He's walking towards Derek from the direction of the Monon High Bridge. He's approaching Derek and Derek stops him. Now, Derek asks this man in the flannel shirt, "Did you happen to see two girls up there?" And this man replied, "No, I didn't. But there's a couple on the bridge." So I'm assuming by a couple, this man, the flannel shirt guy, as he was later dubbed, and I think he will come up in my investigation again for sure. But FSG flannel shirt guy actually said that there's a couple on the bridge, but I think he meant a boyfriend girlfriend type of a situation. He was definitely not referring to Liberty and Abigail, so just to clarify that. And actually this man in the flannel shirt later becomes a key witness in this case, and he is among the first to give a witness account to law enforcement. And as I've mentioned before, in online discussions and outlets, he has been nicknamed the flannel shirt guy, or FSG. So whenever I'm actually referring to FSG for short, I'm actually referring to this guy right here. Now, because FSG told Derek that he did not see the girls, in the direction of the Monon High Bridge, on the trail of 501, Derek actually starts walking the other trail that leads directly, to the edge of the Deer Creek, the trail that is in between Freedom Bridge and Monon High Bridge, the trail called 505. You could find it in Google Maps if you really want to, know what I'm talking about here. Now, Derek walks this trail, but he does not see the girls, on this trail. So at around 3:30 p.m., he returns back up to the intersection. He then calls Becky Patty, his mother, and tells her about not being able to contact or find the girls. Derek asks Becky to try and contact the girls as well. Alongside Becky, Liberty's grandmother, Liberty's aunt called Tara was also there. So both of them, Becky and Tara, repeatedly start calling and texting Libby, Liberty German, but they receive no response. Derek at this point, from the trail's intersection, walks down the trail leading to the Freedom Bridge, so in the opposite direction where the girls actually went. The same bridge where that 16-year-old female witness saw a really suspicious man walking past her, and also the same area where you would have to pass from that abandoned building where that vehicle was parked, that the police were later inquiring about. So a lot of people think that that's where bridge guy initially came from. More on that in future episodes. Derek, after not seeing the girls on the Freedom Bridge, or on the trail leading towards the Freedom Bridge, actually turns around and heads back to the intersection, passing FSG again on his way back, which was interesting to me, because I wonder what was FSG doing. Was he just standing around in the intersection? Or maybe Derek was in a rush and had, quickly passed FSG, since he was, to my knowledge, heading also in the same direction that Derek was heading. I'm assuming they were both at that point heading to the direction of the Freedom Bridge. At approximately 4 p.m., Derek returns to his car at the parking area. At this point, Becky and Tara and Derek have been trying to get a hold of Liberty for around 30 minutes with no response. So at this point, worry sat in with the family members. Becky and Tara actually decided to go to the trail themselves to help out Derek to look for the girls. Tara, Liberty's aunt, actually drove straight to the trail while Becky stayed behind for a little bit, and she made a few phone calls before she also left, in search of the girls. So I believe the first person Becky called was her husband, Libby's grandfather, Mike Patty, who was at work in Lafayette, Indiana, the town that I've mentioned before. And, she alerted him to the situation. Mike then decided to take a day off from work, and he drove to the trail to help in search of the girls. Becky then called Liberty's sister Kelsey and alerted her to the situation as well. Kelsey said that she'll call her work and delay her work shift by a few hours so she could help search for the girls. Now, Kelsey left her boyfriend's house and started driving to the trail. Shortly following that, Tara has also arrived to the parking area, and then actually Derek got into Tara's car. He explained to Tara the details of where, and what he has searched on the trail so far. Tara and Derek briefly waited in the car for Liberty's grandparents, Becky and Mike, to arrive so that they could plan out who would search where, and in that way they could cover more ground essentially. So that's a very smart tactic actually, to not just start panicking and rushing without a plan. And this is where the situation gets a little bit tricky, because Tara and Derek, they were at the same vehicle. Now, reports of Derek talking to Tara in her car were actually used to cast unfounded suspicion towards Derek in online discussions, since Tara is not a well-known person in this case, and it was proposed that she was a stranger. So, the general story was that soon after Derek discovered, or called Becky regarding, the missing children, he was spotted in a unknown vehicle, because they were in Tara's vehicle talking to an unknown person, which was Tara. So that was, unfortunately, when, Derek got accused of pretty much unfounded things at that point. Now, at this point, Becky was about to leave for the trail, and at the same time, Liberty's uncle Cody arrived. Becky told him what was going on, and they drove to the trail together. Now, they theorized, and I am assuming, while driving to the trail, they were theorizing about which path the girls would have taken if they were trying to walk home. And, Becky stated, I'm assuming that they drove the two possible paths the girls could have taken, but did not see the girls, on either of these paths. Just to clarify this little bit of information, so I think they drove past the two possible paths to walk home from the trail to Becky's home, and not the two possible paths to leave the actual trail. I will talk more about the trail and the general area in the future episodes. A little note regarding Uncle Cody, the man that Becky was with driving to the trail at this point. There are various theories regarding this man and his behavior. Kelsey German has addressed all of these, well, at least some of these theories on her live stream, and I will leave all of this information for the future, but he's also someone I may potentially return in future episodes as well. So, at this point, the family started to contemplate the idea that the girls have somehow gotten hurt on the trail, and from a fall potentially, and Liberty's phone was damaged, and that's the reason why she was not responding. Now, This is very interesting to me because I wonder whether or not, attempts to call Abigail's phone were actually made as well, and if Abigail even had a phone on her. Now, this information is not widely available, and I may address this in future episodes because I think this is one of the most important details that I currently don't have. Unfortunately, whether or not Abigail Williams had a phone on her, and I'm definitely marking this down for future reference that I need to look into this particular detail for sure. But it would be interesting to know if, anyone actually tried to call Abigail as well. Becky and Cody arrived at the parking area shortly, but there were no available parking spots, so they parked in a ditch nearby. It should be noted that there were several non-family vehicles and people at the trail at this time. So at this point we have 6 family members, which is Mike, Becky, Derek, Tara, Cody and Kelsey. They all meet up and start searching the area for the girls. Kelsey and Cody crossed the Bannon High Bridge and arrived at the southeast end, approximately in the same place where I'm assuming that Liberty German was actually filming Bridge Guy approaching them. They could see down the hill to the private driveway, approximately at the same, they're talking about the same place where, Bridge Guy, to my knowledge, I strongly believe that that's the same place where Bridge Guys, ordered the girls down the hill, pretty much. So, Cody and Kelsey, they could see down that hill. Now, before you get to the Deer Creek, right after you get down the hill, there is this private driveway. So they could see the driveway as well. So they actually spend around 20 to 30 minutes yelling the girls' names from there, but they heard no response. And to my knowledge, they did not venture down the actual hill, which is a bit odd to me personally. But then again, it was private land, and they were not assuming that the girls could have been in grave danger at that point. So I guess that makes sense. Because let's just think about it for a few seconds, guys. At this point, the family members are not assuming that the girls are dead. They're assuming that they're definitely lost and something bad had happened to them. But, we're looking at this case from our perspective. We already know what happened, at this point, and we sort of tried, at least personally, I, at first, projected my own, ideas and thought that maybe the family members should have called the police a lot sooner, and maybe they, at this particular point where, Cody and Kelsey were, at the end of the bridge and they were looking down the hill, maybe they should definitely have ventured down there. But now when you think about it, at that point, envisioning myself in their position, I would probably not act any different than they did at that point, because you don't know that they're dead. You don't even think that anything bad could happen in Delphi. So I think we sort of have to get ourselves out of this thought pattern where we already know what happened, and we're questioning people, why are they not calling law enforcement immediately at this point, because at this point, I think they're acting very rational, and actually they're being very communicative, and they already have this really in-depth six-man party search force looking for the girls. They're all unified. So I think they're more than rational right now. So from this location where Kelsey and Cody was standing, Kelsey actually called Liberty's phone. She believed that the call went through because she heard it ring on her own phone's speaker. However, Kelsey did not hear it ringing in the area. Kelsey thought that the trail area was quiet enough, and Liberty's phone was, if Liberty's phone was near where she was standing, she would have heard it ringing, but I don't know, is it possible that Liberty's phone was set to silent or, to vibrate, to vibrate? I'm not sure if law enforcement has disclosed this information. Maybe one of my listeners could sort of put me on track here. If you have this information, please contact me some way, or maybe like leave it in the comments or something. At some point, Becky actually called her cell phone company, AT&T, and asked if they could ping Libby's phone to locate it, but AT&T said that they could not do that for legal reasons. Becky then asked AT&T about cell phone tracking apps like Find My iPhone or Find My Droid, and which would these apps would allow her to track Liberty's phone. Because of a misunderstanding, Becky actually ended up downloading the app herself, and it actually took a little bit of time for it to become clear that because the phone that Liberty had with her didn't have this app that Becky downloaded, this method would not work and would not provide any help. At around 5 p.m., the time window given by law enforcement for the vehicle of interest left behind off at the old DCS building actually ends. And however, this time window that we have, from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. of that suspicious vehicle, that I've mentioned at the beginning of this timeline, it ends in this like 5 hour period. But I think law enforcement also stated that this time window should be taken as a very rough and loose estimation. And lastly, at 5:20 p.m., the family call police, and Liberty and Abigail are officially reported missing. And this is where I'm gonna stop the podcast this week, guys. Yeah, I mean, I'm already very tired just going through this timeline. I tried to I covered every single point that I have, and I can now talk in a more relaxed and casual manner. So, just a heads up for, part two of the Delphi Murders investigation. I will sort of continue off into the timeline, and it will cover the search. Also, I have a plan to talk about, things that happened after the search, when certain sketches were released, when the audio was released, video, the still footage of Bridge Guy, those types of things. Also have marked down for the next episode to talk about the new direction in this case, the quote-unquote new direction press conference. Also want to talk about what law enforcement is doing right now. I also want to talk a little bit about my own analysis of the released video and audio assets, and probably the newest developments in this case. So these are the things as of right now, as of recording this episode, I have marked down for the second part of the investigation, as I will be finishing up the script and just getting all of the points of interest in my little script that I have. I'll see if I can squeeze all of these things into the second part. It could be the case that some of those areas that I've just mentioned will actually fall behind a little bit to part 3. I already have like things mapped down to talk about in part 3 and part 4 actually. So we'll see what happens, guys. I'm really happy that you joined me today. I hope my voice, my really strange foreigner voice didn't I'm really hoping that it didn't scare you guys away. I'm really trying to do my best here, and I'll see you on the next episode. And just chill out, guys, and enjoy yourself, enjoy your life. Okay, so that was the first episode that I've done on this case, right? And I will say, for everyone who is legitimately going to be listening to all of this, I will want to add a little commentary after each one of the episodes, right? So, the one thing I want to mention after the first episode is that I actually planned to cover the entirety of the timeline in the first episode. However, during my research, I've realized that there's way too much details, so I decided to split up the timeline into two parts. And for the second part of this investigation, I guess, you will hear the what pretty much happened right after the girls were reported missing. Also, I will be talking about some very important details on this second part as well, such as the New Direction press conference and just in general what I think about the New Direction. I will be also talking about what law enforcement is doing right now as we speak. And then lastly, I will touch upon the latest developments in the Delphi Murders case. So, enjoy, guys. And I want to welcome everyone to another episode of the J.S Podcast. My name is Juras, and today we're going to be continuing on in the Delphi Murders investigation. This is officially part 2 of my investigation in this now cold case. You know, it's a debate whether or not this case is cold, but I would actually lean towards that it's pretty cold. All of this information on this episode, and today I'm going to be continuing on where I left off on part 1, and that's right at the point where the girls are actually reported missing to the police. Before I jump into the second part of the timeline in the story, I just want to quickly breeze through the sections that I have planned to cover during this recording. So initially, as some of my listeners from part 1 will probably remember, I sort of entailed that I would probably have enough time on part 2 to actually analyze the visual and audio assets, which would be, the 4 words that we could hear from the main suspect, guys down the hill, as well as the visual assets, that 1 second clip of the bridge guy walking. Now, actually, when I was conducting my research for, part 2 this week, I actually realized there's way too much information for me to actually fit these details in part 2. So those details, the analysis of the visual and audio assets that have been released by law enforcement, those details will actually fall back a little bit to episode number 3 in this case, which would be episode number 6 of the podcast. And today the sections would be, the second part of the timeline. So that would generally be from the time that the girls are reported missing, which would be around 5:20 p.m. on the day when they disappeared, February 13th, 2017, up to the point where they're discovered. After that, I will be talking a little bit about the law enforcement's response. I have some clips lined up for you guys as well. These clips are of the multiple press conferences conducted by law enforcement that I think it's really important for you guys to look at. If you haven't already, I think it will paint a better picture in this case for sure. We're also going to be talking about the New Direction press conference in the case, and the multiple additional details released on that New Direction press conference, or just in general, because some of the details were released a few days after the New Direction press conference that actually happened a few years after the murders, and all of the, I guess, opinions as like, I don't know, public opinions found online, as well as my own opinions. I will definitely share those with you regarding what I think about the whole situation, how the information was released. We're also going to be talking about the newest developments in this case, as well as, what the law enforcement is doing at this point. So that will conclude the second part of the investigation into the Delphi murders. Now, I'm looking at, my notes here. I just want to give a little prelude into the part 3. So for the part 3, I'm probably gonna be looking at the area and the physical evidence left in the scene. the conditions of the bodies, as well as those analysis of the visual assets and audio assets. As of recording this podcast, just around the middle of January 2021, I'm thinking of doing that for part 3. So without any further ado, guys, strap yourself in. This was longer than it had to be, the intro, and let's get right to it. Right, so continuing on in the timeline, the last time we stopped right at around when the girls were reported missing, to the police, which was at around 5:20 p.m. Family members call the police, they report the girls missing. Now, shortly after that phone call, police actually arrives to the scene. I have some information that at approximately 5:25 p.m., so around 5 minutes later, Becky Patty, the grandmother of Liberty, tries to contact Anna Williams, the mother of Abigail Williams. Apparently, Becky is unable to do that, so she decides to drive to Anna's house, and when she arrives there, she's actually told that Anna is at work at that particular point in time. Now, at this point, Mike calls Becky because remember, Mike is still at the scene, I'm assuming, and Becky is at Anna's house. And Mike tells Becky that pretty much the police said that both of them need to arrive to the police station to, file a missing persons report, because apparently, to my understanding, both legal guardians need to be at the same time, in the police station for, the missing persons report to be filed. So Becky actually, she doesn't drive straight to the police station, to my understanding and what I've managed to gather. She actually drives to Anna Williams' workplace, and I'm assuming while she was driving, Anna calls Becky because, she just had gotten a chance to check her phone. And on the phone call, Becky fills Anna in with all of the, newest developments that the two girls are now missing after being left, on the trail to go hiking a little bit. And they decide to meet up at the police station instead of the trail, I'm assuming. As all of this is happening, some family members actually took to Facebook to ask for help. I have a post from Jamie Bovier. I'm sorry if I mispronounced his name. He stated, "Okay, everyone, I need help. Libby and a friend are missing. They went to walk the trails around the High Bridge today. And we have had no contact for the last 4 hours. She's not answering her phone. If anyone knows anything, please call the Carroll County Police Department and please share this post as well." So everyone's really concerned for the girls at this point. Social media posts are being made, to plead for help or any sort of assistance from the local public. At around 6 p.m., a massive search began. After hearing the girls went missing on social media, local residents actually showed up to help the search in coordination with the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, Delphi Police Department, and Delphi Fire Department. The fire station is used as a staging ground for volunteers. Together they searched the trail and surrounding area. Liberty's sister, Kelsey, went to the police station where she was questioned about what she remembers from dropping the girls off earlier. Kelsey also shows the police the 2 Snapchats posted to Liberty's story. I think this is a good indication at that point to everyone where, potentially the girl's last location was. Also, I think it's worth mentioning here that during Kelsey's, Liberty's sister live stream, because she has become a really good spokesman for this case, she has stated that she felt really bad at first in the police station and just in general the investigators following this whole situation. They have sort of really questioned Kelsey really hard because she was pretty much the last person who is known to have seen the girls alive. So she was really feeling really bad that she was questioned. She stated, I believe, that She later on realized that this is part of the course of the investigation, and now she realizes that all of these questions and suspicion raised, because I assume the police raised a little bit suspicion. In the beginning of the case, you don't really know who's responsible for the murders of the girls, so you would probably want to question every single person involved. So she actually stated that she understands that that's part of the course, and now she feels okay with it. But at that point, we could just imagine how she must have felt. She clearly had nothing to do with the girls' murders, and now she's getting almost interrogated by the police because she's the last known person who has seen the girls. I mean, that's a dreadful place to be in, that's for sure. At some point, Mike Patty actually returns to the house to gather all of the electronics, which would be iPods, or computers, or any other types of electronics, and all of the relevant cell phone information, so that the police could start requesting AT&T, which was their, I believe, cell phone provider, so that AT&T could ping Liberty's phone. I have this information that an article is published by the WLFI, which is, just a news station in Indiana, and in this article, Mike Patty is interviewed, and this is his quote: "The cell phone has been pinging around town, and here there was a cell phone tower, but the ping was last noted around 5 to 6 hours ago, and they say the phone is now dead. I saw texts where they got delivered, but they never got read." I'm assuming that, he saw texts on the phone. I may be mistaken here, but I'm pretty sure that he said that he saw texts on the phone. And when you get a message, you could, if you check it, then there's pretty much this indication that you have seen the message, on Facebook and things like that. I'm sure we all remember situations where we, intentionally try avoid getting the seen on our messages when we don't want to respond to someone. So I think everyone understands what I'm getting at here, that the phones actually received the messages that I'm assuming Derek, German, and pretty much everyone in the family were sending to Libby, regarding where she was at, because everyone was trying to locate her. But those text messages were not seen on the phone, you know what I mean? So that's actually a pretty good detail, to be honest with everyone. Now let's jump into the evening of the first day of their disappearance, and at 10:29 p.m., WRTV television channel, which is just a local television channel. Actually, this channel has a news station, like a news outlet or something like that, and they write articles on there, like a website, and they wrote that the girls' cell phones are either dead or turned off. So that's what the detail we have gotten at 10:29 p.m. I'm reading here that source for this is not given within this article, so who knows? Who knows if that's credible. At around 11:59 p.m., a different WLFI article, from a different station, with an original publishing date of February 13th, 2017, on the same day, said dozens of deputies, Delphi police officers, and firefighters have been out searching the banks. Drones have been out. Tobe Lozenby said the Department of Natural Resources was going to search the water Monday evening. So just to clarify, I'm assuming the article was published or around midnight, but apparently the search of the water was probably conducted earlier in the day, and the article was probably lagging behind a little bit, from what I'm assuming. So let's jump to the following day, which would be the Tuesday of February 14th, 2017, the second day of the girls missing. At this point, nobody has yet located the girls. And let's start right at the beginning of this day, which would be 12 a.m., just as midnight hit. And, the date has changed to the following day. The officially sanctioned search was called off by law enforcement due to darkness and the concern for volunteer safety. The search was planned to resume the next morning. I will talk about the criticisms of this particular decision on the second part of this episode, so I'm not putting this away to like another episode. I will talk about this, especially one of the girl's mother, biological mother, is really not happy with this particular decision. So the search is called off at 12 a.m., just as a time stamp for us. At this point, Carroll County Sheriff, the same Tobe Lozenby, said in a news release that there was no reason to suspect foul play or to believe the girls were in immediate danger. And apparently the biggest concern at that point for, law enforcement was exposure to the elements. Firefighters and civilians unofficially continued to search throughout the night. I have some information that sometime later in the night, Mike drove Becky, the grandparents of Liberty, Mike drove Becky home so she could get some well-needed sleep. Along their drive, they observed many flashlights, and this is their quote, people everywhere. After dropping Becky off, Mike Patty came back to the trail to continue searching for the girls. We can, just gauge that the police at this point, they packed up. We'll continue tomorrow. There's no indication the girls are in any immediate danger. I mean, is there no indication? I don't know. We'll discuss this a little bit later. The family members, they believe that the girls are in immediate danger. I found it very interesting that one of the main points given by law enforcement, and I don't want to crap on the law enforcement, I think they're trying to do their best here. One of their main points or like key details, like a key piece of reasoning why they would call off the search at 12 a.m. is, the safety of the volunteers. But they didn't tell the volunteers to stop searching, or at least from my understanding, that was not like sort of portrayed to the volunteers. Yo, this is gonna get dangerous. These trails are really rough. You should watch out, guys. Maybe let's start off tomorrow. The volunteers stay there all night. Flashlights and everything. Delphi community really came together to search for the girls. So this is crazy, because this detail doesn't even make any sense. You call off the official search, you damn well know that people of Delphi will continue on searching. So I don't want to go on a tangent here. I'll save it for the end, and I won't actually give any personal opinions as of this episode, so, that's for the future. At this point in the episode, I actually want to play a few clips, news clips, from the media so that, my audience could get a better gauge of what's actually happening. So at 12:59 a.m., a WLFI news clip regarding the missing girls was uploaded to YouTube on February 14th, 2017. Listen up, guys.
Top story tonight, 2 Carroll County girls have gone missing near the Monon High Bridge Trail in Delphi. News 18's Alexis Moberger joins us live and reports how several law enforcement agencies are looking for them. Alexis.
Brittany, the 2 13-year-old girls went missing hours ago and were told they haven't been answering their phones ever since. The Carroll County Sheriff's Office say the girls were last seen around 1 o'clock this afternoon near the Monon High Bridge Trail. Liberty, or Libby German, and Abigail Williams were dropped off by a family member. When she came back to pick them up around the arranged time, they never showed up. The Sheriff's Office was then notified around 5:30 tonight. And right now, several deputies are out looking for the 2 girls and are even using drones to help locate them. We're also told that DNR is out by the water searching and trying to locate the girls as well. Police are asking for the public's help. If anyone knows anything about where they could be or where they were last seen, they are encouraged to contact the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. We will be following this story and will bring you updates as they become available. Reporting live in Carroll County, Alexis Moberger, News 18.
I don't know why I said listen up, guys. I hope no one took it as a offense. I wanted to say listen in, guys. So no disrespect to my listeners. I love you guys. Actually, a few hours later, at around 4:43 a.m. Another news report was actually made by a reporter that was on the scene who said people were back out searching for the girls early in the morning. So this is almost 5 a.m. in the morning, and I'm assuming just, as morning hours started to hit, um, just as daybreak was, about to approach, people were lining up to search for the girls. Let's listen in to that news report.
On that breaking news from Carroll County.
Police continue to search for two teenage girls who went missing early yesterday. Now, Naomi Peskovich, she is in Carroll County gathering information and joins us with what we know so far and about where those girls were last seen. Good morning.
Ben and Julia, good morning to you. This is the entrance to the trail where those two 13-year-olds were last seen. Officers, law enforcement, they have stopped the search for the night. But in the meantime, other folks have come out. We've seen family. We just saw a group who didn't even know the girls come out here because they heard the story and wanted to come out. They're here with flashlights searching for them, doing anything they can. There's been so much pressure to try and find these two young girls since they went missing yesterday afternoon. In the meantime, we do want to give you another look at these photos. This is so important so that if you do see them, you can let police know. Both of them, again, 13 years old. They're both about 5 feet 4 inches tall. Liberty, or Libby German. She has shoulder-length blonde hair and blue eyes. She was wearing a tie-dyed shirt, some gray sweatpants, and also black shoes. Then there's Abby, or Abigail Williams. She's also 5'4", with medium-length blonde hair and hazel eyes. She was wearing a gray zip-up sweatshirt and some jeans. Meantime, this search started again yesterday afternoon. The two actually had the day off school yesterday, so they decided they wanted to have some fun, spend some time on the trail, and take some photographs. They were dropped off by a family member. They were supposed to be picked up around 3 o'clock, but when that family member arrived, the girls were not here. They weren't answering their text messages or phone calls. Libby's grandfather tells us the search started right away.
We started going through all the social media things, picking up, looking at Facebook. Has she talked to anybody, or had the girls been talking with anybody, Snapchatting or whatever the kids do today, back and forth. And really didn't find anything. The last message I think we found going out was like at about 2:30, which was like a Snapchat of a picture of them out there on this bridge on the trail system. And that was the last communication we've had.
And that bridge is a hallmark of this area, the Monon High Bridge. It's on this sign behind us. It's a place that's frequented by folks who live around here, but still the conditions of the bridge may be dangerous. Libby's grandfather is going to tell us why. That's coming up in our next half hour of Sunrise. In the meantime, we've shared these pictures online. If you see them, please help the family and share those photos as well. Ben and Julia.
All right. Yeah. Hopefully this will lead to finding those girls. Thanks.
And at 6 a.m., there were some more news reports coming in stating that people were still out searching, even though it's still dark, and even though the official crews, law enforcement, had stopped their search for the evening and they would continue when the sun comes up. Also, the reporter talks a little bit about how the Amber Alert has not yet been issued since there is nothing to indicate the girls have been abducted. Listen in, guys.
This is breaking news from Channel 13 Eyewitness News.
And we'll get a look at weather and traffic for you in a moment. But first, we do want to get to that breaking news from overnight. A desperate search to find two young teenage girls reported missing.
Two Indiana families filled with uncertainty this morning. Our Naomi Peskovich is in Delphi right now, where volunteers searched, Naomi, really late into the night trying to track down these girls. What's the latest on the situation there?
Yeah, and Ben and Julia, we've seen people walking into this trail over the last hour or so, volunteers who don't even know the family. Also online, folks are saying they are still out searching, even though it's dark, it's early in the morning, and the official crews, law enforcement, they have stopped their search for the evening, and they'll continue when the sun comes up. Meantime, we want to give you another good look at what these two girls look like. Both of them are 13 years old. They're both 5'4". Libby, or Liberty German, she has short, shoulder-length blonde hair and blue eyes. She was wearing a tie-dyed shirt and black shoes. Abby has medium-length blonde hair and hazel eyes, wearing a gray zip-up sweatshirt and jeans. Folks asking, why were these girls on the trail yesterday? Well, they had the day off from school, so they decided they want to come out to this trail here, take some pictures, have some fun together, goof off a little bit. They were dropped off by a family member. They had a time and a place to be picked up, but when that family member got here, they were not here. They were not answering their phones. They weren't answering any text messages. We did speak with Libby's grandfather earlier this morning, asking him if it was common for his granddaughter to do something like this. Listen to what he said.
Because we got a lot of people putting, they're putting their lives on the line really out there. There's some pretty rugged trails in some of this. No, absolutely not. She's, I don't want to say she's a perfect angel, but she's really a good homebodied kid, very, straight A kid, straight A student. She's involved in a lot of things, sports, swimming, softball.
And there aren't any lights out there on the trail, but they were near a bridge, and that's where they were taking those pictures. That bridge may not be very sturdy, but even this morning we're seeing some flashlights off in the distance as folks continue that search. Some of those volunteers out here very early into this morning. Meantime, you brought up the question about an Amber Alert. We do want to address that. Carroll County saying they do not believe there was any foul play. They don't have any reason to believe these girls are in immediate danger. And when an Amber Alert is issued, it's because there's been a confirmed abduction. That's why they have not issued one, but they'll be back out here this morning. We'll continue to ask questions and see if they've learned anything else. The best thing folks at home can do, and this is a request from the family as well, is to keep sharing these pictures of Libby and Abby so that if anyone has seen them, maybe they've wandered off onto another part of the county, they can find them and call Carroll County Police. Ben and Julia.
Yeah, very good to know. That's the age of social media. Can certainly be a big help, especially when the sun rises, too. Might help in that search. Naomi Pescovitz, live for us in Delphi. Thank you.
After listening to these reports and just in general doing my, more in-depth investigation than the one that I did for Solvable Mysteries podcast, my other podcast, on that podcast, I actually said that the family members stayed and searched after the official search was actually called off. Now, looking back at this information and looking at the timeline in detail, it does seem to me that the trail and, the general area where the girls were last seen, that area was actually searched fairly thoroughly, throughout the night, and the local participation was definitely a lot bigger than I initially assumed. So definitely kudos to the Delphi community. They definitely surprised me with this. Moving a little bit further into the timeline at 11:26 a.m., so almost at around noon, reportedly volunteers, who were searching were told by law enforcement to avoid the location where the girls had last been seen, which was the east side of the bridge, to preserve the scent of the scene for the search dogs. And at first I was thinking to myself, wait, where is this information regarding what the dogs actually find? Later on, I actually listened to an interview that Sheriff Tobe Lozenby had given to one of the news outlets, and he stated that the dogs were on their way at the time when the girls' bodies were located. So day 2 of the disappearance, actually the dogs are on their way. They don't make it in time. The bodies were found before that. More on that a little bit later. A little note from the future, I guess. Liberty's sister Kelsey German actually went on the infamous Indie Podcast, a podcast hosted by Joe Melino, and described the 2 search parties in the area during the discovery of the girls. And from what I can understand, at around 12:15 p.m., the 2 bodies were found. Kelsey has described what she was doing during this particular time on the infamous Indie Podcast, and also talked about the 2 search parties in the area during the discovery. Now, I have the snippet of this particular conversation, like this point in the conversation, so I'm just gonna play it for you guys. I definitely don't want to put words in Kelsey's mouth, so let her explain what she was doing at that time.
3 of us chose to cross the bridge to look underneath the bridge on the opposite side, and that's where I ended up hearing that we found the bodies.
When you were there, do you remember what you saw?
At High Bridge?
Right when they found the bodies.
Okay, well, first off, I was standing on the trail that's right under the bridge, looking out into the woods, and somebody yelled up that they had found a shoe. When they found the shoe, they had asked what kind of shoes the girls were wearing, and they yelled up the type of shoe that Libby was wearing. So I yelled down and told them that. Actually, then the person that had asked that had put up their phone and saw 2 deer in the ground moving, and so he was looking to see what it might be, and he saw 2 deer standing up there, and when he saw them, he moved the camera down, and that's when we found them.
Did you ever actually go and see them up close at that point?
At that point, I had not. I wanted to run towards them, but the girl that was with me in my group had held me down and told me that we don't know who they are yet. We don't know that it's them. We don't know what they look like. We don't know anything that's happening right now, so you can't go to them. And so she kind of held me and made sure that I stayed there.
So from what we could tell from that conversation on the podcast, Kelsey at first talked a little bit about how they were split up into, different groups by the fire department. And, the groups then searched in different locations. So Kelsey was part of the group that went to search for the girls at around the Monon High Bridge Trail. Now, I'm assuming it's weird how, law enforcement told them to stay away from that area to preserve the scent for the dogs that were on their way. But whatever, I don't really know the logistics, how that happened. Don't think that plays too big of a role in this case. Then she described what she was doing during the discovery of the bodies. We could, hear that from the clip. Apparently, she was with some other girl that started holding her. And, this other girl was probably trying to comfort Kelsey. I'm assuming that she probably knew at that point that this could definitely be the 2 girls. It's interesting because Kelsey said that, this girl was actually holding her. That would mean that, she was not able to go and look at the bodies, which is pretty interesting. I wonder whether or not Kelsey German knows about, the condition of the bodies. I'm definitely going to be talking about these details on future episodes, I would assume. So, just one thing to mention. Apparently, Kelsey did not witness the crime scene, apparently. In a Fox 59 article, Becky Patty also recounted the discovery. Her quote regarding the person who found the bodies was, "He saw something. He could not figure out what it was. There were 2 deer standing up there, but as he looked up to see what that was, that is when he saw them. And they were lying in the grass between a group of trees deep in the woods." This is an interesting quote. The deer situation, he saw something, he could not figure out what it was. There were 2 deer, the animal, the deer. I don't know what that means. Does this mean that the girls were actually, did the person who saw them really saw deer? Or did he see silhouettes that looked like deer, and upon further investigation, he found out that that was the girl's body? So was that actual deer standing next to the bodies, or just a silhouette that the person got confused with the deer? I mean, I don't know. I don't think this plays a big part. So the person who found the bodies was apparently a volunteer searcher. And Becky also stated in this particular interview with Fox 59 that, he called his wife, who was with us, and said, "We found them. My sister came up and she was crying and she said, 'I'm sorry.'" And this is an interesting part of the story right here. The Indie Channel, which is pretty much another news outlet, wrote an article describing the location as, quote, "The bodies were found on private property about 50 feet from the shore of Deer Creek. A set of footprints are what led volunteers to the area where the bodies were found." So, whoa. Hold up. Footprints? During my investigation on the Solvable Mysteries podcast, I had no clue about any of these footprints, and apparently there were footprints found, and actually it's a high chance that they are a part of the investigation. So that's pretty interesting, This is another additional detail that I think is just a little bit underlooked in this case. At 2 p.m., a joint press conference is held by law enforcement with Indiana State Police, Public Information Officer Kim Riley, Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lozenby, and Delphi Police Chief Steve Mullins. Now, they all announced that the two bodies had been found, but they do not confirm the identities of the bodies as Abigail and Liberty. They said that search efforts will now be scaled back. They said that, the matter is now being investigated as a crime scene and that they suspected foul play. I listened to this interview. Seemed like they were not super well prepared for for the situation. I think one reporter actually asked whether or not, the search was officially called off. And I don't think any of the three men talking to the news outlets actually knew that, if it was called off. So they just stated it's definitely scaled down. So I don't know, maybe it's just me. But it seemed to me that was a little bit not super professional at that point. But hey guys, don't take my word for it. I want to play you this clip from this press conference. I think it's the longest press conference I will want to play on this episode, on part 2. And I'm not even sure how much of this press conference I will play as well. So just listening, guys, I want you to get a better picture of what is being disclosed, to the public.
I'm Riley. I'm with the Indiana State Police. I'm the Public Information Officer from the Lafayette Post.
Steve Mullen, Delphi Police Department, Chief of Police.
Tobe Lozenby, Carroll County Sheriff.
Basically, we're going to make this, it's going to be short and sweet. We don't have that much at this point in time. Basically, what we've got, we have found 2 bodies. Is that the Sugar Creek? Deer Creek, sorry. In Deer Creek, about a mile east of town. We are investigating this as a crime scene. We suspect foul play. We have not made positive identification of the 2 bodies, so we're not going to be releasing any information on them at this point in time. We've got the Indiana State Police is assisting the Carroll County Sheriff's Department and the Delphi City Police Department in the investigation here. We also have the FBI Crime Scene Investigation Group here out of Indianapolis. And one thing the family asked us to do is to thank all the communities around Delphi and the people here in Delphi for assisting in attempting to locate these the 2 young children that were missing earlier. They just wanted to say thank you to those people, and thank you. They were just wanted to express their gratitude toward the hard work that was done in helping search for these children.
Has the search been called off for these 2 teenagers?
Not officially, because we have not positively identified the bodies at this point in time.
We have people still searching the woods and creeks and fields.
We still have, there's still people out looking, but it has been scaled back. Let me just put it that way.
Are the bodies of the 2 individuals recovered, are those of young female children?
I'm not at liberty to give that information out as of this time.
Who found them?
I'm not going to say at this point in time.
Why do you believe that there was foul play?
Just the way the bodies were found. That's about all I can say at this point in time.
Were they in the water?
They were on the edge of the water, from what I understand. That's about the best I can tell you.
Any outside injuries?
I'm not going to make a comment on that at this time.
What time were they found?
That I'm not sure. 12:15?
12:15.
About 12:15 this afternoon.
Are there any either suspects or persons of interest being questioned at this time?
We have not gotten that far into the investigation, so I cannot comment one way or the other.
How far down was it from the bridge?
Probably more than a mile, or less than a mile, rather.
I'm going to say somewhere between half and 3/4 of a mile, I'm guessing. The road curves back in there, so it's really hard to tell as the crow flies how far it is, but I'm going to guess about a half to 3/4 of a mile back there.
It wasn't that far from where the search started. You mentioned hours of searching, hundreds of people. So were they not in plain sight in that area, that it would have taken a long time for you guys to find them? Were they?
We really don't want to comment on that at this point in time.
Are there any
We don't really want to put out too much information at this point in time. Something I will do, if you follow me on Twitter, I'm going to probably put tweets out approximately every hour on updates. It may be as much as that I'm just going to say we have nothing new at this time, but I will try to do that for at least the next 4 to 6 hours.
How do you suspect, do you presume that these are the two people you were looking for?
I really can't comment on that at this point in time.
Were there any visible injuries or other signs of trauma to the bodies that were discovered?
We're not going to make any comment on that either. I know we're not giving you much. I understand that, but I mean we're at the baby stages of this case. At this point in time, I cannot release really much more information. As soon as I can, I will be more than happy to put stuff out.
One final thing. You started off with a statement about finding the bodies. You said Sugar Creek. Can you say that over again with the right creek in it?
Oh, Deer Creek. The bodies were found in the Deer Creek area, just east of town, about a mile from the 3/4 to a mile east of the, what is that? The
Freedom Bridge.
Freedom Bridge. I know I didn't help you much there, but
It's not from Freedom Bridge or the Monon
High Bridge.
High Bridge.
I'm not sure which bridges.
They're two separate bridges.
I know. So which
Freedom Bridge is on the Heartline,
Yeah,
and
okay.
High Bridge is the bridge that's farther up that used to be the railroad
So
bridge.
how far from High Bridge? I think that was the last known location.
Within probably 3/4 of a mile or so.
Okay, and how close were they to the area where they were supposed to be picked up by their relatives?
Within that 3/4 of a mile, so.
Okay, so without out of the way, let's move into the following day, February 15th, which was a Wednesday. At 8 a.m. in the morning, autopsies began in Terre Haute, probably butchered that name, on the bodies that were discovered during Tuesday's search. Now, 4 hours later, at 12 a.m., the autopsies are completed. However, some other local news sources lists this time at 10 a.m. So, I don't think it's that much of an important detail whether or not, the autopsies were completed in 4 hours or in 2 hours. Maybe if we would look really in depth into this whole situation, which I apparently will be doing in future episodes, maybe we could gauge something, if the autopsy took a longer time to complete pretty much, that would probably indicate to us that there was more to do. And if there's more to do during an autopsy, maybe there are, I don't know where I'm going with this. Let's leave it for now, but just a thought for you guys. 3 p.m. The Indiana State Police and Carroll County Sheriff's Department hold a news conference confirming that the bodies found Tuesday are those of Liberty and Abigail. They say the case is being investigated as a double homicide at this point. Also, the still image taken from the video clip of Bridge Guy walking was released to the public. However, the full video clip wasn't released for more than 2 years later. More on that shortly. We could also jump a few days into the timeline, so we're still staying in 2017. On February 22nd, press conference, in a press conference, law enforcement said that Liberty started to video record before criminal behavior began to occur, as if she was anticipating something bad is going to happen shortly. I don't know, maybe law enforcement has some more details that would indicate this. maybe like a conversation between the girls regarding a strange man approaching them or something like that. Maybe Liberty mentioned to Abigail or vice versa, hey, look at the man, he's pretty interesting and looks pretty creepy, and he's approaching us over the bridge, maybe something like that. I think I will speculate on this a little bit later. An interesting quote from this conference is that this young lady is a hero, there's no doubt. To have enough presence of mind to activate that video system on her cell phone to record what we believe is criminal behavior that's about to occur. So, this is a quote from that news conference. We also have another quote from the press conference. The recording was longer than what has been released to the public. Police won't release any more to protect the integrity of the investigation, but they've seen the video and likely won't be able to stop thinking about it. What the hell does that mean? Is it gruesome or something like that, or is there some creepy details? Who knows at this point, right? So when Sheriff Tobe Lozenby was asked point blank, if the attack was recorded in a video, during the interview, he answered that it was not. And I think it's a pretty interesting, pretty key detail right here. This is a confirmed fact. The actual attack is not on the video recording. So I would assume Liberty started, to record the man approaching her. Then she probably put the phone in her pocket, because remember, the audio clip that we now have, guys down the hill, came from the same video. At least I would definitely assume. This information is also not out there, is not completely confirmed, but I think the general consensus is that both the video clip and the audio clip came from the same video recording. So I think somewhere down the line, Liberty probably stopped the video recording. On the same day, actually police, on the February 22nd, 2017, Indiana State Police also released an audio taken from Liberty's phone, presumably taken from the video she had taken as well, of bridge guy approaching them. However, the clip is only of 3 words. The male voice is being heard saying "down the hill." 2 years later, we will receive an additional word, which is "guys down the hill." Now, in this WeTHR article that I'm reading right now, it was written on the 12th of August 2017. Reporter Emily Longnecker writes, quote, "Police say the girls mostly talked about stuff girls talk about in the recording, but they also mention the man." So, I definitely think that, police probably has more indications to believe that, Liberty or Abigail or both of them actually sensed that, something bad is about to happen. And maybe actually Liberty says something like, I'm taking a recording. He's approaching us. I'm taking a recording, or something like that. Or maybe Abigail said, take a recording, film it, take a recording, something like that. I think it's definitely not out of the question for us to speculate that could have been the case. The first sketch was actually provided on July 17th in 2017, and this sketch was a composite sketch and was an artist's composite of the information collected by all the agencies involved in the double murder investigation, including the FBI, including the FBI. So that's what, Indiana State Police Sergeant Kim Riley stated. Have some information that, a composite sketch is a facial composite, or a composite sketch or a facial composite is a graphical representation of one or more eyewitnesses' memory of, a face as recorded by a composite artist. So it could have been complied out of multiple sightings, and the Wikipedia regarding this first sketch states that it had apparently been drawn by police from eyewitnesses to a certain hiker of the Delphi historic trails on the day of when the girls vanished. More on this guy later on, or I should say more on this sketch later on. This is going to be very important. So for the longest time, this was the guy. This was the guy that everyone was looking at, the first sketch. However, we will find out in the New Direction press conference conducted more than 2 years after the murders of the girls. The conference happened on April 22nd, 2019. Law enforcement told people to not use this sketch that I just referred to, not use the first sketch anymore, as the person in the sketch is no longer a person of interest in the girls' murders. Now, this is where we finally arrive at the New Direction press conference, or just in general, the New Direction section of the timeline. So at first, on April 19th, 2019, Indiana State Police announced a new direction in the case. And, actually, only right now, I believe that I fully understand the meaning of new direction in this case. In my opinion, this means that law enforcement is no longer focusing on an older man, but instead is looking into a man of a younger, more youthful appearance. Everything went wrong in terms of the presentation. There was a cluttered desktop, there were mic problems, video problems, etc. Like everything in this New Direction press conference, like everything, like, I don't know, man, didn't really seem that professional initially, you know what I mean? So the New Direction press conference was actually conducted a few days after, the initial statement that we're taking this new direction. So it happened on April 22nd. During that, I guess, press conference, on behalf of state police and the multi-agency task force, Superintendent Doug Carter released more materials a few days later into the press conference. So first of all, a sketch of the person who the Indiana State Police believe attacked Libby and Abby was released, during the conference. And actually, I have some information that, let's take a quick look at the two sketches, because I want to compare both of these sketches. So the initial sketch, the one with the taxi cab that was released back in 2017, has a more round shape of the nasal tip. The nose tip is a little bit more rounded off. So I think this is a key distinction between the two sketches. The second sketch has a more sharp nose tip. You can clearly see that. I would assume that this was done intentionally by law enforcement. I wonder, why would they focus on the nose? Why would they focus on the nose? I'm dying to know this detail. Why the nose? Strong I'm not gonna pronounce this correctly, strong nasolabial folds, as well as the hooded eyes, are still present in the new sketch. So the first thing that I mentioned, probably, I don't know, guys, how to even pronounce that word, so probably won't understand what I meant, but the eyes, look at the eyes shape, the hooded eyes. What I'm getting from these two sketches, right, that they're pretty certain that this person who they're looking for had hooded eyes, but now they have reason to believe that the nose is a little bit more defined, a little bit more sharp. It's not rounded. And just in general, the new sketch, the 2019 sketch, is of a more youthful looking man, I would say. The official stated reason for this change, according to the press, was, quote, "As the investigation has progressed, information has been continuously reviewed and examined, and this sketch more accurately depicts the face of the suspect from the video recorded on Liberty's German cell phone." So we know that it was captured on Liberty was recording, while she and Abigail were on the high bridge. This raises a few questions to me. The main question is that I wonder how they make out anything out of that, video recording, because to me that definitely didn't seem like a high resolution picture or video, and I don't really understand how you could actually get a sense of the man's face per se from the video recording, but because the police did state, this new sketch more accurately depicts the man seen on the video recording. Maybe they meant in a sense that they believe a certain witness beforehand saw this man as well, and they believe that, bridge guy is the suspect that was also seen by multiple witnesses, and those witnesses had, a better look at the guy than, what we can see from the, video of him walking for 1 second. Maybe that's the case. During the New Direction press conference, Police Superintendent Doug Carter has said, quote, "We have concluded the first sketch released will become secondary as of today. The result of the new information and intelligence over time leads us to believe the sketch, which we will see shortly, is the person responsible for the murders of the 2 little girls." So that's his quote, and shortly after that they unveiled the new sketch, the younger looking person. Now, 2 days after the new sketch was given on the 24th of April, a news bulletin was released to clarify the relationship between the 2 sketches. Now, I think it's very important for us to read this bulletin, as it is one of the very few documents released by law enforcement that could provide us with information on this case. So let's just read it really quickly. So the name of this bulletin is Multi-Agency Task Force Clarifies Points About the Delphi Murder Suspect Sketches. Now, Delphi, Indiana. In the early days and months of the Delphi murder investigation, information was developed about suspect descriptions. It was initially believed the sketch that has been in public view over the last 2 years of a person in the age range of his 40s to 50s was a person of interest in this murder investigation. Now, as the investigation has matured and past information has been reassessed, it is the belief of investigators with the multi-agency task force that the person depicted in the sketch released on the April 22nd more accurately represents the person wanted for the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. It is important to distinguish these points about the 2 sketches. First, they are not the same person. Second, the person depicted in the originally released sketch is not presently a person of interest in the investigation. Third, the sketch released on April 22nd is representative of the face of the person captured in the video of Liberty German's cell phone as he was walking on the high bridge. Fourth, the person in the sketch released April 22nd is described as having a youthful appearance, but could fall in the age range from his 20s to late 30s. Fifth, this person's appearance could look different today if he has grown a mustache, beard, or let his hair grow longer, or cut his hair shorter than it's depicted in the sketch. Members of the Delphi community should reflect back on people they know in the community that look similar to the sketch released on April 22nd, especially if that person has changed their appearance since the murder that occurred in February of 2017. So that's the bulletin. I found the quote, "They are not the same person," interesting, and I think this detail needs some further clarification that I don't think I have at this point. I would like to know if the original sketch, the one with the taxi cab, is that particular sketch of a exact person seen on the trail, or is it just a broad compilation of multiple sightings, if you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure that this current sketch of the younger man is actually of a real person that was seen on the trails, but I wonder if the first original taxi cab sketch is that sketch also of a certain person, or is that just a mashup of the general idea that the police had of how the man probably looked. Now, I will address this very soon on this very episode. We have some juicy information coming up very soon. One thing to mention that actually the new sketch, the sketch of the younger man that was released on 2019, this sketch was actually created earlier than the initial sketch with the taxi cab. According to an IndyStar article which writes, Master Trooper Taylor Bryant, a sketch artist with Indiana State Police who drew the new sketch, told IndyStar a sketch is based on how a particular witness describes the suspect. If there are several witnesses, Bryant would draw a sketch from each description. Bryant did not draw the sketch that police released in July of 2017. So apparently, Master Trooper Taylor Bryant actually drew this, youthful man's sketch initially. But then, for some reason, initially police released, and, it was the focus of interest for 2 years, a sketch of an older person. And that older person's sketch was actually compiled later, and not even by the same artist that made the second released sketch, which was the first compiled sketch. I hope you guys are still with me here. And then we also have some more information regarding, the artist and his statements. The guy, Master Trooper Taylor Bryant, who made, the sketch that police is pushing right now, the younger looking dude sketch. So his quote is, "The witness is the main focus, so there's no input from law enforcement at all in the generation of the sketch, other than my presence as the artist," said Bryant. Bryant also stated that he used a, quote, facial identification reference sheet that has a list of different categories, from head shapes to different eyebrows and noses. The witnesses will describe the suspect based on these categories. Quote, "It's easier to do that than to describe the suspect using just words." I think it's a really good tactic. You give a person a palette of potential shapes and you let the person choose which shape resembles what they have in their memory the most. Also, it's worth mentioning that the sketches are not exact, Brian said. The renderings are a ballpark estimation of what a person looks like. That's his quote. Now, the sketch released in 2019 was drawn by Bryant on February 17th, 2017, only a few days after the victims' bodies were found. The picture was based on the description of a person who saw something that the person felt needed to be reported, according to Bryant. I believe Officer Bryant is referring to the 16-year-old female witness here who saw a strange man on the Freedom Bridge at 1:30 p.m., at the same day the girls were murdered. I talk about this situation on part 1 of the Delphi Murders investigation. And this is where, the juicy information promised earlier, this is where it comes into play pretty much. Now, knowing that the sketches are of 2 different people, this brings up the question, why did the law enforcement, and why is the investigation's focus switched from the first sketch to the second sketch? That would mean if these are 2 different people, because this is stated on the bulletin that it's not the same person, meaning that these are two people, 2 persons, that would mean that police were looking into one person and now they're not looking into that person, but they're looking into some other person. So does this mean that someone has already been cleared that we don't know about? Now, Kelsey German, Liberty's sister, has addressed some of the questions posted on Twitter. They had created several sketches, this is her quote. At the time, they believed the other one was more credible, that's her quote. And also stated, Kelsey stated that from what she understood, the switch was made because of a recent development in the investigation. This is Kelsey German giving us this information on Twitter, I believe. Now, there's a podcast called Best Case, Worst Case. This is the podcast name. Now, this podcast claims to have heard from their sources that a man in the July 17th sketch, the first sketch of a person with a taxi cab, the sketch that was not complied on July 17th, because that's of the newer, younger looking dude, but the older looking sketch, right? Now, the man in that sketch, according to this podcast, was arrested and cleared, hence the change of suspect. Usually when a podcast makes claims like this, you would probably think, some crazy claims, again, on a podcast. But the two hosts of this particular podcast, Best Case, Worst Case, are pretty credible. One of the dudes on that podcast is Jim Clemente, who worked for the FBI for 22 years, in part as a supervisory special agent in the Behavioral Analysis Unit, and Francie Hakes, a former federal prosecutor and the country's first national coordinator for child exploitation prevention and interdiction, a post appointed by the U.S. Attorney General. These guys have high credibility, so it's worth mentioning. This speculation, I have their quotes from the podcast. I just want to read them to you guys. So Jim Clemente says his quote, and I think that what must have happened is they have taken these leads, they have interviewed literally thousands of people, and they have found someone who looks at the video that they released and says, yes, I definitely saw that guy minutes before the girls came by, and I saw his face, and that's where this sketch came from. And so the other sketch was somebody saw in the area and was suspicious about. Turns out it's a guy who's sexually interested in children, who's had multiple arrests for it, right? So this is the exact quote. I know it's not super clear, so I'll try to interpret it for you guys. Jim Clemente says that multiple persons of interest were actually witness on the day when the girls disappeared, and one of those people was actually one of the two people that were witnessed, that were persons of interest. One of them was actually identified, interviewed, and released. And apparently this guy who was interviewed and released was the same guy whose sketch was of a guy with a taxi cap on, and apparently he had a criminal record for some child stuff, some dark child exploitation stuff. Now, Francie Hakes says the police obviously know who they're looking for and spent a significant amount of time looking for the man in this sketch. And as you said, Jim, that man has turned out recently was arrested and was a sex offender, but we found out recently he's apparently not the killer. So yeah, just to, in a resume, these guys pretty much are, in cahoots, well, in a good way. I mean, with the law agencies all over the country, they have experience, and, I'm assuming they have really strong sources, and I think it's definitely worth mentioning. I think this makes sense, actually. When you think about it, they probably found the dude in the taxi cab, questioned him, interviewed him, raised their suspicion regarding this guy because he is a sex offender, but they later on released him and are now focusing on the new, younger looking dude. Now I'm thinking, did they found out about this? Did they clear the guy right before the press conference, the New Direction press conference? Because that would make sense. They just cleared it and let's switch to a new direction. Let's look for this other guy, because this one dude that we've been looking at, turns out he's okay. He's not the killer. Now, if they cleared him within a few months, of the investigation and they just did nothing for like a year or something like that. And that would be really bad. I really hope that that was not the case. I'm assuming that police only recently managed to clear this guy and they switched to the newer looking dude, you know, to the other suspect. I'm really hoping that they didn't just sit around for 2 years, you know. I really hope so. So when confusions arose actually after the episode was released on this podcast, the podcast responded through Facebook saying, quote, "That is what we have heard from our sources," end quote. You know, so if they are right, this would answer my question posed earlier whether or not, you know, the first released sketch with the taxi cab is an actual person of interest or just a general sketch composed of multiple sightings. Remember when I just let's say 20 minutes ago or something like that raised that question? Well, this question I think is answered because I do believe, you know, the credibility of this statement. I do believe that the first sketch, the old dude with the taxi cab, was an actual person who was, you know, apprehended by the police and then cleared. And once that had happened, I would hope so that immediately after that they, you know, began their new direction and they didn't just like sit around for like a two-year period, you know. Okay, so at this point of the podcast, I want to talk about, you know, the main takeaways that we can take from the New Direction press conference that happened on April 22nd, 2019. I think we should begin with the fact that law enforcement stated, quote, "We also believe that this person is from Delphi currently or has previously lived here, visits Delphi on a regular basis, or works here. We believe this person is currently between the age range of 18 and 40, but might appear younger than his true age." So this would correlate to the theory that, you know, the initial sketch with the taxi cab has been an older person and has been cleared, just as I've talked about now. So now they are focusing on the younger person seen at the Freedom Bridge by the 16-year-old girl witness, because, you know, we know that the artist, Tom Taylor, I believe his name was, said that, you know, he complied that sketch of that, you know, from the sighting on Freedom Bridge. So I'm thinking, it's crazy, you know. If we take a look at the video clip of Bridge Guy and listen to his voice, does he seem a youthful person? Because, you know, honestly, you know, from that video that I can see right now of him walking, I would definitely not cap his age at 40, you know, or the audio, you know, the audio guys down the bridge definitely doesn't sound like a younger person. I'd say maybe someone in between the ages of 40 and 50, could be in his 50s. I wouldn't put it past, you know, the bridge guy being in his 60s. Why is police saying that he's from the age of 18 to 40? Like, what is this? Like, what do they know? Like, we need this information. I believe we need this information. If they have something, I think they should give this information, because they tell us to help identify the suspect. We see an older looking dude walking on the bridge and an older, you know, an older person's voice saying guys down the hill. Now they're saying, but this guy looks young and could be from 18 to 40. So I don't know. Like, it's hard to comprehend. What's the logic here? Why would they not release, you know, key details in this case at this point? So as of, you know, the recording of this podcast, I currently am getting a sense that law enforcement managed actually to uncover something in particular that they have not disclosed publicly, indicating that the suspect is a fairly young man. Because, you know, I would definitely cap the age of the person in the newer sketch at 40. I would cap it at maybe even 35. You know, it looks like a younger person. However, I would not do the same for the video or the audio clips. Could law enforcement still be holding critical information almost 4 years into the death of the girls? If so, this would have to be a major detail in the case. How else would they be certain that Bridge Guy is younger than 40? Come on. This definitely seems very strange to me and makes me question if law enforcement is taking the best possible course in this case. Obviously, this is just my speculation and I could be completely wrong. Another interesting quote, "The person in the sketch released on April 22nd is in his 20s to late 30s. This is the quote from law enforcement. Now, I would love to know what the strategy of law enforcement is at this particular point. And actually, I would even like to speculate here a little bit. It took them 2 years to change their direction, to change the course, to change the sketch and the suspect. Who knows if the investigation hasn't switched already to someone else once again. More on this in the final sections of this episode. Since we're talking about the main takeaways from, the New Direction investigation, another quote I want to mention here is, quote, "He is described as a white male between 5'6" and 5'10" tall, weighing between 180 and 220 pounds with reddish brown hair." One thing to quickly mention here, obviously without no disrespect, Liberty German's weight was around the same weight that this person is being described at. So it's interesting to me, I will say Liberty German definitely seemed like a strong girl. Like she could definitely handle herself in, I would assume similar situations. This makes me believe that, to order her and Abigail, both of the girls at the same time down the hill to their potential death, I'm thinking that this person definitely either pistol whipped them, or had a knife. Also, I think it's very important to mention that initially law enforcement released stills from this video of the suspect, and only 2 years later, on April 22nd, 2019, during the New Direction press conference, law enforcement released about 1 second of video of which the previous stills had been taken from, on the video of Bridge Guy walking for 1 second. So it has only been released 2 years later. So as well as the additional word guys to the audio, because initially we only had down the hill, but now we have guys down the hill. So I have to wonder what the reason for this was. Why not show the man walking in the first place? I do see the point in not disclosing the word guys, as that word could be used to identify valuable tips, or even, fan out the fake admissions, because there's a bunch of crazy people who would probably want to admit to these killings, maybe someone who's already in prison, etc., so they want to keep that word to themselves. That's all good, you could keep that to yourself. What's the reasoning for not releasing the 1 second video clip of the man walking? Please don't tell me that was just because the police and law enforcement did not know how to cut out a piece of video from a piece of video from like a whole thing, I hope that that's not the case. I hope that they didn't just pause the phone, took some screenshots and released those screenshots, because that's what they were technically able to do in Indiana. I'm hoping that was not what happened here, I'm really hoping. And I guess the last key takeaway from this, New Direction press conference that I want to mention is that actually a lot of new tips were received by police after the release of the new sketch of the suspect, as well as the additional audio and the video clip of Bridge Guy walking. So, when I watched the entirety of pretty much every single press conference at this point that law enforcement has been on. And I will say that on this particular, I guess, press conference, the New Direction press conference, law enforcement definitely seemed very surprised and very grateful for the amount of media coverage that he got. So, it was a big thing. 2019, April 22nd, New Direction press conference was a big thing. It was like a national thing. You had like American nationwide news coverage on this thing. And so thousands of tips, apparently, a lot of tips have been received, shortly following that press conference. So the press conference definitely served its purpose. All right, so at this point in the podcast, we're moving to the ending part, or multiple parts. I should start with what is law enforcement doing right now. So I'm recording this on 2021, January 12th. So my findings as of right now is that earlier in the year 2020, last year, the infamous COVID-19 year, Sergeant Kim Riley said there was no annual presser because there was no new information. His quote is, "There's nothing new to report," Riley said, explaining why there is not a news conference this year. Quote, "Every year we've had something to report." So, Kim Riley, Sergeant Kim Riley is right now stating that there's nothing to report for 2020. Also in March of the same year, this is gonna be crazy, In Pursuit with John Walsh, a TV show with John Walsh, aired where Sergeant Carter stated, quote, "We believe that somewhere between the new sketch and the old sketch is him," as he was pointing at the sketches. And then the bridge guys still. "He will be somewhere in between those two sketches. Somebody has got to know who this individual is." Hold up. I can see where the frustrations with law enforcement are coming from at this point. Now, this comment made by, Sergeant Carter definitely does not inspire confidence for obvious reasons. To me, it seems that law enforcement has no clue and had hit a wall in the investigation after this statement, because at first, 2019, they tell us specifically, do not focus on the first sketch with the taxi cab. Do not focus on that guy. They don't tell us why we should not focus on him. Just don't focus on him. Focus on the newer sketch, the new looking dude. That's the guy. The older sketch is not a person of interest anymore. And now, in 2020 March, law enforcement Sergeant Carter says that the suspect, the killer, is somewhere in between the two sketches. You just told us not to focus on the first sketch. Yeah, I don't know what to make it. I don't know what to make of this, actually, Maybe it's time to generate another press conference at this point and release more details. Maybe we could actually get, for example, the entirety of the video. I would love to see that. Or maybe even a cause of death. I don't know, I feel like these details could be released to us, and at that point law enforcement would still have enough to keep close to the West for them to, sort out the fake admitters for sure. At this point, in terms of what is law enforcement doing right now, it seems to me that, from what I've gathered, that, other than a confession from the actual killer or someone coming forward, the best hope for law enforcement at this point is just to release more information to the public, with the hopes of generating some new leads. So I think that's all they're doing right now. They consistently state that this is not a cold case. It's not a cold case. I don't know, definitely seems pretty chilly to me. Now, similar frustrations can be felt by Liberty's mother, Liberty's biological mother, Carrie Timmons, in February 2020, she actually made a few comments regarding her opinion of the investigation. She was not happy. On one of the news coverage a year back in 2019, she did seem thankful and supportive. That happened 1 year before this news coverage. I think it's from Inside Edition. And the main reason for her frustration is that law enforcement called off the search during the first night of the girl's disappearance. Remember when we were back in the timeline at 12 a.m., at night, they called it off. They called off the search. One of the main reasons for calling off the search was the safety of volunteers. Even though the volunteers stayed all night and still searched, the police only returned with the official search the following morning, I believe at 9 a.m. in the morning. And also, Carrie Timmons stated that if the girls would have been located earlier, the course of the investigation could have potentially been completely different than it is right now. And to that, I will say that it seems like, the search dogs, because I think she mentioned something about the search dogs not being there. Well, Sheriff Thobe Lozenby actually stated that at the time of the girls' bodies being discovered, the search dogs were on their way. So apparently, I'm assuming that the search dogs could not have gotten to the location on the first day. I don't know the logistics of that, so I don't want to speculate too much there. And I will say that, the bodies were actually located during daytime. Now let's imagine that what if law enforcement did stay all night? Do we know for certain that they would have been located during nighttime? Because apparently they were found by someone visually identifying the bodies, that weird situation with the two deer standing. Don't know what that was like. So it seemed like the bodies were pretty hard to find, actually. I don't know. I'm not really certain if the bodies would have been located during nighttime if police stayed there. Maybe they would, I definitely want to give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they would have been located earlier, and who knows? Maybe the course of the investigation would have been completely different at this point. We will never know that. Talking about the newest developments in this case, because I do have the last section of this episode, part 2 of the Delphi Murders investigation, newest developments section. There is actually a Reddit post inquiring about new information that, recently was posted on Reddit, on the Delphi Murders, Reddit. So I would say, that the general feel online, not just on the Reddit, but just in general online regarding this case is that, law enforcement has not been able to handle the situation, or even some people go as far as saying that they botched the investigation completely by releasing information in a very confusing manner. Now, I would be a supporter of this theory a little bit, that I do think that the information could have been released in a more clearer manner. I mean, they did have to use post-press conference news bulletins that nobody gives a damn about and nobody actually read them, where they clarified the information that they stated on the news conference. The news conferences itself seemed clunky. The New Direction press conference had that cluttered desktop, everything was going wrong, the mic was at one point really disturbing to the ears. I don't know what that was all about. And one really disturbing trend that I've noticed, especially on the YouTube comments, there are really high voted YouTube comments, a comment on YouTube with a lot of likes on it, that actually raise suspicions that someone from the law enforcement is responsible, and the whole thing is a big cover-up by the law enforcement, pretty much. Now, I don't want to make any comments regarding this, since this is just the beginning of my investigation, and this does seem like a reach to me. as of the recording of part 2, it would definitely seem like a big reach at this point of my investigation that someone from the law enforcement could have, did this. So I think we need to tread really carefully here. And I don't want to accuse anyone who's not actually responsible for the murders. So to conclude the second part of my Delphi Murders investigation, to me personally it does seem that at the time of this recording, early 2021, the case seems to have gotten cold, despite what law enforcement wants you to believe. And I do wonder whether or not law enforcement is actually contemplating releasing more information to us, maybe conducting a new big-time press conference. Because we know details such as the entirety of the video clip, or, the manner of the bodies being found, the cause of death. These things are definitely in the position of, these details are definitely in the possession of law enforcement that could be released to the public. So we definitely can expect that in the future, in my opinion, because, as the years go by, this case just seems to get colder and colder every year, especially this year. They actually even passed up on doing a presser, an annual presser. And, there were no visible developments in the year of 2020, so we'll see what happens in the year 2021. But that's just about it for part 2 of the Delphi Murders investigation on the J.S. Podcast. I hope everyone enjoyed themselves. We'll be returning most likely next week with part 3. Already have things mapped out to talk about on part 3 of the investigation. I'm glad that I'm finally done with the timeline. It did take a lot of energy to conduct this timeline. I did it to the best of my abilities. I hope everyone appreciated it and enjoyed it. If you don't mind, guys, subscribe to this channel if you want to see more investigations such as this. As I've said, for the foreseeable future, I'm sticking to the Delphi Murders. Well, to everyone who is still here listening to the J.S. Podcast compilation of the 4 episodes regarding the Delphi Murders case, right? I applaud you for your patience, and now we're gonna get into part 3 of this investigation. I think one of the biggest things that I've focused on part 3 of the Delphi Murders investigation was the actual area itself, since I wanted to find out more about it, I also have been talking about the condition of the bodies and the scene itself, and the certain details. I think some of you guys may already know where I'm leaning towards this. I definitely addressed those things. And then lastly, I think I've talked about the most important thing in this case, that being the actual visual assets and the audio assets. The second video clip that we could see Bridge Guy walking towards Liberty and Abigail, as well as that audio clip where, the guys heard saying, "Guys, down the hill." And we're back again, guys. This is another episode of the J.S. Podcast. I am your host, Juras, and pretty much welcome to episode 6 of the J.S. Podcast. And today I'm continuing further into the Delphi Murders investigation. This is part 3 of my in-depth look in the case where Abigail Williams and Liberty German were murdered on February 13th in 2017 in the small city in Indiana called Delphi. Now, I'm really excited for this week's episode because I did uncover some interesting information that I don't think is publicly discussed, I would say, in the public forums regarding this case in Reddit. On podcasts, etc., etc. I'm not really certain how valuable that information will be, but it's definitely something interesting to think about. So pretty much let's get right into it, guys. Now, last time we actually managed to finish the official timeline of the case. We've talked a little bit about the new direction in this case, the sketches, and I guess the general sentiment that I felt towards the law enforcement. I'm actually quite glad that we, got the timeline out of the way finally. I was actually quite surprised that it took around 3 hours of podcasting, well, a little bit less than 3 hours of podcasting, to set the stage for the Delphi murders. Now, before we get into this week's sections of the Delphi murders investigations, I would like to mention that over the last few weeks, when I was digging into this case, I realized that there is a lot more to this situation than I had initially thought. I've ran into certain personalities online that are taking a really deep look into this case. I've, analyzed some of their theories, and I think I will mention some of them a little bit later on in this episode. Now, this means that I may potentially alter, the course of this investigation at some point. Probably not this week, since part 3 in my Delphi Murders investigation is pretty straightforward, to be honest with you guys. So that's just a heads up for you guys. Things may get really weird in the future episodes, but I will still try to keep it pretty straightforward this week. I would also like to mention that I've seen reports that certain investigators of this case, of the Delphi Murders case, have actually been getting death threats. So I'm definitely curious to see what line of inquiry was used on their part to garner those death threats. And, if I start getting some, I actually think that would be pretty cool. With that being said, I want to quickly go through the sections of part 3 in the Delphi Murders investigation. So today I want to talk about the area and the physical evidence found during the police investigation. I also want to discuss the condition of the bodies and certain unverified details regarding the bodies. Also, I want to talk about the scene itself, as well as the theory that the girls may have been killed in a different location and then placed in the spot where they were located. Also, I want to talk about how could, this potential theory even work from a logistical standpoint. And then lastly, I would like to finish off the episode by talking about the video and audio released by law enforcement in 2019 and what I believe we can, gather from those visual assets. And, the introductory part of this episode is done. And right now I'm jumping to my first section that I want to talk about, which is the general area where the girls were murdered. First of all, I think it's very important for us to talk a little bit about the city of Delphi itself. I think it's important because, there are some interesting key details here. I have a fact about Delphi that around 17% of the local population is living in poverty. Now, obviously, if someone is living in poverty, that doesn't necessarily mean that the person who killed the girls also was living in poverty. In my opinion, there are more incentives for someone to commit crimes if that person is in a difficult financial situation. Now, the Delphi murders definitely don't seem to me like a crime for gain, at least to my knowledge, because, apparently nothing was stolen of the girls, unless obviously Bridge Guy was paid off by someone. And currently I can't speculate on that because I haven't ran into a situation where Bridge Guy was potentially, fulfilling a hit on the girls. I also found this very interesting, chart from citydata.com, Crime Index, about, the crime rate in Delphi compared to the US national average. And if we just take a quick look at this chart, right, as you can see, the crime rate compared to the US average in Delphi was actually quite low back in 2002, in 2003, 4, 5. Something happened in 2006 and 7 and 9 and 10, and to be honest, ever since 2006, well, this chart only goes up until 2015, the crime rate for some reason has increased. Now, one thing to mention here is, Delphi has a very low population. I believe it's around 3,000 people, so only a few additional, I assume, crimes really boosts, the ratio for the city. But for that to keep happening from what we can see for like multiple years, yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at the chart. 2008 is missing, so I wonder what that was like. Yeah. Also, when you type in Delphi in Google search, pretty much only articles regarding the murders are shown. I almost feel like Delphi has become synonymous with this event, the Delphi murders. Population density in Delphi is quite low, around 1,100 residents per square mile. We're gonna be jumping into the sex offender list of the general Delphi area, and this is where I uncovered something pretty interesting and pretty disturbing in my personal opinion. Okay, so to start off, according to the Indiana Sex and Violent Offender Registry, there are 13 registered sex offenders in Delphi at this point in time. However, on the citydata.com, it says that there are 14 sex offenders registered. So I think we could just get a gauge that in the city of Delphi, around 13 to 14 sex offenders are actually registered. I would assume that, when something like the Delphi murders happens, law enforcement most likely goes straight to the local sex offenders list, and they most likely investigate each one of these people, I would assume. Before I go into my findings regarding the local sex offenders in the area, I just want to mention that it always astonishes me how many sex offenders there are actually, just in the small city of Delphi, there are 13 to 14 sex offenders. I mean, the city is really small, and you have, some questionable people living there. This is pretty wild when you think about it, because someone in your neighborhood is most likely a sex offender. I guess that's just part of humanity. We do messed up things to fulfill our urges, with little regards to the victims. I find it a little bit funny that, when you open up, because this is public information at this point, Carroll County's, I guess, sex offenders, this is public information, and you could, if you Google it, I'm pretty sure you could find out where this is. I don't want to necessarily leave a link. I'm not sure if that's a nice link, to leave on the YouTube. Maybe that's a bad for the algorithm or whatever. I will say it's pretty interesting that when you go to the Carroll County Sheriff's, website regarding the sex offenders, you have a smiling Tobe Lazenby right there, just chilling in the banner of this website. And I assume, there's a lot of people who have some sort of a dislike or a distaste towards Tobe. Looking down at the sex offenders, that's probably a pretty ironic sight. I think that banner is definitely ironic, and some people may feel the same way I do a little bit. Now, obviously, when we are looking at the local sex offenders in the area, I think the most important thing is obviously their alibis, and whether or not they even lived in Delphi or had any sort of connection to Delphi, especially around February 2017, because this is the current list, right? And, I won't be looking into the alibis of any interesting sex offenders. However, there is a good way for us to gauge whether or not each one of these people in this list, in the database of Carroll County, had been living somewhere else than Delphi, since the other known addresses are also available for us to look into. So this is how we could gauge, out of these people, out of the list of people, whether or not a certain individual was even living in Delphi or had some sort of a connection to Delphi back in 2017. By verifying that the sex offender hadn't lived at any other addresses, we could probably speculate that the same sex offender was probably living in the general area at the time of the Delphi murders as well. Also, I will add that we have the information of where the crime was committed, so that can help us as well. We have the information where each one of these offenders committed their crimes, whether it was in Delphi, some other country, some state, maybe even another country, for all we know. And, when you go to the registry, right, and you type in Delphi, you actually get a list of 48 offenders. And, if we go a little bit back in this podcast, remember when I said that there are 13 or 14 offenders currently registered, right? Well, actually, these 48 offenders, they all have some sort of a connection to Delphi, if that makes sense. Now, they live in other nearby cities like Camden, Burlington. There's a city called Battleground. There's some people from Flora, from Kokomo, from Lafayette, but they all have a connection to Delphi. And now this connection is just wild. I will get into this connection pretty soon. Before that, I want to talk a little bit about another thing. Out of these 13 sex offenders, right, registered in Delphi, that actually live in Delphi, that don't necessarily have, employment connection to Delphi, but actually live in Delphi, right? Out of the 13 people that are listed in this official registry, right, I actually found only 3 of them interesting in regards to this case. The others were either too old or too tall, since we are looking for someone below 6 foot. I'm pretty certain, it's been stated multiple times that this person was below 6 foot. So, and they're not super old, I would assume, not like in their 70s. So, some other criteria I applied to these people, and only 3 of them I found interesting. I don't want to dox them or get into them, because I don't think actually any of them had anything to do. They just fit the physical sort of description, and I wouldn't completely count them out at this point. And, another interesting fact, that out of these 13 sex offenders, one of them is actually a woman, a lady. Well, probably not much of a lady, but yeah, her level is sexually violent predator. And she actually lives in Delphi, just a interesting piece of information. And I believe she's like the only woman out of 48 people. Yeah, that's right. She's the only woman. So, just goes to show that even women could do some questionable things. And now I want to get into the juicy information that I've managed to find, that I think probably is not discussed all that much, and it's definitely something to think about, especially for everyone who's looking into this case. Well, the thing that I'm referring to is that, how I mentioned that there are 48 sex offenders connected to Delphi, but only 13 of those people actually live in Delphi. If we do the math here, I believe that leaves us with 35, right? 35 other sex offenders that are linked to Delphi. But how could they be linked if they don't live here? Well, I'm not saying every single one of them 35 people, but literally, I would say at least 30 of them actually work in Delphi. And they work in the same company called the Indiana Packers Corporation. This is crazy information right here. You have a whole bunch of sex offenders working at this meat plant, I believe. And I'm going through the list, and I'm not kidding you. 9 out of 10 people work in the Indiana Packers Corporation. And this is some really interesting information when I opened up the website for Indiana Packers Corporation, I would say. And there's a quote from Oscar, who works in shipping. I wanted a job I could feel good about doing and that makes a difference. I get that in the meat industry. I do my best with each product as if it's going on my family's table because we're buying it too. That's an interesting quote. Indiana, from Maria, who is in loin boning. Indiana Packers is different people. I agree with you, Maria. Definitely different. From different cultures, working all towards one single goal: feeding the world with high quality pork. We have Frank from the production floor supervisor. I always get good vibes. Yo, this guy, this is his quote. I always get good vibes when I walk down IPC's hallways, Indiana Packers Corporation hallways. I bet 98 of the people know me by name. I feel like I'm wanted here, that I'm respected. It feels like a great place to be, surrounded by sex offenders. And on the website, the corporation states that what is required to be a successful, employee with the Indiana Packers Corporation, a few common but critical capabilities. I won't get into them, but like purpose, passion, and pride. That's quite a slogan for sure. And when you look at the geographical position of this meat plant, right? It's actually right next to the highway that you could take for around a couple of miles, right? 2 miles, and you would actually arrive at the abandoned CPS building. Now, I'm not saying that, anyone from the Indiana Meat Packers Corporation actually drove there during their shift, because at around, let's say, when the girls were dropped off, I think that's definitely, still like working hours. So I'm not saying that anyone just had an urge, working on some meat to go, work on real life meat, if you know what I mean. I'm not saying that was the case, but it's just an interesting thing to think about, that, 2 miles away from where the girls were murdered, there's this, meat factory with like a bunch of sex offenders, which is, it's out there. And also one thing I would like to mention here is the quote from law enforcement on the New Direction press conference after releasing the new sketch. The quote was, "We also believe that this person is from Delphi currently or has previously lived here, visits Delphi at, a regular basis, or works here, works here." Let's focus on that word, works. Did the police sort of have some sort of, an effort to look into the meat factory? Who knows, right? They also stated that, we believe this person is currently between the age range of 18 and 40, but might appear younger than his true age. I think I will talk about this a little bit later on in the show. And since I've already been talking a little bit about the abandoned CPS building, remember that same place where on part 1 of the Delphi Murders investigation, I sort of hinted that police actually suspect that, potentially Bridge Guy actually parked his car there, and that car was left there between 12 p.m. and 5 p.m. So for 5 hours. Well, actually, I will say over this past week, I have looked into some very interesting details regarding that particular vehicle left at the CPS building, and it seems to me like the local residents have actually identified this vehicle. Now, I'm not sure about the credibility of this verification of that particular vehicle left at the CPS building, and I have not yet looked into it in depth. I'll leave this detail for, the person of interest episode that I will do later on in this series. Just a little hint, it's part of Matt Sullivan's proposed theory. I want to leave that for later episodes as it's very speculative. And for now, I actually want to avoid talking about that on part 3. And so this would conclude the general look into the sex offender list, right? As of right now, I don't want to disclose any more information regarding the sex offenders in the general area, since I'm not looking into persons of interest just yet. And in general, it could very well be that the bridge guy is actually not a sex offender, and bridge guy may have never even been a local of Delphi in the first place. So it's all just very speculative at this point. And since we're still looking into the general area, right? We're still in the general area section of this podcast. I want to show you this video where this one guy actually proposes a different path that the girls may have been ordered down the hill. There's another way down the hill according to this man, and I found it very interesting. I want to share this video with you.
I don't know if this has been speculated. I don't know why not. If you go about 30 feet behind that red rail off the property, well, here's a much more gentle slope down the hill. That could easily have been the route.
At the same time, I want to show another video from this man's YouTube page. It's the same man, and in 2019 he made a video, and in his sort of description of the video, he stated that the trail is pretty much vacant and he did not encounter anyone on his walk. That's just something to think about. So here's the video.
Okay, I made it to the end of the bridge. I have to say, contrary to conventional wisdom, faster is better than slower. At least for someone like myself with size 14 clumsy feet. I was just visually inspecting the ones in front of me, taking two at a time, not looking down as much as I thought I would, and just getting it over with. Also, I have to dispute the notion that there were arguments under the bridge. Nobody's having conventions around here. These trails are vacant, no matter where I've been in Delphi or elsewhere in this region. So, tragically, they were on their own, and one perpetrator followed them. Now here we are, nearing the infamous down the hill area, and it looks to be about 50 feet to the rail behind.
I think it's pretty important to talk about the actual bridge itself a little bit. It has these 6 platforms, right? And because of these platforms, we could get a better understanding of where the girls were at during when the Snapchat pictures were taken. Both of these Snapchats, right? Snapchat pictures were actually taken on the bridge itself, and not as some people may believe that they were taken at the beginning and the end of the bridge, because that was my assumption, that they were taken, the first Snapchat of the bridge itself was taken before they entered the bridge, and the second Snapchat, of Liberty crossing the bridge, of Abigail crossing the bridge, I sort of assumed that Liberty had already crossed the bridge, and she was taking a picture of Abigail, but I assume, from what I've gathered, that they're still on the bridge while these pictures are taken. That's something to think about as well. To walk across the bridge, it would actually take around 10 minutes, which makes sense. It does seem like quite a walk, especially if you're not rushing, because it's probably not a good idea to rush on that bridge. It looks very dangerous. At the end of the bridge, the trail ends, and there are these red borders that separate the trail from the private property. And However, you could continue walking past those red borders into the private lands. In my opinion, right, the girls were potentially held at gunpoint before they ever had a chance to run there. Now, I don't want to speculate whether Liberty was filming the video on the end of the bridge, or if she was filming while she was still on the bridge, maybe standing on the 6th platform, the last platform of the Monon High Bridge. However, from the video that has been released to us, I definitely think they were far enough to just run away past the red borders into private property. Since the very beginning, I had a sense, and this is just me speculating right now, that the girls didn't want to run at this point. When Liberty was filming Bridge Guy approaching them, they didn't want to run because it's a socially awkward thing to do. And as someone who's a little bit socially awkward, that's, what I'm getting. Maybe that was not the case, but that's just sort of the feeling that I've had, that, they started to film this guy because, if Liberty started to record a potential crime about to happen, and from what I've gathered, she did so in a manner where she hid her phone a little bit so that, Bridge Guy wouldn't notice that Liberty is filming her. I do wonder why they didn't just run instead of starting the recording. What's the point of recording Bridge Guy? Why not just run past the red borders? In my opinion, there's definitely a way to just run into the privately owned lands. From what I've looked into, the general area, the videos that I've seen, you could just run past those red borders into the private land. I don't really understand what else could have made the girls not run, because I do believe that it was somewhat of a socially awkward thing to do, to run. At least that's what I'm getting at, Another thing I want to talk about is that hill, that the girls most likely were ordered down, down the hill by Bridge Guy. And, that's the hill that I'm assuming, it's the hill that is right to the left, once you get past the Mountain High Bridge, immediately to the left, you have this little hill that would lead you, towards the private driveway. And after you pass the private driveway, you would then approach the Deer Creek, right? So I just want to mention that bridge looks really, really steep. Like, it's pretty steep. And I would actually assume that handling two young girls down the hill, two young, some athletic girls, they were both athletes, would be a pretty difficult task. However, maybe not at gunpoint. So I do believe that, the Bridge Guy had a gun that he, pistol whipped, and that's how he managed to control the girls at that point. But I will say that it seems to me that right after you get down that initial steep hill and walk past that private driveway, the walk towards the Deer Creek is actually pretty straightforward. And the creek itself definitely doesn't seem super difficult to cross. And I will say that the general area looks very secluded around the creek. It seems like, from the videos that I've seen, not much is actually going on in that particular area. Once, you get past that driveway, around 50 feet into the shoreline of the creek, the girls' bodies were actually located the following day, when they went missing on the 14th of February 2017. Let's remember that it's still unknown whether or not the girls were led past the creek. We're assuming that they walked past the creek, but we don't know that. I personally believe that that was the case, but we don't know that, that they were walked past the creek into the property of Ron Logan. It's, that line of thinking is just widely accepted. That's the widely accepted route that bridge guy and the girls took, you know? Now, another thing I want to mention that, you know, from watching multiple videos on the general location, if they really did pass the creek, which I believe they did, you know, to get to Ron Logan's property, which I believe, you know, that's what's happened, it does seem to me like a very pre-planned destination was chosen by Bridge Guy. Now, I find it very hard to believe that Bridge Guy wouldn't have known the general location beforehand. And, you know, he was just leading the girls, not knowing where he would end up. I definitely think Bridge Guy knew where he was going. And this belief is even strengthened by the fact that Bridge Guy was pretty adamant to take them down the hill, as if he had planned it beforehand, or because he was just, you know, familiar with the general area and knew where they would end up eventually, you know, when he said, guys, down the hill. I believe, you know, I believe it sounded to me personally like a man saying, you know, giving an order that he is sure of. Like, he had that idea in his head to lead the girls down the hill even before, you know, he encountered them pretty much at that point, you know. I also want to talk a little bit about the barns, you know, the barns and maybe some other interesting locations around the trail, as it has been speculated that the girls may have been taken to one of these barns and killed there, and, you know, after the fact, the bodies were moved to the location where they were found the following day. While I don't have enough information and I am not leaning toward this line of thinking as of right now, I do see at least two reasons why this particular theory that the girls were killed somewhere else gains strength. The first being that it's probably a safer way for whomever killed the girls to get themselves inside a barn or some other structure, since the girls' potential screams would not be heard as much, you know? It would make it harder for one of them to escape if they were, you know, in some confined area, and also it would decrease the chances of a random person running into them. And lastly, if we think that the bodies were almost decapitated, you know, I will address this shortly, and maybe even tortured to some extent, right? These things would also be a lot easier to achieve in a confined space, you know, a structure, a barn for say, you know? Another reason why this theory gains strength to my understanding, and I will get into this a little bit in the next section or the following section, is that apparently there are, you know, to my understanding, unverified claims that the crime scene was somewhat clean and seemed untouched, you know, relatively, as if the girls were placed there after they were already killed. I'm not really sure about these details, so I don't want to speculate right now too much. And I definitely want to mention a con for this theory, in my opinion, so I don't really see the logic behind killing the girls and then dumping their bodies into the wooded area, all doing this, you know, while potentially seeing Derek's and other family members' incoming phone calls, you know, text messages, etc. on Liberty's phone, which would indicate that a massive search for them has already began. I don't know if, you know, if that's what happened. I just don't have the information right now. I just can't get behind it currently. I can't get behind this theory, in my personal opinion. With that being said, I believe that there are some interesting structures for us to look at nevertheless, right? So if you're just gonna jump to the map, right, so from the map right now, I'm looking at the map, And, I want to initially mention a few other areas of interest that, search warrants have been served in those areas. We have that one really interesting location at Bicycle Road where a search warrant was filed, but no arrests were made on the 16th of February 2017. So around 3 days after the girls were killed, there was a search warrant served in that particular property in Bicycle Bridge. Another interesting location is Peru, a city of Peru, on the 25th of February. So, I'm assuming just around a week or two after the girls were killed, there was a search warrant served in that city at a Peru home. After receiving information regarding the killings of the two Delphi teens. According to FBI spokesperson Wendy Osborne, a state search warrant was executed Saturday afternoon on a home on Canal Street in the city of Peru, but apparently no arrests were made. And lastly, we have actually a home in Lebanon, which is a home a little bit down south from Delphi. The date and address is unknown, so we don't really know when this search warrant was served. I'm assuming it happened pretty shortly after the the girls' bodies were found. We don't have much information other than nothing came out of that particular search warrant. So that's these are the areas that I wanted to mention outside of Delphi, but there is this one very interesting area, right, that I think it's worth mentioning. It's called Mears Barn. Mears Barn. So this Mears Barn is on the other side of the road from Ron Logan's home, and it's actually fairly close by to the general location where the girls' bodies were found, and it is speculated online that the girls may have been taken to this Mears barn, killed there, and then later on, their bodies were placed in the location next to the Deer Creek, back into the woodlands, for, I guess, the law enforcement to find for some reason. Now, I will say I don't really have a lot of information regarding this, why people believe that, some people believe that the girls were killed in Mears Barn. Another hint, it has to do with Matt Sullivan's general theory, and actually on his YouTube channel he stopped right at around episode number 3, where he was where he sort of talks a little bit about how that the girls were killed in Mears Barn, but he sort of gave us some information that on episode 4, which is not released as of this recording, he will explain his reasoning for believing that the girls were killed in Mears Barn and then placed back into the general area where they were found. I don't want to speculate too much. I know that Matt Sullivan has a pretty dedicated Facebook group. I know there's like Facebook group beefs going on right now. I don't want to get into the action with these people, so I will just leave it there. I guess if anyone is interested in finding out more about this Mears Barn theory, just look at Matt Sullivan's YouTube channel, and I think on episode 4 he will give us his explanation why the girls were killed there and then later on placed in the general location where they were found the following day. Right, so with the general area out of the picture, I'm glad that I've got to talk a little bit about the general area. Those were the facts that I found very interesting during my research. I want to move into the next section, which is the physical evidence found in this case. A quick note to mention that a big complication of this investigation is the fact that these trails, right, are actually used as if they were public spaces. So that means that the evidence collected could easily be unrelated to this case. You know, the evidence that were collected that I will mention right now, they could be completely unrelated to the case. So just keep that in mind while I go through, the physical evidence. It would be wrong to assume that all of the items collected, end up being related to this case. That's impossible, in my opinion. I mean, the area is so wide. How could they leave items of interest all over the place? I'm assuming only a certain set of items were actually connected to the case itself. So guys, just please keep that in mind when discussing the physical evidence and listening to what I have to say regarding the physical evidence. So since law enforcement is very hesitant to disclose information regarding this case, I'm sure if you listen to the first two parts of my Delphi Murders investigation series, you already know what I'm talking about. Pretty much the only information regarding the physical evidence found comes from leaked police scanners that were intercepted by locals before law enforcement switched to a private radio channel, because initially when law enforcement was talking to themselves, regarding their search, they were talking on a public radio channel that anyone could intercept pretty much. But then after some time, they switched to a private radio channel that no one could hear about. Also, we have a photographer who was taking pictures of the search, of the scene, of the local location and things like that. He also made some interesting comments that I will address shortly. So I have the clips and I would like to play them for you guys. The clips of, the intercepted conversations between law enforcement workers on this case. In the first clip, we can hear a piece of clothing being described. I want to play this clip for you guys, so just listen in.
Fire 15, squad 2. Send it. Found an item of interest under the railroad bridge. Copy that. Go ahead and describe it to me. Girls' undergarments. Good copy. Thank you. Stand by.
Another clip that I have for you guys is of a conversation where a cigarette butt, cigarette butts, is being described by law enforcement. Also stated that the condition of this particular, cigarette butt was probably less than 2 to 3 days old.
2 fire 15. Go ahead. We're on their way with evidence back, so just stand by there. They're on their way. They're coming through the water, by the way. There's at least 2 pieces of evidence so far. So you found more? What's the second thing you found? Because I'm only sending one evidence back. I have a cigarette butt in the water that is less than 2 or 3 days old. Okay, good copy.
So from these two clips, what we can gather is fairly unknown, to be honest. It's unknown to the public. I will say that I have someone who has transcribed these, conversations. And one of these conversations, the initial clip, the first clip that I played for you guys, apparently it mentions something about underwear being inside of an evidence bag, to my understanding. Yeah, and then another one, the second one is about, cigarette butt in the water that is less than 2 or 3 days old, pretty much. And that's all we know about these two details, that some clothing was found and the cigarette butt was found in the water. I think both of these two two items were actually found in Deer Creek, if I'm not mistaken. Guys, remember when I was just recently mentioned that photographer who was taking pictures of the scene? Well, basically a newspaper photographer, J. Kyle Keener, added a description to his Facebook photo album in which he describes what he could see in the creek on February 14th, 2017. Basically, I want to read this description that he left because he got the pictures that he took from the scene and he made like a photo album on Facebook and added a description to that photo album. And I want to read that description to you guys. I think it's very important. Right, so this is what Kyle Keener said. It has been a tragic day in Carroll County, Indiana, the scene of a double murder. One thing they never teach you in journalism school is how creepy it feels to have to cover a homicide. For several hours, I photographed the search for the two missing 13-year-old girls. This type of endeavor is stressful for the searchers, the first responders, and also the media at the scene. Detectives found the bodies of two missing teens near a rural hiking trail below the abandoned Monon High Railroad Bridge. The bridge itself is incredibly beautiful, making it difficult to witness a horrific murder scene so nearby. From 75 yards away, I could see girls' clothing in Deer Creek, east of the bridge, and knew full well that the girls were found very nearby. To walk in a place that a murderer has walked only a handful of hours earlier is extremely upsetting, but as a journalist, it is part of the business that simply needs done to tell the news of our area. So photos by Kyle Keener, Pharaoh's Tribune, copyright 2007. The one thing we need to focus from this description is where he says, from 75 yards away, I could see girls' clothing in Deer Creek, because this, believe it or not, is probably the most credible public information that we have, that one of the girls' clothing was in Deer Creek, and that piece of clothing was from Liberty. At least that's what the general consensus is, because the general consensus, or at least if you believe David Erskine, that I will get into shortly, Liberty had her clothes removed, or at least some of her clothing removed, and I believe the clothing that was witnessed in Deer Creek from Kyle Keener, the photographer, was of Liberty German. And this naturally raises questions to me. First of all, why were the girls' clothing in the water? How does that make any sense? And if, the pieces of clothing, or the piece of clothing, I'm not sure whether multiple pieces were found in the water. If they were found in the water, did no one notice them during the initial search on February 13th? The first day of the search? I know it was getting dark, but still, I would think that, a piece of clothing floating in Deer Creek would have been noticed. I think the clothing part is a huge gray area, and it does not make that much sense to me that they were found in the creek. I don't really understand this detail fully. Also, let's remember that Kelsey German, right, Liberty's sister, described being under the bridge and being called out to by a group searching. This is the quote. And somebody yelled up that they had found a shoe. And when they had found the shoe, they had asked what kind of a shoe, the girls were wearing. And they yelled out the type of shoe that Libby was wearing. So I yelled down and told them that. This is Kelsey German's quote. It's a little bit hard to understand this quote, to be honest with you guys. But I did find some information that the shoe, right, was actually a quarter of a mile from where Kelsey searched, there was the shoe found, and the shoe was actually Liberty's black Nike shoe. So that's the information that I found, that particular shoe that was found was of the Nike shoe that Liberty was wearing. And after they saw that shoe, within moments, the girls were later found, right? But to me personally, I don't really understand this whole shoe situation, just as I don't really understand the piece of clothing floating in Deer Creek situation. Now, why I say that is because apparently within moments after the shoe being located that belonged to Liberty German, the girls' bodies were found. Okay, that would make sense, right? If the shoe was next to the girls' bodies, but apparently from my research, the Nike shoe was not next to the girls. The shoe was actually on the other side of Deer Creek. And apparently, from what I've gathered, the shoe must have fallen off of Liberty's feet right before Bridge Guy, potentially, we don't know this fact, but potentially they all crossed Deer Creek. So right before they crossed Deer Creek, Liberty's black Nike shoe must have fallen off her foot, but Bridge Guy didn't let her pick that shoe up and just ordered them to cross the Deer Creek. Now, I don't really understand, how do you locate that black Nike shoe on the other side of the Deer Creek from where the girls were found, and then moments after find the girls' bodies, which doesn't really make sense to me. I would sort of understand if the shoe was right next to the girls. Yeah, then you find the bodies, right? And then the whole situation with the two deer in the situation, I don't really know. And this is really getting messy. I don't know what relevance these details have to us figuring out who Bridge Guy was, but I will say one thing I found interesting. One of the commenters on my other video, I think part 2, actually said that he found it very suspicious that there were all of these searchers walking, searching, trying to locate the girls' bodies, a lot of commotion in the general area during the search was happening. How would Deer be still present? Wouldn't Deer be scared? Wouldn't Deer just sort of run away? So that was an interesting comment from someone in the comments. I can't really remember that person, but kudos for that very good insight for sure. I want to talk a little bit about the footprints that were found leading up to the bodies when the bodies were actually found for the first time by volunteers. So footprints can be casted and molded actually by forensic teams, and they can sometimes indicate the approximate height and weight of a person. Now, the quality and relevance of these footprints is actually unknown, so I did think on part 2 that the footprints was a crazy underlooked detail, but apparently we can only speculate because man, this just really makes me think that law enforcement should give us something else, It really is hard to try to figure out who Bridge Guy is when law enforcement has all the information, Another piece of information is that the girls were actually laying on the ground at the crime scene and could have been spotted from as far as 300 yards away. So that's another thing for us to think about. I'm not sure how many of you guys are familiar with HLN's Down the Hill podcast. It's pretty much this really professionally made podcast that features a lot of detectives, investigators, law enforcement people, and they all talk about this case. And there has been some really interesting information released on that HLN's Down the Hill podcast. So one of the interesting quotes, or maybe a detail that I would like to mention from that podcast, is that law enforcement stated that one of the girls likely witnessed the murder of the other girl, which is, just a dark thought to have right there. Also, from that podcast, former Carroll County prosecutor Robert Ives, this is his quote. He quoted, "There's a lot more physical evidence at the crime scene. It's probably not what you imagine." So, that's, since we're still talking about the physical evidence, I just thought I would mention that quote because I find it really interesting, that he said it's probably not what you might imagine. Now, to me, that particular statement probably means that they have a whole bunch of physical evidence that is probably unrelated to the case, if you know what I mean, that they can't really use, but they're maybe trying to figure out if they can use it. I'm not really sure what kind of an evidence that would be. I think what he also wanted to say by, saying this exact quote is that people would probably assume blood, a knife, like a piece of hair or some sort of a DNA. They probably don't have that physical evidence. They probably have slight things, maybe as I've said, footprints. Maybe, I don't know, those cigarette butts, I don't know. Maybe they're still trying to figure out who they actually belong to. Small things like that. They don't have, from what I've gathered, they don't have the stereotypical physical evidence, a knife, like a bullet, or or something like that. They probably don't have any of this. He also, a prosecutor, Robert Eves, refers to the crime scene generally as weird and unique, which is interesting. That makes that, from what we can gauge from that, is that the crime scene was actually unusual. Another important thing to mention about the crime scene is that apparently it was contaminated by searchers. I believe that the cigarette butts, right, footprints, and some spit found may have potentially came from the searchers and not Bridge Guy, and this is what hampered the investigation. I wonder if the searchers were given instructions on how to conduct the search in the first place without contaminating the area. I'm really curious if they were actually given that instruction. I'm sort of leaning towards that. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. I'm not really sure. Right, so at this point, I actually want to move to the condition of the bodies at the scene section, right? So I have a little quote here that, from Becky Patty. Her quote is regarding the person who found the bodies, because I think it's important for us to start off with this quote. He saw something, he could not figure out what it was. There were two deer standing up there, and he looked up to see what it was. That is when he saw them. That's what the quote is. The quotes are really all over the place here. It's really hard to gauge sometimes from these quotes. Also, she said that they were lying in the grass between a group of trees deep in the woods, right? From looking at the images of, the crime scene, yeah, it really is just, a pretty wooded area. There's not much foliage, given the season. It was winter. Nothing else that I could pick up from the images of the crime scene. I can't really see anything interesting from the pictures taken. So that's one thing to mention regarding the pictures. The exact body disposal location has never been released by law enforcement. That's a fact. Law enforcement has said that the disposal site was around half a mile away from the end of the bridge and across the Deer Creek, so apparently a half a mile away from when Liberty was actually filming Bridge Guy approaching them. The autopsies are completely sealed, as this is an active investigation, so we don't have autopsy information, obviously. There are theories online that the girls have been posed at the crime scene. I can't seem to figure out the credibility of these claims. I will talk about this shortly. Now, another interesting fact, Washington's state attorney general posted stats from the time period of 1982 to 2002. So, for 20 years back in the day. And, the stats from that period are that 1.3%, so only 1.3% of victims are left in an unusual position with only 0.3%, so very small amount, being posed and only 0.1% being staged, right? So this information is actually posted in the Journal of Forensic Sciences, and it's just something for us to think about, that if the girls were posed, it's a really rare occurrence for that to happen. So I don't know what to make of it. Now, I do have information why they were posed. I will get into this really shortly. Now, from what I've gathered, this information that the girls have been posed actually originated from a man named David Erskine, who is apparently Abigail's uncle, if I'm not mistaken, and he has some leaked text messages, right? So, David Erskine, right? He is apparently someone who was, one of the people during the search who had seen, or at least had a glimpse of the bodies of the girls. And before I jump into his leaked text messages, I just want to mention the fact that actually David Erskine's leaked text messages, he actually verified them fairly recently, so I believe it was back in 2020. And I have this screenshot of a person named Sherry messaging David asking, "But just to clarify, you did say you sent those texts in the beginning about what you saw, right?" And then David Erskine reported yes. So apparently this is the big clue that everyone's saying that, this dude just verified those texts. And which texts, you may ask? Let's go through the texts right now. The first leaked screenshot of Derek Erskine's texts are of him responding in this text message, "No, I'm fine. Me and my other sister's boyfriends are the ones who found the girls Tuesday. Not much worse you can show me," indicating that he saw something really bad, like really sinister, right? The second screenshot I want to read is someone asking David, "You told me you found the girls. I just want to confirm the second person with you was Iwan, and the third was a lady." And then David responds, "No, my sister's husband." And then we called two county deputies, Drew Yoder and Darren Ganosola. First of all, I want to stop here and say that there's a lot of speculation that these text messages have been faked, and I always thought it was pretty interesting how David responded in such an interesting manner, stating that the exact names of the county deputies. Would you really not just say we call the two county deputies? Would you say the exact names of the deputies? But I will say, since I think this particular text message, if it was real, right, it was asked in a sense of trying to figure out who the exact people were at the crime scene, and David was probably really trying to emphasize who the exact people were, and that's why he mentioned the names, because apparently people right now online are thinking that these are real after that Sherry person, just messaged him on Facebook and he said yes. Okay, so this next screenshot is a bit tricky. We only see the beginning of the conversation where apparently David is responding to an unknown message by saying "not even close." We don't really see what the other person is asking, but David is saying not even close. Now, this other person then says, okay, so this is a sick rumor and I am sorry to have to show you this. Thanks for letting me know. This probably indicates to me that the messages that we don't see from the screenshot probably was of something gruesome, asking about like some gruesome details to David, and then David says, nope, that was not even close. And then David actually responded, no, that's not her nor Libby. Abby was placed there on the ground like a doll, hooded up, hands folded, wearing the same clothes as the pic from the bridge. You know, the same clothing that Liberty took a picture of Abigail, where Abigail was wearing those clothes, right? So this exact screenshot and that response was the key catalyst for all of the speculation that the girls' bodies were posed. That's the key reason why people believe that the girls' bodies were posed. And this is gonna get really stupid right now. Just wait a little bit, guys. This is not a really stupid one, but this is the next one I want to read to you guys. Is David saying to someone, coroner's report stated everything was over by 3:30, no rape, indicating that sexual assault did not happen. Now the other person asks, I'm assuming, but I was told the report was not released. Becky Patty told me the families have not been told whether they were raped or not. David replies, and she lied to you, indicating that Becky Patty has lied to the person who is inquiring all of this information, to David Erskine. And then this person replies, also Abby survived until the next day. She tried to crawl away, which is crazy to me, but I don't know. It seems like I don't really understand this last part, right? This is the really stupid part, actually, where also Abby survived until the next day. She tried to crawl away, but the previous screenshot that I've showed you said that Abby was posed in a really weird position. So if she was, she could only have been posed if she was killed, but if she survived and then tried to crawl away the next day, how would she be posed? If she was posed, she had to be killed and then posed. You can't kill someone, pose their bodies, but then that person survives and tries to crawl away. If you know what I mean, like this doesn't add up at all at this point. So this is really stupid. Like these leaked screenshots are really stupid right now. And I guess this next screenshot is the big one, right? This is the big one, the really big one, right? So David Erskine says they were not bounded, they were touching but not tied together. Abby was dressed, Libby was nude, Libby's top half was covered with leaves and sticks, almost like they were trying to cover her. The other person says, but you said there was no rape. If there was no rape, there is no DNA. Well, obviously you could get DNA even if there is no rape, so I don't know, this person wasn't really thinking straight when he wrote that, but Derek responded, correct. I don't know why she was nude, but I read the coroner's report. The only DNA would be from Libby's fingernails. She fought like hell. This is an interesting fact. Now, the other person replied, yes, maybe it is the DNA they are referring to. Please let me know if there is anything else, and if I come across anything, I will contact you. And then lastly, we have, I guess, the cherry on top of the cake. Derek saying, whoever did this, right, targeted Libby for sure and knew what they were doing with Abby. It was personal with Libby. Now the other person responded, yes, I heard Libby had most of the injuries, but it could be that she was trying to defend Abby. She was bigger. And now David says this is the cherry on top of the cake. David says, Libby's head was an inch away from being taken completely off. Abby was stabbed in the heart and artery in her neck, right? So I'm assuming this is the main detail that led everyone to think, or at least most people to think, that potentially, bridge guy sort of almost like decapitated Liberty's head. You know what I mean? That's really heavy, and just in general, investigators really wondered who would do these things to the girls, during the multiple press conferences and things like that. For me personally, like, the general feeling was that the homicides were unusually heinous. Like, I've just got this sense from, looking at the facial expressions of law enforcement, people, who saw the actual scene. The way they talked about it just made me feel like it was not a pretty scene. I also want to talk a little bit about the DNA. So law enforcement has recovered DNA from the crime scene. Now, whether law enforcement is sure that the DNA that they have recovered is actually from the offender, from bridge guy or whatever, this is unknown. We do not know if, law enforcement is 100% certain that the DNA that they had collected, belonged to the culprit. Also, the quality of the DNA collected is also unknown. We don't know, we don't really know what physical evidence is being looked at by law enforcement, and what DNA they have. Is it spit? Because I've heard something about some spit being in the scene. I mean, that could be from anyone, right? Those cigarette butts. Do we think that, bridge guy was, still smoking cigarettes after that? I don't really know. I don't really know. Maybe on the girls' bodies, I mean, surely there's some DNA, right? I mean, I'm not an expert, but actually on August 14th, 2017, Indiana State Police First Sergeant Jerry Holman has confirmed that law enforcement does in fact have DNA evidence, and I have his quote. So he said, "At every crime scene, you're going to have DNA. We are still working on identifying all of the DNA that we have here." So that's his quote. That pretty much indicates that they do have DNA. There are some theories that the crime scene was very clean, like pristine condition. I don't want to speculate too much regarding that, since there are many details that don't add up regarding the crime scene, like, the Liberty's clothing being in the creek, and the whole situation with the Nike shoe apparently being on the other side of the creek where the girls were found. I don't really know how that would work. Also, conflicting statements from David Erskine's texts, which I don't really know how to interpret, and actually I would be really curious to see who originated those texts, because I'm sure that David himself probably did not leak those text messages. So I'm really curious to know. Maybe some of my audience members know where those particular text messages have originated from. Like, who is the originator of them being leaked? With that being said, finally, it took us almost 3 full episodes on the pretty much podcast regarding these murders to finally get to the point where I want to discuss, or I should say analyze a little bit, the released visual and audio assets. Initially I actually planned to talk about, the released video and the voice clip, and speculate a little bit on those two things on the first episode, on part 1 of the Delphi Murders investigation. However, I was not able to do that because there just was too much information for me to dissect. But now we can finally get into this. Right, so, let's take a look at the video that has been released by law enforcement. I have it on loop. It's around 1 second of bridge guy walking. So when we're looking it from, a looped standpoint where the video is, a loop, I think we could sort of really get a better gauge of how he actually walks. And the first thing that I want to talk a little bit about is whether or not we really do see a limp, because this limp, online is being said that there's of course there's a limp. He clearly is limping. I think law enforcement mentioned that he's limping. And initially when I was looking into this footage, I was just like staring at it for like 5 minutes, trying to look at his feet. And at first I didn't really understand where this whole limping theory came from, because to me it just seemed like maybe a weird walk, but it's not necessarily a walk that I would say, oh, he's like clearly limping, right? I personally don't see him clearly limping. However, right at the time when this video loops, and it restarts from the beginning of the 1 second clip that has been released by law enforcement, I'm looking at his right leg, right? And it actually does seem to me like he places his right leg, if you guys just took a look at this footage right now, it does seem like he places his right leg softly, if you know what I mean. At least to me personally, like it's almost like he has an injury in his right leg, and he's sort of placing it very softly. And you know how you have to like sort of put pressure on your leg when you're placing it on the ground? It seems like he's trying to decrease the amount of pressure he puts on his right leg, because to me personally his left leg seems like it seems like he's walking normally with his left leg, but it does seem to me that he's trying to put as little pressure as he possibly can on his right leg. So now, after looking at it, I do see the limping theory, that he has a limp. I do see it a little bit here for sure. Also, I think it's very important to mention that this is just my speculation, and he could have just been walking carefully on the bridge, because remember, the bridge is a very dangerous place, so he could just be walking in a very protective manner, trying to avoid maybe getting his foot stuck in between the tiles on the bridge, because in between the two tiles there's nothing pretty much. So maybe that's what he's actually doing. Maybe he's just being careful. But I will say I do see the limp, and I wouldn't past it past the theory that he does not have a limp. I think he may have a limp, that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure, he may have it. Now, another thing worth mentioning here is, if he did have a limp and something was not 100% with one of his legs, which, if he did have a limp, I would probably guess that it was a limp on the right leg, as I've mentioned before. Would he really want to go that steep hill? And just in general, I'm watching right now another video where I can see pretty much the hill, and the hill is really, really steep, and it's not just a clear-cut hill. There's like a whole bunch of like little sticks, things like that, like inconsistencies. I don't know. It seems like this reason, the potential limp, and the fact that the hill is very steep, at least from what I can see right now. I wouldn't put it past the bridge guy to walk with them a little bit further, I would say. After the bridge ends, a little bit further away, maybe where the hill potentially becomes less steep, if you know what I mean, if that makes sense. Because I don't know, a potential dude with a limp, let alone he's also having to control two other young girls, which one of them, let's remember, Liberty weighed just as much as he did, apparently, from what the description we have of Bridge Guy. He weighed just around the same weight as Liberty, and you also have Abigail. I know that he probably had a gun, but still, not to expect one of them to run. I don't know. It's tricky. It's a tricky situation, and this makes me really question what was the exact route that they took. I also have some enhanced pictures, I guess stills of Bridge Guy. The first one that I wanna discuss is this enhanced face. I'm assuming this is pretty much as enhanced as it gets. And right now I have them right next to the two sketches of the guy. I will say, like, one of the big, like, literally, like, big things is his nose. Like, it's a big nose, if that is his nose, I would say. It definitely looks more familiar, or, like, resembles the initial sketch, the older sketch with the taxi cab. And actually, since, on part 2, maybe some of you guys already remember that I did emphasize the fact that the newer released sketch, right, the younger man in the sketch has a more defined nose. I wonder why police focused on that, because, from this enhanced sketch, we do see that the nose is quite big and would probably resemble more the dude's, the first released sketches dude's nose, if you know what I mean. Obviously this could just be some sort of issue with the picture, because the picture is definitely low quality, so I don't want to speculate here too much, but from this particular image that I'm looking at right now, it definitely seems to me that the dude's nose is like massive, you could pretty much say. And I guess in this picture we have the more enhanced body of Bridge Guy, like the whole frame of Bridge Guy. I guess this is just literally one of the stills that was released by police, and they enhanced it. And now, as you can see, there's this yellow square right where his, I'm assuming, left arm is, like left hand is, right? Honestly, I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at here. I just found this online. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be looking at. Maybe this, maybe the whoever made this, maybe they're indicating that this is where Bridge Guy potentially held his weapon, his handgun, for say. I will say, I find his left leg pretty interesting in this particular still image, because it does seem like there's some sort of a flat object under his jeans. I don't know what that could be. Maybe this is just how his jeans moved. They seemed like they were pretty flat, those like pretty like flat American type jeans, like I don't know, like that. Maybe that's what it is. And also, I really don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at in the yellow square. Maybe some of my audience have some ideas what this square is sort of indicating, Now, according to a witness, and I do plan to talk a little bit about witnesses on part 4 of the Delphi Murders investigation, but according to one of the witnesses, Bridge Guy had a baseball type cap with flaps. Now, the only thing I want to mention here is that, as I'm going through some of the caps that, could potentially resemble what he was wearing on that day, I will say it's not something a young person would probably wear, in my opinion. I would say this is the type of hat that would be worn by someone like over 30. In my personal opinion, that's how I would stereotype this hat. I mean, obviously anyone could wear this hat. You could put this hat like on a toddler, and then, a toddler would have this hat. But, I don't know. It just seems to me like something that you would probably not wear in your 20s, if that makes sense, you know? Now, I want to return a little bit to the video that we can see bridge guy walking. It does seem to me like he is either holding his hands in his pockets or he is holding his waist. And, you know, if you would focus on bridge guy's right hand, I think we do see a silhouette of his hand, because I do think that's skin color right there. And you know, it's interesting. Maybe he's actually, now when I think about it, maybe he's actually holding his waist and not, you know, having his hands in the pockets. I'm not really sure if we could really get anything useful out of that, you know, knowing whether or not he was keeping his hands in his pockets. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna leave it at that. I just found it an interesting way to walk, just in general, you know, how he walks. It seems unusual because if he is holding his waist, which I tend to think that he may have done so, because look at that right hand. It doesn't look like it's in a pocket. It looks like it's holding his waist. I wonder, why would you do that? Is there a particular reason to hold your waist when you're walking across like a really dangerous bridge like that? Is there a chance he's holding something under his first layer, under that blue jacket, and he's sort of holding it up by holding his waist, if that makes sense? That's pretty interesting. And obviously we have to mention the fanny pack. You know, my sentiment towards the fanny pack is just about the same as to the, you know, cap with flaps. I think it's probably not anything that, you know, someone under 30 would wear. Actually, I think this wardrobe is probably pushing over 40, to be honest. So it makes me really it's really hard for me to imagine that this guy is like 21, you know. Also, another thing to mention here is that the dude definitely seems overdressed for the occasion, because remember, as I've said in my first part of this investigation, it was a very warm winter day, and during the period from 12 a.m. to 18 p.m., you know, just around the same period when the girls got captured and, you know, killed most likely in that period of time, those 6 hours, the temperature was as high as 7 degrees Celsius, which is 44 Fahrenheit. Now, I don't know about Fahrenheit, but I definitely know about Celsius, and 7 degrees Celsius, I'm not wearing, you know, a big jacket or the hat with flaps. I'm definitely not wearing the hat with flaps when it's 7 Celsius outside. And this is corroborated by Liberty's German Snapchat of Abigail Williams, where you could see like Abigail Williams, and she definitely looks like she's not dressed, you know, as, I guess her clothing layers are not as warm as bridge guys's are, and definitely seems to me like Abigail Williams is more appropriately dressed, you know, for the occasion. I want to speculate here a little bit regarding bridge guys' clothes. I see two potential reasons for this apparent overdressing. Now, one of, you know, the reasons that I see is that he could have used the additional layers of clothing to conceal a weapon. The other reason would be that if his clothing would get too bloody after he commits a crime, you know, killing someone, he could then remove the first layer, you know, the jacket, and then just, you know, stroll out of the general area in his cleaner, less suspicious outfit that doesn't have clothes on. You know, he could just like either hold that jacket in his hands or something like that, the bloody jacket, or he could completely like dispose of it and, walk out after committing a crime in a more cleaner, less suspicious outfit. Obviously, this is all just my own personal speculation. Maybe Bridge Guy just, likes overdressing, or he was cold or something and, that's how he dressed. Maybe I'm looking a little bit too much into it, but it's just something that I wanted to mention. And then also, upon further investigation, I don't think he had a GoPro on him. I'm pretty sure there are no witness reports about a GoPro. And when you look at the looped video of Bridge Guy, in my opinion, you can see that the shape of the proposed GoPro actually disappears on the final frames of the video, when he's slightly like tilting his head, I guess, just as everyone would when they're walking. I think that proposed area where the GoPro allegedly was, on his head, on the cap attached. I think that like object that is proposed to be the GoPro, I think it actually disappears on the final frames of that, looped video. So in conclusion, regarding the visual assets that we have, the mannerisms of the walk, the style of his clothing, especially the hat and the fanny pack, his wide old man's frame, if that makes sense. I get the sense that he's probably over 30. That's my rough guess. I find it hard to believe that Bridge Guy is a very young individual, and that's pretty weird because I find it hard to link the video clip, Bridge Guy from the video clip, to the second released sketch of the younger dude. I just really find it hard to believe that, that man walking on the bridge, who really does seem like an older dude pretty much, just like a wide old man's body, like old man's clothes, not necessarily like super old, but like, definitely not like a 20-something-year-old. I really find it hard to believe that new sketch could be this same dude. I don't know why we were given this sketch. Doug Carter stated that they had a lot of work done on the photo of Bridge Guy, and that he doesn't look at the head anymore. Instead, he looks at how Bridge Guy walks and talks. I wonder if they got more of Bridge Guy like on the video, or maybe additional audio of him speaking. I will see. Probably, in my opinion, law enforcement may have more audio, but they probably don't have more video of Bridge Guy, because what would be the reasoning for not showing the public when you're pleading for information, like everything you got? I think we saw everything Liberty managed to capture. Now this brings us to the audio. Apparently law enforcement knew one of the girls was scared based on what they heard her say, and there are reports actually that apparently Abigail Williams, as she was approaching Liberty, to my understanding, on that video, this is not like verified to my understanding, she asked Liberty, because Liberty was like looking in the direction of Bridge Guy approaching them, while Abigail was walking towards Liberty. So Abigail's back was turned to Bridge Guy, and apparently Abigail Williams, I'm assuming, asked Liberty, "Is the strange man still behind me?" Something along those lines. And then apparently I think Liberty said, like something like that, There are also unverified speculations that I actually think are probably true, to be honest with everyone, that Mike and Becky, the Patties, the grandparents of Liberty, as well as Anna Williams, the mother of Abigail Williams, had actually listened up to 2 minutes of the audio. I have this post, it's pretty interesting. I just want to read it to you. I'm not really sure where it comes from, but here's the story about the 2-minute video that was really audio. Mike Patty, Becky Patty, and Anna were able to listen to 2 minutes of audio from Liberty's phone. In the audio, what was heard was Abby asking Libby if the creepy guy was still following them. They could hear Libby saying, mm-hmm. The girls were talking about where they should go, and then the next thing they heard was him saying down the hill. Then the next thing they heard was a gun being cocked. And actually Becky Patty has responded to this particular statement. This is why I wanted to bring it up, and her response was, okay, we did see a small clip of the video as law enforcement had a couple of questions on this part. At that time, Mike and I were asked not to discuss it, and I will continue to respect that request. I do not know where this information above came from and will not confirm anything concerning this. She's referring to the previously mentioned post. Personally, I think one of the most important and underlooked details in regards to the released audio is whether or not the audio that we can hear, guys' muffle sounds down the hill is a solid audio from a sentence, or was this audio cut from different parts, let's say 2 different parts of the video, and then mashed together. Now this is why I think this is because, well, at first you only had down the hill, and now you have the additional word guys, and in between you have like some strange muffle sounds. So I'm thinking, did law enforcement actually cut 2 areas of the audio and pasted them in one place? Or was this a solid sentence just as it was said by Bridge Guy? I'm really curious if maybe anyone in the audience know this. Personally, I will say that I'm leaning towards that the audio has not been cut from 2 different parts of the video, because we can actually hear that strange muffle sound in between the words guys and the sequence of words down the hill. If the audio was mashed together from 2 different parts, why would law enforcement include that weird muffle sound? And now this leaves us with the question, what exactly is that muffle sound, I want to play the audio a few times on loop as well. Pay attention to that muffle sound in between, guys and the sequence of words down the hill. Just pay attention to that muffle sound and try to think about what it could potentially be. After listening to the audio for, close to 3 dozen times or something like that, I will say that I do hear that muffle sound all throughout the clip, not only in between the 2 words. So it seems like that muffle sound is being heard all throughout. Now, what I'm thinking that the muffle sound could probably be, well, I'm assuming that Liberty German had that, phone that she would have at that time in her pocket. I'm assuming that it was in her pocket. Now, if that phone is in her pocket, I think muffle sounds would not be heard, let's say, if she was just standing there. I'm assuming there was some sort of a physical motion from Liberty German, like she was moving when the guy said guys down the hill. And I will actually speculate that it could be that maybe at that particular point, Bridge Guy had already had his gun out, he had like his gun out, and he like grabbed Liberty, per se, and he was like sort of pulling her in one direction, because I'm assuming you would probably grab on to Liberty first because she's like the bigger one and the stronger one than Abigail. So you probably would grab her, and I'm assuming he grabbed her, and he was probably aiming the gun at Abigail or something like that at that point. Or, this is just a wild speculation, but I feel like that could have happened. And as he was like pushing them towards the direction down the hill, he was actually saying down the hill. So I think that could have been the case, that, like he got physical with them, like as he was saying down the hill. So there's a lot of people who are thinking that he was actually being polite when he was like saying down the hill, guys, go down the hill. I think that he already may have had some sort of a physical altercation with the girls as he was saying guys down the hills, because of that muffled sound that we hear all throughout in the background, all throughout the audio. It's like Liberty's was in like some sort of a unfavorable motion, like she was getting pushed a little bit. I'm just sensing that, that's just my speculation. Also, the word guys has been in, the forefront of people theorizing who the guy was, because apparently, America's foremost criminal profiler, John Douglas from, the Netflix show, what's it called? I think it's called Mindhunter. John Douglas, a very famous FBI profiler, insists that, his quote is, "Guys says to me that maybe he may know these victims," said Douglas. His quote is, "Or it's a person, someone who has interaction with children." I feel like the word guys could be used by anyone, so I'm not sure if I agree here, but I do understand his statements. I mean, I use guys all the time, and I have no interactions with children. So in conclusion to the visual and audio assets section of this investigation, of, part 3 of my investigation, I will say I find it quite interesting, and I can't really understand why would law enforcement keep the WAC video clip away from us for more than 2 years. And, they only released like 3 frames from the video initially. So we only had like 3 frames initially. When we're thinking about what they really didn't release to the public, well, they didn't release the manner of him walking, right? Because that's the only thing that you could actually get from the video that you could not get from the stills, is his walking mannerisms. And this just made me think, did law enforcement want to keep the walking mannerisms to themselves? When I look at the law enforcement in Delphi, or like just in general, the people who were involved, they don't seem to me like, I don't want to be rude here, but they don't seem to me like they're like geniuses, per se, if you know what I mean. So I would say they probably didn't think that deep, and that would lead me to believe that they really messed up by not releasing the video immediately. Like, I do understand them keeping the word guys to themselves, because that's how they could like sort of fan out all of the fake people who just want to claim that they killed the girls, because they would ask them, did you say anything before you ordered the girls down the hill? And then that person would probably not have an answer that the police was looking for, and they would think that he's lying and he did not kill the girls. So I do understand that, but the video is really weird. And speaking about the video, there are some speculations online, and I found two like places online. I looked for a good while. I couldn't find the length of the video, but I found at least 2 places online. I'm sure I'm leaving them somewhere on the visual assets right now. One is from a blog called evilunsolved.blogspot.com, where the author of the blog has a statement that, this person claims that the entire video is 6 minutes long. And then also we have on a forum of truecrimeguy.com, there's someone who's stating that the video was 6 minutes long. So I don't really know what to make of it. I think, to my understanding, law enforcement has not released the information on how long the actual video is. I do have to wonder what else was on that video, other than, we already have fact that girls were talking about girl stuff before they noticed a weird man. So we know that they were talking about like some girl stuff. I also want to know, and I wonder if this will ever be released, the information that is the video and the audio from the same clip, because to my understanding this particular detail has not been released. It just has been like sort of widely accepted online that both the audio and the video comes from the same file. I'm assuming from the same video file, and it would make sense. I find it hard to believe that Liberty in that situation would manage to take like a video and then another video, or like a video and then like an audio recording. So I will sort of follow along in that rationale that both of these audio and video assets came from the same video clip. And with that, I actually want to end this week's episode, part 3 of the Delphi Murders investigation on the J.S Podcast. This has been a longer episode than I initially expected. I sort of assumed that part 3 would probably be a little bit of a shorter episode in comparison to the first and second parts. It actually, as now I'm looking at it, it's probably a lot longer to some degree. I'm really hoping that everyone enjoyed this week's episode, and if you did, leave a comment or something like that. Contact me with your own ideas, maybe even subscribe to my YouTube channel or to the podcast apps. Just hit follow on this podcast, or like leave a rating. That would really help me out. And yeah, pretty much, guys, I think I will probably join you next week for sure, and obviously I'm still sticking to the Delphi Murders. I have some really interesting things that I want to talk about on part 4 that I couldn't talk before I set the stage for say. So all of that on the next part. So stay safe, guys, and I hope to see you on the next episode. Chill out. And so we finally arrive at the final part of the Delphi Murders investigation on the J.S Podcast. And the main thing that I focused on this episode is the witnesses. Now, the witnesses are a very important detail in this case, because I think if we really focus on the witnesses, and if we do figure out who's a credible witness, who's not, who actually saw Bridge Guy, which I feel pretty strongly on this part, that I do know which of the witnesses actually saw Bridge Guy and which saw somebody completely different from Bridge Guy. And by knowing this information, I think we could get a better gauge at how Bridge Guy potentially entered the trails. And then also I talk about on this show how I think he probably left, and whether or not he actually ventured off towards that CPS building. That's also addressed. FSG is also addressed. And just in general, I think my closing thoughts are also put forward for you guys on this part. So everyone, I'm really happy that you've listened so far into these 4 parts of the Delphi Murders investigation. I will not leave any commentary at the end of this 4-part series. So, this is me talking from like the future. And yeah, guys, have fun, and I will see you next time when I'm talking about something else on the J.S Podcast, or you can catch me on Solvable Mysteries Podcast every weekend. So in advance, chill out, peace out, enjoy this episode. До свидания. Welcome back, everyone, to another episode of the J.S Podcast. This is actually take 2 of part 4 of the Delphi Murders investigation, and I guess, the general number of the podcast. I believe this is episode number 7. I'm pretty sure it's number 7. I'm doing a second take actually. The first take, I don't know, I just didn't like the way it sounded. And this is a very serious episode. I actually want to mention a few things before we jump right into the nitty gritty side of things. It's no surprise. We're back. We're back talking about the Delphi Murders. Once again, this is part 4 of my Delphi Murders investigation, but this will be the last part of the 4-part series into the Delphi Murders investigation. Now, this definitely doesn't mean that I'm done talking about the Delphi Murders case. This just means that whenever someone asks me what my general viewpoints and understanding of the Delphi case is, I could just refer them to this 4-episode series, and that's how I could pretty much the next time I'm talking about the Delphi case, I could just jump straight to the craziness, to some crazy potential speculation, obviously with a million disclaimers, because I'm not about putting out misinformation. I definitely want to know who Bridge Guy is, as I'm sure all of my audience. By the way, speaking of the audience, over the last week I've seen some new faces, and this makes it, personally, I'm really happy. This makes me really happy to see new people on this podcast listening. I appreciate every single one of you. When I receive a new listener, or maybe a new subscriber on YouTube or something like that, a comment, I'm obviously thinking, oh god damn, we have another listener, another member of the audience, and now I'm gonna have to even try to make everything sound better. And I guess that's one of the reasons why I'm doing take 2. Take 1 was just meh. I just didn't it just didn't sound good. I was stiff as a rock, because English is not my native language and things like that, so I need some warm-up. Now, I believe the warm-up has already been done, and let's get right into it. Before we jump into this case, I have a few things I want to mention. So, now, as I've said, part 4 of the Delphi Murders investigation will be the last part of my 4-part series. The first thing that I want to mention regarding this is that I'm not gonna stop talking about the Delphi case, but the next time I'm talking about it, I'm talking about Derek German, Matt Sullivan's theory, what I think about it, things like that. Now, when I said I can refer everyone who wants to know about my personal take on this case and various details, such as, the people in this case, that's part 1, the area, that's part 2, timeline, part 1 and part 2, visual and audio assets, that's part 3. There's one aspect of this case that's missing, and it's a whole, it's a burning pile of garbage. The information is so scattered wide, all over the place. And what is this aspect? Well, that's the witnesses that led towards us receiving multiple sketches and some wonky law enforcement statements. Why I think it's important for us to talk about the witnesses? Well, because literally we have 2 sketches, right? And they are different people. And at one point in time, law enforcement said, do not focus on the first released sketch, the older guy with the newsboy cap. Focus on this younger dude. I personally looked into the witnesses, and I don't think the dude was the younger boy, the younger guy, I don't think it was the younger guy. Personally, the witness who saw the younger guy, which I will get into on this podcast, didn't inspire confidence, to say the least. I don't think that she was credible, and some people think as well. I'm gonna talk about it soon, but before I do that, contents, as always, contents of this part, so of this episode. So mainly only two things. The witnesses, well, obviously the witnesses. I will briefly talk a little bit about the vehicle left, near that CPS building, that whole vehicle situation. I want to talk a little bit more about that since I have a few things I want to say. What else? Oh, yeah, for sure. I want to talk about a certain dude called FSG, flannel shirt guy. Remember that guy from part 1? I want to talk about him since I've said that I will be talking about him. And then lastly, so I want to end off part 4 with me talking about various little details. I don't have a lot of them, so it's probably going to be a quick section where I talk about lesser known facts and the things that I have yet to mention that I probably could have squeezed those details in one of the 3 previous episodes, but I haven't for one reason or the other. So that's pretty much the introductory part of the podcast done. I'm feeling relaxed. I'm not feeling tense. I'm really glad I'm doing take 2. Because I'm really I'm relaxed, I'm good. And before I get into the witnesses, I like to make a strong comment here that the deeper that I've looked into this case regarding the witnesses especially, and the subsequent sketches that were released, when, these witnesses were evaluated by law enforcement, I mean, the more everything is confusing, like who's a verified witness and who's not at this point in time. Law enforcement has yet to release pretty much anything, to be honest, regarding who's the witness. To my understanding, the law enforcement only mentioned that 16-year-old girl who saw bridge guy on Freedom Bridge at what it was 1:30 p.m. right? We actually have one witness who's, to my understanding, unverified. At least I didn't, notice law enforcement mentioning her 1 hour prior, so 12:30 p.m. Before that, I will say that the primary objective of part 4 will be to give my initial findings regarding the witnesses, and hopefully I can shed some light. And if you guys think that I've got something wrong, definitely leave that in the comments or anything like that. I will definitely respond, and I'm very curious to see what you guys think, as always. I will say that for everyone who's new in this case, the fact that there isn't a complied place of information, one spot, it's really hard for those people to get really deep and interested in this case, because we don't have a place where all of the witness sightings, who's a credible witness, who's not, we don't have that in one place. So I think hopefully this could sort of serve also a purpose a little bit, like this part 4 as well. So that's all I wanted to say before, jumping into the witnesses section of, this episode. And the first witness, let's do this, guys. The first witness is a woman who apparently, this is great. This is immediately we're gonna be starting off with some weird details. So this woman at 12:30 p.m., and this is unverified to my knowledge, and there are 2 different stories regarding this sighting. So the first story, right, regarding the sighting is that this woman, who was in her 70s, obviously she was also an owner of one of the homes. She was a homeowner of one of the homes. I believe it was the house right to the right from those red barricades. You know how there are those red barricades at the end of the Monon High Bridge, right? The ones that I've talked about on part 3, I believe. You know those red barricades? So the first house to the right side from those barricades, apparently she's the homeowner of that house. She's apparently 70 years of age, and she's also quite paranoid. At least that's what certain people state online, that she was a paranoid woman and she was always cautious of trespassers. And at 12:30 p.m., two stories. The first story is she's walking her dog at around those red barricades. She sees Bridge Guy. Apparently, Bridge Guy approaches her, or she approaches him. I'm not sure which way it was, but they have a chat. And then she walks away, and then later on reports the sighting. The other story, and I personally believe it's the more credible story because she was paranoid, let's remember that, and the one more discussed publicly on, online forums and so on, is that she actually saw this man a quarter of a mile even down south from from those barricades. So a quarter of a mile down south. We actually have this image where someone online has marked the two most likely areas where this encounter happened. So if you could check the YouTube real quick of my podcast, you could see I'm showing an image right now with two blue, I'm showing an image of Delphi's map, right? With two blue circles. So one of the blue circles is apparently where this encounter happened, and she did not talk. She actually got inside of her vehicle and she drove towards Bridge Guy, because apparently in that area it's apparently her land or maybe her neighbor's land. So she wanted to confront Bridge Guy, and she was driving towards him. Well, I'm saying Bridge Guy. I don't personally believe that this was Bridge Guy. I will give my rationale pretty soon, but she apparently got into her whip, you know what I mean? And she was driving towards Bridge Guy, and now Bridge Guy fled into one of the wooded areas. I'm pretty certain it's pretty easy to, escape or sort of vanish into the woods. It's the type of area where you could just vanish pretty easily. Now, why I said that I personally don't believe that this witness actually saw Bridge Guy and this sighting, if it even happened, well, I think it happened because police talked to this woman at the end of the day. But why I don't think it's pretty credible is because the younger man's sketch came of this sighting. So she apparently, I don't know what she reported to law enforcement, but apparently from the conversation that she had with law enforcement when she was reporting the sighting, she gave out the sort of information that law enforcement took and then complied, that young man's sketch. Now, fun fact, that sketch was complied 3 days after, the murders, I believe, or maybe, yeah, I believe so, 3 days after, but only was released 2 years later. That's because we have that older man sketch, right, with the newsboy cap that was sort of the main focus of interest for 2 years, but then all of a sudden the police said, don't focus on the older guy's sketch, focus on the newer guy's sketch. But now I believe what's the show called, right? In Pursuit with John Walsh, where John Walsh's son, I don't know that Walsh's name, but he talks, I believe, to Doug Carter, and Doug Carter says, I believe, or law enforcement believes that the person is somewhere in between the first and the second sketch. So I will talk a little bit about that later on, so it doesn't make any sense, right? Another thing to mention about this particular woman who saw this man at 12:30 p.m. is that apparently she's paranoid. She's really, really paranoid. And she is known by the locals, or at least people on Reddit state, people who live in Delphi state, that this woman is quite paranoid. and a lot of people are actually doubting her credibility. Well, obviously one reason to doubt her is that she provided police with information that concluded in the younger man's sketch. Now, I don't know about you guys, but when I'm looking at Bridge Guy doing his walk, on the Mona High Bridge approaching Liberty and Abigail, I don't know, I just don't seem to get a sense of a younger man. So, that sort of line of thinking makes me believe that this particular woman who saw a strange man, which I won't even call Bridge Guy anymore because I don't think she saw Bridge Guy, I don't think that sighting is all that credible because, that guy on the video and his voice doesn't sound to me like someone who would resemble the sketch released by law enforcement. The guy would definitely resemble the first released sketch, the older looking dude with the newsboy cap. Now I will get into that guy, or at least the sightings that led towards that sketch being complied pretty soon, actually right now. So the next victim, if you remember on part 1, I talked about the 16-year-old female witness, who saw a strange man, right, that she sort of had to report to police a few days after the fact when she found out about the girls, because this guy gave her a really creepy look. Now what happened is that, on February 13th, 2017, the 16-year-old female witness at 2:26 p.m. was with a group of friends. Now, some sources state that she was only with one friend. There's some sources stating that she's with a group of friends. I don't know why anyone else from the group didn't come out, or maybe they have. We don't know, right? But this 16-year-old female, she takes a picture and sends that picture to her mother at around 1:27 p.m. Now, these pictures are unrelated to this case. I only mention them because these pictures helped this 16-year-old female witness sort of gauge the time when she saw Bridge Guy, or apparently Bridge Guy, right? So, as I've said, this photo later helps the witness remember when she saw the strange man, who's allegedly Bridge Guy. Now, at 1:30 p.m. or around 1:30 p.m., this 16-year-old girl is near the benches on the Freedom Bridge and notices a man, which we will say that, he's probably Bridge Guy, right? She notices a man and says hello to him, and then the man gives her that creepy look. I'm curious why she said hello in the first place if he's all creepy and stuff, but I mean, maybe it's that Midwest hospitality, here we don't say hello to random people because we know that, knives are gonna get pulled. But maybe in America, that's sort of what you do, right? So she noted that the man was around her height and she was 5'6". She said that he may have been 1 inch taller than her, which would be 5'7". She said that the man had a hoodie over his hat. This is an important detail. A hoodie over his hat. Later described the hat as being a painter's hat. An interesting fact, after police released the sketch of the older man's, the older man, which I believe her sighting was the main reason for the compliance of that sketch, right? She actually didn't agree with law enforcement regarding the hat that was depicted in the sketch. She said that the hat did not look like a newsboy hat and actually resembled more of a painter's hat. I don't know what a painter's hat really is, but she said that the hat was different from, the sketch that we're seeing right now. Right, so I have here that the witness later called in a tip to law enforcement after hearing about the girls. She gave a matching description to the man seen on the footage recording by Liberty, and this is the zinger. She gave this description without even seeing the video, and that's what made her sighting so credible. And I believe this is one of the reasons why law enforcement are really believing in this particular sighting, because she gave the description, of the dude who we see on Liberty's video without even seeing the video. So it has to be the same guy, right? I mean, how else could you give a matching description? Another important detail that she mentioned is that this man that she saw had some sort of a covering over the lower half of his face. It's theorized that the man wore a scarf or something resembling a scarf so that he couldn't be identified later on. So I think she only saw like his eyes, maybe nose, maybe didn't see his nose, but like she only saw his eyes, right? So the lower part of his face, mouth, chin was not seen, right? Just to stamp this out the ballpark, she was responsible of the older man's sketch. Capiche? Now we want to jump to the next sighting, or another witness. Well, two witnesses. Out of these two witnesses, apparently only one actually saw the man, and this is gonna be a tricky situation. I will do my best to try to put my findings out here. This is gonna be really messy, so I'm really gonna try here. So a couple, boyfriend girlfriend couple, had arrived at the Mears lot. This is the same parking lot where Liberty and Abigail were dropped off earlier by Kelsey German, right? So they arrived here at 3 p.m. Now let's remember, Kelsey had dropped off Liberty and Abigail a little after 1:30 p.m. So, they're arriving essentially around 1 hour and 30 minutes later to this parking lot. That they're getting out of their car, and at 3 p.m. they're, start walking the trails. They walked slowly across the 501 trail. Remember the two trails from episode 1, part 1 of the series? There's trail 501, the main trail that the girls went on that leads, from the Freedom Bridge towards the Monon High Bridge, and there's this one 505 trail that sort of leads away from the 501 trail in between Freedom Bridge and Monon High Bridge towards Deer Creek. It's a small trail. It doesn't really play a part in this case, other than, Derek German apparently ventured in that trail initially to try to locate the girls. He didn't find them, so I think that's the only reason why this trail is even mentioned in this case. Now, they walked the 501 trail slowly. This is the same trail where the girls were walking. They were walking in the direction of the Monon High Bridge, so they were literally walking the same route that the girls were walking, and apparently they were arguing. There was some sort of a, teenage drama or something like that, right? So 10 minutes later, 3:10 p.m., a man resembling Bridge Guy passed the couple. I assume somewhere close to the Monon High Bridge at that point, because, they were, even if they were walking slow, they were probably approaching the bridge at some point, right? And this is the crazy part. Since the couple was arguing, the girlfriend didn't even notice this strange man, but the boyfriend did. Now, the boyfriend is a man in his 20s. I don't know the age of the girlfriend or whatever. I don't think that's an important detail for us. The male witness said that the man's hat was exposed and that he hadn't had a hoodie on him. So that's the only difference between the sightings of the 16-year-old female witness at the Freedom Bridge and this 20-something-year-old man with the arguing girlfriend. You know what I mean? So this is important. After a couple of days, when this witness saw the stills from the video captured on Liberty's phone, because apparently, obviously we know this already, that law enforcement only released those stills initially before, releasing the video 2 years later. He said when he saw those stills, and there were only a couple of those stills, right? 3, I believe. His quote is, "That's the man I saw." He's pretty adamant, right? He's feeling really certain. And from what I've gathered, the 20-something male witness and the 16-year-old female witness are the two sources for the older guy's sketch, the one with the cap on. Neither of these two witnesses were happy with the sketch. They said that the man was not wearing a newsboy hat. Both of them said that. It just makes me question, what is the reason for making the hat different than what is being reported by the witnesses? You know, what was law enforcement thinking here? Maybe you guys know what could be potentially the reason why the hat was changed to a newsboy's hat as opposed to the painter's hat. Also, the 20-something male witness was sure that the man that he saw was definitely not the younger man from the younger man's sketch. Both witnesses said that the man was wearing a hat resembling a painter's hat and not a newsboy's hat. Both witnesses believed the man was wearing a scarf that was covering the lower part of his face. Both witnesses said they probably couldn't pick the man out of a lineup of suspects. I would assume this means they did not notice or had forgotten any significant facial features other than that the man didn't seem like a young person, and apparently they noticed that the hat was definitely not a newsboy's hat but more of a painter's hat. Remember when I said before starting to describe this couple that things will get messy and I will try to do my best? Well, this is where things get messy. According to some, and there are Reddit posts out there, this 20-something male witness 4 months into the investigation had actually changed his mind regarding what he saw, and that apparently upsetted law enforcement. Also, there are supposedly screenshots of this man's comments in various chat rooms where he is setting the record straight. So apparently, the dude is right now flip-floppy, that he doesn't necessarily recall what he saw, which makes sense to me. I mean, if the girlfriend was really like in his face, or they were like really going at it, how much attention would you pay to some a creepy looking guy? And now this is where flannel shirt guy comes into place, because I believe that there's a high chance that this 20-something-year-old man actually did not see bridge guy but saw flannel shirt guy, FSG. So we're jumping to the section dedicated to discussing FSG. Now, from what I can tell, FSG is not a actual witness of bridge guy. He was just around the general area at the time when the killings happened. This is just as I said, we're going to some flip-floppy weird situation. I'm gonna add another weird layer on top of this situation for you guys. Now, FSG is probably Dan McCain. However, some sources state that it's actually Dan's brother, David McCain. And I'm not sure how we know this, but there are sources, and allegedly this man was on an interview with Anthony Greeno, who is a controversial YouTuber regarding the Delphi Murders case. He's been in jail. He's been, captured by surveillance footage in a prison cell, I believe, like fighting police officers. I'm not certain the credibility of this dude, but he does seems very knowledgeable on this case. I will give him that. I have screenshotted a comment from one of the YouTube videos that I've been looking at during my research for this week. And Greeno, I think True Crime Investigates, that's his YouTube channel. Now, that YouTube channel has left a comment on one of the videos regarding FSG, that FSG is actually David McCann and that he had interviewed him. An interesting fact that apparently this interview was not recorded So not really sure if you can call it an interview, or maybe it is, but I couldn't find it. And apparently we just have to take Anthony's Greeno's word for it. So this is what I was saying, but I'm trying to do my best here to keep it as clear cut as possible for you guys right now. So some of you may remember from part 1 of my Delphi Murders investigation, 3:20 p.m. Derek German, Liberty's biological father, who was out searching for the girls initially when they failed to respond to his phone calls, when he called them when he was arriving at the parking lot where they were supposed to meet up, right? He encounters FSG, probably David or Dan McCain, on the intersection of the trail 501 and the smaller trail 505, right? So Derek asked FSG, "Did you happen to see 2 girls up there?" Now, FSG replies, "No, I did not, but there's a couple on the bridge, and this couple has to be the arguing couple, right?" I mean, it has to be the arguing couple because I think that's definitely the couple. So this is why I believe that maybe the 20-something-year-old male witness actually saw FSG but not Bridge Guy, because FSG did not see Bridge Guy. So wouldn't it make sense if FSG saw the couple and the couple saw Bridge Guy? Wouldn't FSG also see Bridge Guy? You know what I mean? Do you understand my rationale? I really hope that you do, guys. Just really quickly, want to mention that FSG, Dave or Dan or David McCain told Derek initially that there was a couple down by the bridge, but, no girls. So actually McCain told Derek that the couple was down at the bridge, like below the bridge, but McCain did not say under the bridge. So the word under was actually added by Becky Patty in a YouTube interview with Gray Hughes, and Derek and I believe FSG never said that. So initially there was some sort of misunderstanding where people were thinking that FSG said that the couple was under the bridge, but actually Becky Patty did a typo or something like that during an interview with Gray Hughes on YouTube, where she said that FSG said that he saw the couple under the bridge, but he just said that he saw them down the bridge. So I'm assuming at the end of the bridge, right? So the arguing couple, to my belief, was seen by FSG at the end of the Monon High Bridge, right? We all know what happens next. Derek walks down the 505 trail towards the creek, then turns back and walks towards the Freedom Bridge. He walked the 505 trail because apparently FSG told him he did not see the girls on 501, so he thought that they were not on 501, so he was thinking I should check 505 first. Then he walks towards the Freedom Bridge, not the Monon High Bridge, but the other bridge where the 16-year-old female witness saw what we believe is Bridge Guy on 1:30 p.m, that bridge. Then he didn't see them there. He walks back and actually crosses flannel shirt guy once again, FSG. So this is pretty interesting. Derek German is like running all over the place, running down the 505 trail towards the creek, then running back to the intersection of the two trails. Then he takes the route to the left, runs towards Freedom Bridge, then walks back towards, the intersection of the 501 and 505 trails from Freedom Bridge, where he did not locate the girls, and then he passes FSG. So the interesting thing here is that FSG was probably just standing around while all of this was happening. Obviously, like, the dude doesn't know that the girls are missing or have been killed like just minutes ago, probably, so he's just nonchalant. He's probably, just chilling out. I do have some information regarding FSG right now. So, if we believe that FSG is either Dan or David McCain, I have some information about David McCain because apparently some people are really certain that it's David, not Dan. So I'm just gonna go with these guys. So, David McCain is a lifelong resident of Delphi. Presumably, his brother Dan McCain is as well. David is passionate about historic preservation and is also a trails enthusiast. He and others have been trying to get funds to repair the bridge to make it a part of the trail that is actually safe to walk on. There's a crazy conspiracy theory that he is involved in the murder, so that all of the speculation, all of the GoFundMe and the foundation money would go towards the reconstruction of the trails. But I mean, it's completely crazy in my opinion. Like you like a guy like that wouldn't kill two girls just to sort of raise funds for the trails. You know, that's crazy, right? So David is also a passionate person when it comes to outdoorsy activities. Apparently he walks the local trails almost every day. He's a slim gentleman in his 70s. His brother is also in his 70s. Neither brother has any notable criminal history or any other suspicious history that would suggest they would be involved in a conspiracy to murder two young girls. We don't know exactly what time FSG, David McCain got to the trails. We don't know his route. We don't know if he saw Bridge Guy, but I believe that there are no sightings that he did see Bridge Guy, so I will say that he probably did not see Bridge Guy. It's theorized that FSG is the man that had passed the couple, the arguing couple, and that the 20-something-year-old has in fact seen FSG but not Bridge Guy, right? Just as I've entailed a little bit earlier. And, this could be the reason why 4 months after the sighting, the 20-something-year-old witness became flip-floppy and decided to sort of tell law enforcement that his sighting was probably not valid anymore. So 4 people, right, that I want to mention. 3 of them are witnesses. So the 16-year-old girl, the crazy paranoid woman she's probably not crazy, she's just paranoid. She's in her 70s and she lives at the end of the Monon High Bridge to the house to the right. I believe she sees a suspicious looking man. She approaches him allegedly. The man runs away at 12:30 p.m. I don't think that was Bridge Guy. So her, the arguing couple, the 20-something-year-old who was flip-floppy, and then FSG, who we don't really know if he did see Bridge Guy or not. To my understanding, he did not see Bridge Guy. So these 4 people, right, including the arguing girlfriend who was oblivious to everything that was happening apparently. So we have 4 people, right, 4 sources of people who are pretty were around the trails pretty much. But out of all of them, I will say that I only lean towards the 16-year-old girl for credibility. I will explain my rationale soon. At first, I want to talk about the lesser known witnesses first. Let's start off with an introduction into Michael Cat. He's a YouTuber. He has a really crazy looking hairstyles and a really funny beard, but he's apparently also liked and disliked, so I don't want to comment too much on the guy. He makes YouTube videos, and he made a lot of detailed videos on the Delphi case. Has also made a video showing the path he believes the Bridge Guy took once he crossed the Freedom Bridge back towards the town. So he believes that Bridge Guy killed the girls, on Ron Logan's property, then came back came out of the trail system by walking across, Trail 501, starting at Monon High Bridge. Then he walked towards the Freedom Bridge, and then apparently Michael Cat probably showed on his video how he then, after crossing Freedom Bridge, how he passed the Delphi town, right? Michael Catt also said that he personally knows a woman witness that passed Bridge Guy at the beginning of the Freedom Bridge, but this is not the 16-year-old witness. This is another witness that saw Bridge Guy potentially when he was exiting the trails after he already killed Liberty and Abigail. Apparently, this woman recognized him as a youngish local and said he had a look of horror on his face. It's speculated that this could be why the house on Bicycle Road was searched, because this dude was somehow connected potentially to the Bicycle Road Bridge. Remember part 3? I talked a little bit about that. Just to remind everyone what I was talking about, well, the search warrant was served 3 days after the girls were murdered on the 16th of February in a house on the Bicycle Road, right? So yeah, so this is another witness, right? So the person who apparently saw Bridge Guy exiting the trails on the Freedom Bridge. So I mean, it would at least make sense in the sense that he did enter the trails on the Freedom Bridge, the 16-year-old sighting that I do believe is very credible, and that he left the trails on walking the same Freedom Bridge, maybe going towards the CPS building. Who knows, right? So who knows what happened there. So this is another witness, but I will say that Gray Hughes, I really like Gray Hughes. He seems like a very intelligent man. I'm sure most of you guys already know about Gray Hughes if you have been following this case. Gray Hughes believes that Bridge Guy escaped by the cemetery, via the cemetery. And Gray Hughes was apparently debating Anthony Greeno and Michael Catt about this, because both Anthony Greeno and Michael Catt, both are like, I will say, interesting people, interesting characters, to say the least. They believe that Bridge Guy escaped, walking past the trail of 501, going past the Freedom Bridge, right? But Gray Hughes says that's probably not rational for Bridge Guy to do, and he probably left via the cemetery, right? So he probably walked around the wooded areas and didn't walk out of the trail system by literally walking the same trail. You know what I mean? One other interesting dude, very interesting dude I want to mention is Brad Heath. And I found a post which was shared by someone who was apparently looking for this particular man, because he was not really reported as being a witness. So Brad Heath, I will play a news clip from this dude. He's a really interesting character. He was blowing a horn for some reason, like to respect the girls, something like that. He said that he passed all the information he had to law enforcement, because he was apparently working at the area when the girls were murdered. So he was working right around that area when it all happened. So here's the clip.
And on the same trail Thursday, Brad Heath says a message from God brought him here to blow the shofar, signaling God is fighting for his people.
The people of Delphi need the Lord to fight for us in this time, this trying time.
Trying for Brad because he was working near the trail the day the girls died.
And had no idea I was not that far from it, so it's bothered me. Well, there's some things I passed along that I hope will help the investigation.
Things you witnessed?
Yes. You feel funny when you think that if I would have paid more attention to this or that, it has to be resolved. This is evil.
Right, so I think these are like the only witnesses that we have to talk about in depth. There's a woman who encountered potentially Bridge Guy, or like I don't believe this was Bridge Guy, but she encountered a man waiting for his father at 8:30 p.m. People believe this happened as there have been like write-ups about this particular story, like a man was sort of really crying or something like that, and he was like witnessed by some people. I don't know about this. I don't want to step here too much because this seems like really like on the outskirts of the sightings. There's a vague report about a guy dressed in similar clothing to Bridge Guy and carrying a backpack, hitchhiking on his way to another town, Logansport, probably. So yeah, pretty much these are like the lesser known ones that I don't want to get into because apparently they're like they seem really not credible, and I don't want to dilute what I've already put out there, which is probably pretty hard to comprehend as it is. So to conclude the witnesses, this is my opinion regarding the witnesses. Okay, so this is crazy. These sightings are so hard to understand, and the information is not complied anywhere in a structured manner. I want to maybe make this situation a little bit more clear for my audience before I finish talking about the witness. So, from my research and what I personally believe, the most credible witness and the one that I feel the strongest about right now is the 16-year-old girl who saw a strange man resembling the one seen on the video taken by Liberty. Now, it's at least known for sure that law enforcement used this 16-year-old girl's sighting to make the sketch of the older man. In the older man's sketch, she described the man even before seeing the video recorded on Liberty German's phone. She apparently did not agree with the older man's sketch made by law enforcement, since she said that the hat worn by the man was different and resembled a painter's hat, not a newsboy hat. I don't know what a painter hat is, but I will agree that from the video, Bridge Guy looks like he's not wearing a newsboy cap, probably more of a cap with flaps. You know, I talked a little bit about this on part 3. Now, her sighting also perfectly correlates with the general timeline of when the Liberty and Abigail, when the girls met Bridge Guy. I talked about this on episode 1, how the timeline correlates perfectly. It's on the timeline section on part 1 of the Delphi Murders investigation. Now, her description of the older man definitely makes more sense to me than the younger guy's sketch, because Bridge Guy from the video does look like someone past his 30s, and I would bet that he's probably in his 40s or 50s. FSG is not even a witness of Bridge Guy to my understanding, so I have no idea why he's even looked at so much, unless he did see Bridge Guy at around 2:49 p.m. because apparently Anthony Greeno claims that he talked to FSG, and FSG told Anthony Greeno that he did see Bridge Guy at 2:49 p.m. But I can't seem to verify this information, so I'm leaving FSG out of the picture for now. The 20-something male witness later denounced his sighting, and some believe it was actually FSG who he actually saw. And FSG is probably David McCain, but I will say FSG is probably too old to be Bridge Guy, because FSG is in his 70s and Bridge Guy definitely doesn't look to me like he's in his 70s. So would the 20-something-year-old male witness, the boyfriend from the couple, would he really mistake Bridge Guy for a 70-year-old FSG David McCain? I mean, that's an interesting thing to think about. Maybe that's why 4 months later he's denouncing it. I would need to look into those screenshots before I make any assumptions further into this line of thinking. And this leaves us with a woman who saw a strange man at around 12:30 p.m. near her property. The sketch that she was the source of is the younger guy's sketch. Definitely seems to depict a different person from what the 16-year-old witness saw. So I would assume that this paranoid woman and the 16-year-old female witness saw different people, and I would lean towards that this woman, the paranoid 17-year-old woman who lives right at the end of the Monon High Bridge next to the red barricades, I would lean that she did not see Bridge Guy 12:30 p.m., 1 hour, like even before the girls were dropped off and things like that. The timeline doesn't really make that much sense also here. Also will say that to me personally, Bridge Guy looks like a older person, so I would not think that the first complied sketch of the younger man is of Bridge Guy, because like, why would you push that? The dude definitely doesn't look like a young guy, so we'll definitely probably discredit her as well. Maybe someone in my audience have something against that line of thinking, which I would definitely like to know. If you guys have anything that makes you in particular believe that Bridge Guy was actually a younger dude, and he would resemble the second release sketch, the sketch of the younger dude. But actually, even this line of thinking that the 16-year-old girl witnessed on the Freedom Bridge at 1:30 p.m. so Bridge Guy doesn't really quite add up as well, since law enforcement has stated during the New Direction press conference that the public should no longer focus on the older guy's sketch. Seriously, why did law enforcement not explain this reasoning, The hosts of the podcast, Best Case, Worst Case, who are credible long-time FBI people, stated that according to their sources, the man in the first sketch, the sketch of the older guy, where the 16-year-old female witness sighting comes into play. Now, that guy from that sketch, according to these people from this podcast, was already cleared, and that he was someone who was a sex offender and had done some stuff with little kids, if you know what I mean. So yeah, that happened. So maybe the 16-year-old girl did see the dude who got cleared already. Maybe he did see the dude who was a sex offender who had like a history of like doing weird stuff with little kids. I find it hard to believe, since the timeline and her description of Bridge Guy were perfect. Like, the timeline and the description of Bridge Guy is perfect by this 16-year-old witness. But if she really did saw the dude who was already cleared, that could mean to me personally that law enforcement at this point in time has no credible witnesses. This is a new thing in the Delphi murder case for the internet sleuth. I believe that at this point, if the 16-year-old girl did see someone who was already cleared, then law enforcement has, in my opinion, no credible witnesses at this point in time. And that could be the reason why on the TV show, remember the TV show In Pursuit with John Walsh, but actually John Walsh is not on the TV show, it's his son, some other Walsh, right? So law enforcement, I believe it was Doug Carter, who said that the Bridge Guy was somewhere in between the two sketches, right? Now, why would he say that? Because he doesn't think that it's either one of those guys. So somewhere in between, right? So if this theory is correct, that would mean that law enforcement cleared the older guy, seen by the 16-year-old female witness on Freedom Bridge at 1:30 p.m. on February 13, 2017, and for one reason or another cleared the younger guy who was seen by the paranoid 70-year-old woman at the end of the Monon High Bridge. Now, that would mean that they don't have anything at that point, right? They cleared both of them. So Doug Carter is on the John Walsh's son, some other Walsh's TV show saying that the dude is probably somewhere in between the two sketches, meaning we have no idea who he is. Please confess, because we will not solve this case. Now, I'm not saying that this is what happened, since I personally do believe that the 16-year-old girl did see Bridge Guy because of the timeline that perfectly matches when the girls met Bridge Guy, and also the fact that she managed to depict Bridge Guy perfectly without even seeing the video that was filmed by Liberty German. Okay, so with the witnesses done, right, I want to talk a little bit about the CPS building as well. So if you remember, I talked about the CPS building on part 1 of my Delphi Murders investigation, where I said that, police was inquiring about information regarding the certain vehicle that was left at the CPS building between 12 and 5 p.m. on the same day when the girls were murdered. So, that there was a suspicious vehicle left there at 5 p.m. I just had a few thoughts about this vehicle, and the whole location that I just wanna sort of flesh out before I'm done with the general investigative series on this case. Well, I'll keep it short for sure. So basically what I want to say is, let's look at it from a viewpoint that Bridge Guy did indeed park his car and walk from the CPS building all the way down, from the walking past Freedom Bridge, walking past that 16-year-old witness, walking towards the Monon High Bridge where he met the girls, walking them past the bridge, or meeting them at the end of the bridge, ordering them down the hill, killing them in Logan's property. Now, where does he go from there? If he's gonna go back to that CPS building, what do we think makes more sense? Him walking all the way back, across 501? Potentially running into multiple witnesses, etc., etc., because there were people on the trails constantly, or him walking out into the highway driveway area next to Ron Logan's property, next to the Mears barn. I'm pretty sure I'm showing this area on the visual assets on my YouTube channel, so you could just jump in and look at what I'm presumably showing to you guys. So does it make more sense that he walked past 501 all the way across 501 running into all of these people, or walking out of the wooded area, across Ron Logan's property, and then probably walking down that road, right? The same road where Derek German was sort of driving towards the Mears lot, the area where he was supposed to meet the girls, but he never answered his phone, and then the whole search began, right? So I will say personally, logically thinking, it definitely makes more sense, and I will agree with Gray Hughes here, to me personally, that he walked out of the wooded area towards that road and that he did not go back towards the bridge. I mean, personally, if I was in his position, I'd probably not want to do that. And then I would walk across that road towards the CPS building. Now, there's a set of buildings, and I'm on the map right now. I'm looking at the map that are Sherry Mears barn. So not the Mears barn where Matt Sullivan proposed that, the girls were killed at. There's this other barn. And now Gray Hughes actually did some analysis, and I've watched it, and those barns have surveillance cameras that could have potentially picked up a guy walking past. And then, if you pick up a guy walking past, and then a few minutes later a car drives off, and maybe that guy is in that same car, and maybe that car was leaving from the abandoned CPS building. That's just what I'm thinking. That's what maybe could have happened. And I wonder if those surveillance footages that are on those barns, the Sherry Mears barn, were they ever looked into? I'm sure they have, but we're all questioning law enforcement in this case and the quality of their efforts. So I mean, I don't know. I don't really know if they looked into it or not, you know. Also, there's this woman called Cheney. I will say Cheney, probably. I definitely mispronounced her name. So Cheney, right? So this woman is an interesting character in this case. Lesser known character, but definitely worthy of a mention here. So this is what she was up to on the day. So long story short, she was someone who was on the bridge at around 3 p.m. So, you know, we're thinking about the same time when the girls are being killed, 3 p.m. Makes perfect sense, you know. Liberty German posts those Snapchat photos at 2:07 p.m. At around 2:15 p.m. she starts recording, bridge guy approaching them on the bridge, and 45 minutes, this woman Cheney, Mekisha Holguin, is on the bridge. And these are her texts. I have a few screenshots I want to read for you guys. So the first one says, after I got out of my car and was already walking towards the bridge, I had a missed phone call from a telemarketer at around 2:50 p.m. So we're thinking at this time, bridge guy is probably already in the process of killing the girls or has already killed the girls, right? Another post of Cheney says, I didn't ever go public. I posted the pictures of the bridge after I left before the girls were considered missing. That's why I have never released the name of my friend who I was with or the other two who were at the bridge before me, because I'm saving them from the backlash and drama that came along with it. I'm not pissing anyone off, I'm just stating facts. And then lastly, I have this post with a picture. I will show the picture in a higher quality, but this is just so we could see the text that she wrote. So she wrote, the picture I attached is the timestamp 3:49, and that was taken after I made it to the end of the bridge and turned around and was on my way back. Now, one thing to mention, Gray Hughes, he actually did a really cool, I would say, shadow analysis, and he had determined that this picture was actually taken at around 3 p.m., not 3:49 p.m. And I'm assuming Cheney only like posted at 3:49 or something like that. Now you see that little how should I put it, like a stomp on this picture, right? So basically Gray Hughes, using like shadow technology, managed to determine, and it makes sense, like trust me, it makes sense, that this picture was probably taken at around 3 p.m. So let's go with that, right? So 3 p.m. she's at the bridge at 3 p.m. and she doesn't see anyone. She doesn't see bridge guy. I have some more information on the timeline. So Cheney probably started walking the trails at around 2:45 p.m. or 2:50 p.m. Let's remember that she had parked at the same place where the girls were dropped off, the same parking lot, the mayor's parking lot. So she started walking the trails at 2:45 p.m., somewhere around that. Now she said that, and you know, we could gauge from Gray Hughes' analysis of the shadows that she took a picture of the bridge while she was on the bridge at around 3 p.m. and there was no one else on the bridge. You know, we can see that from the pictures that she had taken. She had taken 2 pictures from 2 different angles. None of them show absolutely anyone, right? So just a quick speculation on my end, right? So let's think about it, guys. If we think that bridge guy, after meeting the girls at around 2:15 p.m., had already killed them on Logan's property by, let's say, 2:45 p.m., shortly before 3 p.m., he probably was escaping the scene at 2:45-ish p.m., right? That's like what makes sense to me personally. It could have been later, could have been earlier, obviously. Now, if he's this is just a speculation, if he's escaping at 2:45 p.m. and Cheney is on the bridge at 3 p.m., is there a possibility that bridge guy managed to climb up the hill that he shortly, previously ordered the girls down that hill? He now kills the girls, he goes back up that hill and walks past Monon High Bridge before Cheney arrives. And Cheney didn't notice a bridge guy or anything like that. Does that make sense? To me personally, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense. It seems like at least to walk across the bridge takes around 10 minutes. So how could you kill the girls at around 2:45 p.m. and manage to walk past not the bridge, but the bridge and the area in between the bridge and Mears parking lot, so that you would not encounter Cheney? It doesn't make that much sense to me personally. That's why I would probably be leaning towards from the statements of Cheney right here. And obviously that's not how her name is pronounced. I'm sorry, obviously. I will say that I do believe that bridge guy didn't leave walking past the same way he had entered. Now, I will say I believe that he did go past Freedom Bridge because of that 16-year-old female sighting, but I don't think he got outside of the trail system on the same route. I think it's way too dangerous to do that if you're a serial killer. You're probably going to be walking past Ron Logan's wooded area, wooded property, and walk across that, road. I'm not sure if he parked at the CPS building. If he had, I would really like to know what is captured on Sherry Mears' surveillance footage. Does she have a man walking past? I'm sure law enforcement looked into it already, so probably there's nothing there, right? And to finish off the podcast, I would like to talk a little bit about the last section that I have, which would be the corrections, some rumors, and other miscellaneous details that I may have left out in the previous 3 parts. That I could have probably squeezed them in. I won't talk about them for too long. I don't want this podcast to get out of hand. I know that we are already past the 1 hour mark. So I'm just going to keep it brief, just to finish off a few details that I want to mention. And the one detail I want to mention is that Liberty German had actually reset her phone just a few days before the murders had happened. And this is according to Becky Patty, right? Now, if she resetted her phone a few days before the murders, right, that probably means to us that most of the information that could sort of link, in particular Matt Sullivan's theory that someone was actually catfishing the girls and, they sort of agreed to meet that day on the bridge, to get back at Derek German. There's a whole thing. I'm not going to be looking into it right now. Future episodes for sure. We don't really can probably verify that all that much because Liberty resetted her phone. But the question comes out of this, why would you do that? I personally have not resetted my phone in forever. Just a thought. Maybe some of my audience members could chime in here. What would be that reason to reset the phone? Another interesting thing I probably did not speculate on part 3 when I was analyzing the video and audio assets released by law enforcement was that bridge guy could potentially be short-sighted. Now, why I think that, right, is because he did not notice the brief 1-second moment when Liberty German was pointing her phone's camera at him. And now maybe that motion could have been such that it would not arouse any suspicion, like, just a kid, like, moving his phone. But if it was not, if it was blatant that she was using her camera, maybe filming something to the side, maybe filming Abigail a little bit, then once Abigail moves to the side, Liberty manages to capture a brief 1 second of bridge guy approaching the girls. We'll say that's interesting. If that was the case, if it was blatant, and we could gauge this if law enforcement released more information, which they haven't. If they did, I could speculate here a little bit more. Like, I could like make at least a guess that was like well thought out of. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be like shooting in the dark here, pew pew. I would have been able to guess better here, but if it was blatant, and I definitely think we could gauge that if we had the full video released to us, then bridge guy not seeing that it was, Liberty was filming them, and he was pretty nearby, I think could indicate that he's short-sighted. I will say from my personal experience, I am also short-sighted, and from that distance, I'd say I couldn't see if Liberty was using her phone to film. I definitely couldn't see, so maybe bridge guy is also short-sighted. Just a thought for you guys. Also, it has been stated by some that the girls had an open casket funerals, right? And they both wore scarves. No photos or verifiable first-hand descriptions exist to prove this, right? We don't have it, so I will definitely mark this one as a rumor that we can't verify. But if that was the case, what would be the reason for the girls to wear scarves, during their funerals? Well, obviously to hide certain, I would say, injuries to their necks, and this would correlate with the whole David Erskine text situation where he claims that, the girls, apparently Liberty more so than Abigail, had certain injuries in her neck, that she was almost decapitated. You guys remember those text messages from part 3 of this series. So that's something to think about. I don't want to speculate too much since we nothing exists on this and it's a rumor, so it could be completely false. I'm actually leaning towards that it might be false because I have not seen any more information regarding just a few posts. I don't know who generated this rumor, so I'll just leave it at that. I think one thing I did not speculate or didn't talk about on last, part 3 of the Delphi Murders investigation is the theory that Liberty's injuries were more severe than Abigail's, right? So I didn't talk about that particular detail because I don't think there's anything besides, that one text message that is connected to David Erskine, right? I don't think there's anything else regarding this, so we can't really speculate all that much. I think in that text message, it was a mention that it was personal with Liberty, which is crazy. I believe David Erskine was the one who wrote that text message. Now, he's the uncle of Abigail, so why would he think that it's personal with Liberty? If someone is saying that, if we think that those text messages are correct, and if someone is saying that it was personal, right? If David Erskine, if he really did see, and I think he did, but the question is whether or not his text messages are correct, right? So if he did see the girls, right, and if those messages are correct, him saying it was personal would indicate to me that it was probably a really distinctive difference, like between the girls, right? But I will say that I don't believe that this was a hit on Liberty German. Obviously, there are speculations that, it was a hit because Derek German, he had an interesting past. and some people from his past wanted to get back at him, so they chose Liberty. I'm not gonna talk about that, that's for the future. That's super speculative. I don't have any information and I have no comments on that right now. Also, to me personally, I think the more rational explanation, if that was the case, was Liberty was bigger. Like, she was a lot bigger than Abigail, like twice her weight. And you can see from the pictures, like, she seems like she's twice as big as Abigail, right? So I'm thinking it's probably a lot harder to kill Liberty than it would be to kill Abigail. And Liberty seemed like the more of an athlete out of them, and she seemed stronger for sure. So maybe Liberty put up a fight, and then Bridge guy got angry at her for some reason, or maybe she tried to escape or something like that, or put up a fight. So either she put up a fight, and Bridge guy during those fighting motions had to like really strangle her hard or something like that, or maybe she put up a fight, then stopped putting a fight, but then he was mad, and that's why that happened. It's all speculative. We don't even know if her body was more severely injured than Abigail's at this point, so I'm gonna leave it at that. So another thing I want to talk about here is CrimeCon 2018. And on CrimeCon 2018, there was a panel regarding the Delphi case. There was family members, I believe a few officers. One of them was Sergeant Holman. So Sergeant Holman, he's involved in the Delphi case, and he made some clarifications on that panel regarding what Doug Carter said when he said don't focus on the sketch, when he said don't focus on the first sketch, right? The sketch with the taxi cap, newsboy cap, I would say. And his quote is, and we get a lot of calls on that. I think what he meant to say was, where there's 4 or 5 of us up here right now, and if we pick somebody out of the room and then identify that person to a sketch artist, there would be 5 different sketches. They'd have the similar features as we believe the sketch has of the guy on the bridge, but they'd be a little different. So I think that is what he meant, is that the person that did this heinous crime may not exactly look like the sketch. That's what the person's information, and then the sketch artist had to take that information in and then put it on paper. So it's not always going to be a perfect match, but we think that's a really good sketch, and we think it's really close to the person that we're looking for on the bridge. So Doug Carter, when he said don't focus on the first sketch, right, with the cap, maybe he meant that don't focus on, we're still looking for this dude, right? Maybe he's not cleared. Maybe the whole story with him getting cleared because he was a sex offender who did stuff with little kids, right? Maybe that story is false, and maybe they're still focusing on the guy, but when he said don't focus on the sketch, he actually meant that don't focus on like particularly this sketch. It's still the same guy, but it could look different. But it doesn't make any sense, right? Then why would you even use the sketch if you would say don't focus on it? And just in general, wouldn't Sergeant Holman know what Doug Carter was talking about? So this is just another indication that there's some like a suspiciously uncohesive effort in regards to the investigation coming from law enforcement. At least that's the sense that I'm getting right now. Apparently, Liberty German's aunt, Amanda, who I have not talked about previously on the show because I don't think she plays a big part, right? So she's actually being reported that she may be connected or like related to Jimmy DeWall, who was a character back in the day in Kokomo area. Like, this guy definitely looks like Bridge guy, and he has a past. I don't want to get into his past. He definitely looks like the first released sketch, the guy with the cap, right? He looks identical, his mugshot, but I don't think he was involved because apparently some people are stating that there were DNA samples that could have linked to him and he's been cleared or something like that. Also, he has not just vanished, right? So apparently he's not related to Amanda, Liberty's aunt, and I guess Kelsey's aunt, because Kelsey German, Liberty's sister, actually provided this information that there's no relation between these people, right? And the last thing I have here is that the transcript of the police scanner audio was falsified, so it may have shown on part 3 for a brief second or a few seconds a false audio transcript from those scanners. So the scanners and the audio of those scanners is authentic, but actually Anthony Greeno has taken responsibility for the fake transcript. Now, it just makes me question the guy even more, but I will say he seems knowledgeable about the case. That's all I'm gonna, I don't want to get into it right now. So this is pretty much it, guys. This was part 4 of the Delphi Murders investigation, episode number 7 of the J.S Podcast. Now, for the next week, I'm probably gonna take a detour from the Delphi case just a little bit, because I need to come back a few weeks after the fact to the Delphi Murders, and I need to look at the whole situation with a fresh pair of eyes, so I could start really thinking about who is Bridge Guy and what we could gauge from everything that I've laid out here on this 4-part series. So yeah, pretty much I have another case that I really want to look into that is super fascinating. I'm just gonna not tell anyone about it just right now, because I'm not 100% certain that that's what I'm gonna be actually doing for next week, but probably I will. So yeah, that's another hint for you guys. Now, everyone, I'm really glad that you've sticked around. For everyone who actually watched the whole 4 parts, you're the real MVP. I'm really happy that you did so. For all of the new people joining the podcast, listening to me talk about these interesting cases, right? I'm really happy. There's a lot of you now. I'm seeing more people every single week, which is awesome, and it makes me a lot more motivated to keep pushing these podcasts out. I'm having fun doing them. And yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. So I'll catch you next week. As always, I hope you all enjoyed this week, and adios.